Good morning, trainers, and welcome back to the 2026 Sydney Regional Championships for VGC. My name is Mark. I'm joined here on the desk by Paul, and we will also be joined today by Henry. You saw all of us yesterday, and we are so keen to get right back into the action that we were bringing yesterday for the day 2 of the Regional Championships. Paul, how are we feeling?
Feeling excellent today, Mark. This phase 2 is just going to be absolutely sensational. We've seen a lot of the trainers that we had during phase 1 yesterday come through. A lot of them that were showcased have actually managed to punch their ticket into phase 2, so we might be seeing a lot more of them today and looking to see some absolutely fantastic play. We do have one of the sets coming up momentarily. We can run through and have a quick discussion about them because they were 2 players we showcased yesterday as well, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so keen for this one. We have Yoav Reuven, the only undefeated player so far at 8 wins and no losses, versus Jude Lee, who is at 7 wins and 1 loss. Both excellent players. We showcased them both yesterday. Both of them have very, very strong teams at the moment. It's essentially Raging Bolt balance versus Roaring Moon balance. And it'll be very, very interesting, I think, to see how these 2 teams match up against one another.
Yeah, absolutely. And 2 phenomenal players with that as well. Jude only having that 1 loss yesterday. Not really stopping him from, running through and getting through it. He was one of the few game 3s that we actually had on stream, but he managed to find a way to really get himself into those positions where, after seeing game 1, seeing what the issues were, being able to formulate a game plan, deal with them, and get the winning piece into position every time to be able to close those games. So those he was able to do really well. Whether he is able to run through and do that again today, going into start phase 2 strong, is what we would like to see. But Yoav doesn't get much better than Ado going into phase 2.
No, exactly. You got to be happy with that. So he's not safe. No one's safe going into this phase 2. Anyone can be eliminated at that point. But Yoav, with his comfortable 8 wins and no losses, only needs 1 more win to secure his position in the asymmetric top cut. So if he wins this one, he is through to the top cut, although he'll still want to win as many games as possible. The higher up you place in that asymmetric top cut, the better well positioned you'll be, especially if you make it up to the very top, in which case you're actually going to buy in the first round of that asymmetric top cut and you're just straight through to top 8.
Yeah, nothing more comfortable than that, going straight through to top 8 after having a very strong phase 1 and phase 2. So we'll have a little bit look at the dive into the teams that both of these 2 are running. I was able to showcase Jude's game, and I believe you were, on the other hand, showcasing Yoav's game on stream during phase 1 yesterday. So we'll run through. We'll flip the switch a bit. I'll have a little discussion about Yoav's team here.
Okay, yeah. Go for it.
There are some. So it's the Raging Bolt balance that a lot of us are known to see, but there's some a little differences in there. So just one of them that was showcased yesterday was the sword stance on the Half Flame Ogerpon, just really allow that to set up and provide a lot more of a damage threat as opposed to having that follow me running more of that redirection option. But there's also a cheeky move on Landorus that I don't believe we saw. Maybe it comes up in this set. I'm not 100% sure. Won't spoil it for those at home. But it'll be pretty exciting to see because it's not a very common move we do see on the Landorus, but one I still believe definitely fulfills a role on Yoav's team.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Meanwhile, on Jude's team, this is a team I quite like. We've got the Roaring Moon, which uses booster energy, which is quite typical on Roaring Moon, but as opposed to a lot of the Roaring Moon sets that use the booster speed to increase its speed by 50%, this one is actually booster attack. So it comes into the field, gets an attack boost from that booster energy, and it just outputs massive damage. It's already got a ridiculously high attack stat. It's, I think, 137 off the top of my head.
Yeah,
very high, very high. Paired with a Dragon Dance as well to increase its speed and to allow it to start swinging with heavy damage. We're going to get right into the game there with Yoav leaving Urshifu and that Ogerpon, and Jude leading Fluttermane and Incineroar.
Yeah, so interesting sort of lead that we've got coming out from here. Jude generally went with the Among Us Incineroar lead during their set yesterday. Generally something that's still fairly consistent, just fairly good stuff. 2 very bulky Pokemon with a lot of options there. But we do see the Fluttermane coming out here in regards for Jude. And I do believe from memory that Fluttermane is choice specs. So it can have a look at providing a lot of big damage into these 2, knowing that the Half Flame Ogerpon does not have Follow Me. It can look at threatening Moonblast immediately into Urshifu, potentially forcing an early Terastallization.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see a switch there from Jude right off the bat. That Incineroar switching out and that Ogerpon Wellspring coming in. Spiky Shield from Yoav's Ogerpon. Maybe we wanted to keep it safe from the Power Gem, but instead we see a double protect, which is quite a common play we will see in front of a Pokemon using a choice item, because that allows Yoav to know what move that Jude has clicked on this Flutter Mane.
Yeah, so it does look like there was a single target attack thrown directly into the Urshifu there. So from my take of things, it looks like it was definitely just a lock straight into the Moon Blast there. May be mistaken there. But from what I can see, there's a lot of that going on. So the double protection from Yoav there, just sort of getting a good idea on what they would like to do going into the next couple of turns, does reveal that the Flutter Mane has decided to lock themselves into that Fairy move and probably thinking to itself, do I have a defensive piece in the back that can come in and look to take that while still gaining big advantage with my Half-Flame Ogerpon, potentially even looking at terrestrializing, getting that +1 attack boost and putting a lot of pressure onto that Flutter Mane. We will be at neutral, actually, because of the Intimidate at the start of the game.
Of course, and there is that Moonblast coming out from the Flutter Mane. Return with an Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon, hitting into that Flutter Mane, doing a bit more than half. Then Ivy Cudgel from Jude's Ogerpon, which is going to pick up the knockout there, even with that neutral hit. Even though that Moonblast was resisted, it was enough to get that Ogerpon over the line so that Jude's able to finish it out. Surging Strikes coming out from that Urshifu is going to pick up the knockout on that Flutter Mane, so it is going to be a 1-to-1 trade there.
Yeah, good 1-to-1 trade there. Urshifu staring down the likes of the Wellspring Ogerpon and the Flutter Mane there. Generally not something you would want to see Urshifu staring down, but Yoav has decided that this is what we want to commit to, and this is how we're going to go about it. Urshifu key for that Incineroar, just due to those Surging Strikes being able to guarantee score critical hits, allowing it to offset any attack drops that do happen from Intimidates. Generally a good way to run through and cut Incineroar down to size, so to speak.
Yes, exactly. So Incineroar coming in, that is going to drop the attack stat of the Ogerpon on Jude's side, where Jude's Ogerpon was previously dishing out pretty significant damage with that Ivy Cudgel. That is now going to be reduced, even being a super effective hit into the Incineroar. Jude might need to look at going for that terrestrialization of the water type just to be able to pick up enough damage into that Incineroar. Same deal, that Urshifu, despite facing down a super effective hit from the grass type move on Jude's Ogerpon, which I believe is the Wood Hammer, it's possible that the Urshifu is looking to potentially take a hit like that. However, Yoav seems to switch out anyway, perhaps being wary of the Spore, perhaps not thinking the Intimidate will be enough, bringing in the Raging Bolt here, just to be able to take whatever the Ogerpon might be throwing at it. Raging Bolt on Yoav's side having that booster energy, that is going to boost Raging Bolt's special attack. Fake out into the Amoonguss to prevent any Spores or Rage Powders coming out. And there is the Wood Hammer coming out into the slot that was previously Urshifu, but Raging Bolt being a Dragon type takes it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, very good defensive play there from Yoav there, looking to just fake out, preventing that Spore while going, you know what? I don't really want that Wood Hammer to go into my Urshifu. I have a better Pokemon in the back that'll be able to take that hit in the form of Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt, one of those Pokemon that is going to have a look at putting a lot of scary damage output, especially with that booster energy impact to it. Just with those big hits, a lot of them can deal nasty damage. Between the Incineroar and the Raging Bolt, a double swing into Amoonguss may potentially look at picking up the knockout, looking to put up a lot of pressure onto the Wellspring Ogerpon as well. We haven't seen any terrestrializations come out from Yoav, so there could be a defensive terrestrialization on Incineroar if that does happen to be the play. And it looks like we're getting one from Jude at least, terrestrializing the Wellspring Ogerpon, looking to get that special defense boost and lose that fire type weakness, so to speak, to make those Flare Blitz into a resisted move.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we're getting terrestrialization from both sides, actually. So Yoav here also going for a terrestrialization. That is going to be on the Incineroar, like you called out, going for that defensive terrestrialization of the Ghost type, maybe just being worried about the Ivy Cudgel coming out from Jude's side of the field. We are going to see a Follow Me come out from Jude's Ogerpon, just really keeping that Amoonguss safe from any Flare Blitzes or Draco Meteors that might be coming out. That is going to be a taunt from the Incineroar, which may possibly have been directed at the Amoonguss. We're going to see a Dragon Pulse. That's going to go into the Ogerpon, dealing quite a hefty chunk of damage considering the Ogerpon is at +1 special defense. But we're also now going to see the Spore come out from the Amoonguss, free to do so, not having been taunted, and that Raging Bolt is going to sleep.
Yeah, excellent call out there from Jude, knowing we need to get the Raging Bolt to sleep. We just need to slow down the game just a little bit to re-put things into our favor. And what better way of doing that when calling out both a taunt and also a potential Dragon Pulse that can come in and put heavy pressure on the Amoonguss as well. Even though we do know the Amoonguss does have that Citrus Berry and it can look to heal up if it's a little bit below 50%, plus the Regenerator as well. But if Amoonguss is able to just run through and just throw off Spores and just keep the game slowed down due to control, nothing bad about that. We do see an attack going out. It's the Ivy Cudgel into that Raging Bolt mark.
Yeah, and so that's really not going to be that much damage. -1 attack and a resisted hit. Knockoff coming out from that Incineroar. Yoav not opting for a taunt there. That is going to knock off the Citrus Berry from the Amoonguss, which means that it does have less regeneration. And then a Sludge Bomb also going out into the Raging Bolt slot there. Jude really clearly identifying where the threat is and just looking to hit that. But it looks like we've had a perspective change, and we're now seeing Yoav's side of the field for anyone who might be confused about what we've just seen there. And so, I mean, both players looking in a pretty decent spot. It'll be interesting to see when Raging Bolt wakes up from that Spore.
Yeah, we are going to see a switch out here coming from Jude now. With that, we do believe we revealed earlier the Incineroar. So if there's a Thunderclap coming out from the Raging Bolts, looking for that first turn wake up, it will end up failing if it's directed into that, which it does wake up, and it does indeed Thunderclap. Because the Wellspring Ogerpon was taunted there, the Thunderclap is essentially pin guaranteed without the switch there. The taunt coming up there, blocking that Spore coming out there from the Amoonguss.
Yeah, it's a pretty good play from Yoav, really forcing that switch from the Ogerpon, because like you said, if it doesn't switch, its only option if the Raging Bolt wakes up is to eat that Thunderclap, and Raging Bolt did in fact wake up. Getting that taunt into that Amoonguss will be pretty groundbreaking for Yoav, really, being able to keep his side safe from Spore. Sludge Bomb from the Amoonguss is not really threatening that much damage. The only other thing it really threatens is a poison, which, to be honest, if it gets a poison on the Raging Bolt, that just means Raging Bolt can't be put to sleep later in the game. So I think Yoav's in a pretty comfortable spot here, but that is that fake out coming out from Jude's Incineroar, parting shot coming out from Yoav's Incineroar into that Amoonguss just to allow Yoav to get that reposition, and also would have allowed him to decrease the offensive stats of the Ogerpon if it came in on that Amoonguss spot.
Yeah, with the Urshifu coming in now, very likely to be as safe as possible, knowing that there can't be a Spore or anything coming out from the Amoonguss due to said taunt. We are going to see the Sludge Bomb come into a little bit, and we do see that poison. Once again, the Sludge Bombs have been pretty nasty with those poison secondary effects throughout the tournament this weekend. But Raging Bolt still hanging in there, does have one turn to run through and try and fire off some big damage. The Amoonguss is still taunted. It can't use that Rage Powder. So there is a possibility that Urshifu can run through, potentially Raging Bolt as well, run through and really put pressure on any slots that it wants. If it wants to do that Incineroar, they can run through and fire it down. If they want to have a bit more damage pressure into that Amoonguss, they do have that option to do so as well. So ball is really in the court of Yoav on what they would want to have a look at targeting down to try and get the most out of the Raging Bolt during this last turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously I called out the poison as allowing an immunity to the sleep, but unfortunately it does also tick through your hit points pretty quickly, which has put him in maybe a less favorable spot. There is the switch out from the Incineroar into the Ogerpon, likely potentially predicting a Surging Strikes into that slot, looking to preserve the Incineroar as well. There's the Surging Strikes into the Amoonguss. Not doing a whole heap, but every little bit helps, especially now that its Citrus Berry has been knocked off and it can't regenerate back up after falling below 50%. And we'll see what comes out from this Raging Bolt, because it's possible that Surging Strikes did matter. There's the Dragon Pulse that is going to pick up the knockout. So with that double up, Yoav has been able to take out Jude's Amoonguss there.
Yeah, so Jude's final two are now the Incineroar and the Wellspring Ogerpon. But the poison taking its farewell onto the Raging Bolt. The Raging Bolt did not have enough to hang in there. So we do know that the last for Yoav is the Incineroar alongside the Urshifu Rapid Strike. So we do see big water type attacker and everyone's favorite cat being the last two Pokemon for these two during game one.
Yeah, absolutely. So it'll be really interesting to see how these pair up. The Urshifu, it seems, does not have a choice item, either the Choice Scarf or the Choice Band, which means it's not necessarily locked into those Surging Strikes, and it can swing with a big close combat into that Ogerpon. Intimidate coming out, but the benefit to Yoav's side is that Intimidate, it is going to decrease the damage of that close combat, but it's not actually going to decrease the damage of the Surging Strikes. Surging Strikes, because they are always guaranteed to critical hit, those critical hits actually ignore the attack drops.
Yeah, so critical hits are a very strong mechanic. Intimidate drops, not concerned about. You've got defense buffs, not concerned about that. You've got screens up, it's not concerned about that. We did see that Yoav's Incineroar was faster than Jude's Incineroar with the Intimidate interaction there. So there may be a possibility that there is a fake out exchange that could come out. We do know that Yoav's Incineroar is immune to said fake out as well. So I could also look to get on the aggressor, but he's decided to fake out the opposing Incineroar.
Yeah, good play there. Just looking to keep himself safe from opposing fake out, which doesn't actually come out. Woodhammer from the Ogerpon not doing enough thanks to the Intimidate from Yoav's side. And there is the Surging Strikes, as we called out, not reduced by that Intimidate, and that is going to pick up the knockout on Jude's Incineroar.
Yeah, very big play there from Yoav. Yoav electing to pin down the Incineroar, knowing that the Incineroars don't commonly run Protect. So having that fake out plus that Surging Strike is good enough to block a potential fake out from Jude's end, alongside putting it into a favorable 2 versus 1 position in front of the Wellspring Ogerpon. We do know that the Ogerpon is faster than the Urshifu, so if a Woodhammer does come out, which is the grass move that we've seen from the Wellspring, it will look to definitely run through and knock that out and take the KO. But we are seeing Jude concede the game 1, probably looking to just refocus up and get a good line into the game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, as you called out, Jude was faster, did have the potential knockout on that Urshifu, but there was still a full health Incineroar on Yoav's side of the field. Nothing that could hit the Ogerpon for super effective damage, but it was terrestrialized into the Ghost type, and the Ogerpon was at -1, so it would have been a lot for that Ogerpon to actually be able to get through that Incineroar, even if it was able to successfully take out the Urshifu before the Urshifu got an attack off. So I think Jude really just wanting to, refocus, get into game 2, have a think about any repositioning that he might want to be doing there.
Yeah. A small showcase on how strong these two are. Yoav taking a very, not exactly comfortable, but showing a very strong showing in the game 1. Jude, we saw Jude take the game 1 loss during their stream game during phase 1 yesterday. Did not stop them from taking the set. They've probably used game 1 as a bit of information on how does my opponent want to do things? What do I need to do to sort of combat that? What's my strongest piece into this team that maybe I've overlooked or didn't utilize to the best?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to shout out the Pokemon that didn't come to each of those games, Yoav didn't bring the Landorus or the Rillaboom, and Jude didn't bring the Roaring Moon or the Iron Hands. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any switch-ups from either of those two, if they perhaps decide to bring those Pokemon, if perhaps they feel they undervalued them when choosing teams the first time. But we are going to see the leads here. So it looks like Jude is going to send out that Ogerpon and the Fluttermane. And it looks like Yoav is going to send out the Incineroar and the Urshifu. So that's actually a mix-up on leads from both sides of the field.
Yeah, so the Ogerpon there is looking to actually provide we saw there was a follow me on it as well, and Ogerpon Wellspring in its base form before it terrestrializes actually has the water absorbability, which will allow it to really protect the Fluttermane from taking any unnecessary damage from any Surging Strikes there. Fluttermane, as mentioned, is choice specs, can look at throwing out some pretty nasty damage at Jude's disposal. However, there is a substitution early for said Fluttermane.
Yeah, it looks like the Fluttermane is switching out, and Jude is instead bringing in that Amoonguss, clearly concerned about potentially a Surging Strikes coming out from that Urshifu. But Urshifu is going to switch out as well. Yoav bringing in his own Ogerpon to reposition there, and then there's a fake out from the Incineroar. A very passive first turn just to prevent that Ogerpon from getting some damage off, potentially swinging a big Ivy Cudgel into the Incineroar.
Yeah, even into the oncoming Ogerpon, we saw that the double in during the first game was enough to take it out. The Moonblast falling just shy of about half the damage to the Ogerpon, but we did see that the Ivy Cudgel, it does do a lot of damage. It's a very strong move, and it's a pretty safe move to throw into something like an Ogerpon as well, even if it does throw up a spiky shield, because Ivy Cudgel is a non-contact move, so it's something that protects itself from taking any sort of recoil from the spiky shield when throwing out that attack.
Yes, yeah.
There might be a potential of a follow me that does come out here from that, but no, we are seeing a big hit into that Amoonguss.
So that's a big survival there. Super effective hit from that Ogerpon. That is a hard hitter, but Amoonguss, famous for being very, very bulky. It is going to take that one, eat the citrus berry, heal itself back up. And there's the Ivy Cudgel coming out from that one parting shot from the Incineroar. That's going to take that Ogerpon down to -2 on its attack stat. And it's also going to allow that Incineroar to reposition. So we'll see what Yoav is bringing in from the back, and we'll see if that is likely to potentially eat a Spore in that slot.
I was just about to mention that. I was gonna have a look and go, something is potentially going to sleep here. What do I believe is the best Pokemon to be put to sleep at this point in time? And the Raging Bolt has been selected for it, but it's neither. It's a Sludge Bomb into the Ogerpon. The double up there with that super effective hit has been able to take out the damage threat in the form of that Ogerpon.
There it is. People sometimes neglect the damage that comes out from Amoonguss. Obviously, as I called it, it's more of a bulky Pokemon that excels at putting things to sleep, more of those status moves. But at the end of the day, it's Sludge Bomb. That's still that high base power, super effective hit. It's got that same type of attack bonus from that Amoonguss as well. So that's putting pretty significant damage. And when you swing that into an Ogerpon that's been taken down to just over half health, sometimes you can just take it out. No need to put things to sleep when you can put them to faint.
Yes. Yeah. Especially in something like an Ogerpon Half Flame, generally they like to be trained more to be offensive, to be rather fast and rather strong, less in terms of survivability. So having just super effective moves in general, not something they do want to take, and that was just showcased there from the Amoonguss Sludge Bomb. But we do see the Incineroar come back in. That Ogerpon Wellspring is at -3 attack now with 2 Intimidate and a Parting Shot. So damage from that may not be as high as Jude likes, but the Ivy Cudgel is one of those moves that does have that boosted critical hit rate, and as we see from Urshifu very commonly, critical hits do offset those drops. So,
yes, exactly. You can never offset the Ivy Cudgel chance of getting a critical hit. If you're Yoav, there's no way I would ever recommend feeling comfortable in front of this -3 Ogerpon. Anyone who's played Ogerpon or played against Ogerpon knows those crits are likely.
There we are. Yoav quickly locking in those moves there, almost running the clock there. We do see Jude take Amoonguss off the field. Consume the Citrus Berry, and with that Regenerator as well, its ability that heals it on switch out, it's going to be back to a much healthier state there. Seeing the Ivy Cudgel there into the Incineroar, absolutely taking that hit like a champ, not even taking it below 50%. When it's a super effective move, it's pretty hard to believe sometimes, but the proof's in the pudding. We do see the Parting Shot coming out into the Floodamane, so the Floodamane is in a slightly weaker state as well, and we see Raging Bolt go for that Calm Mind mark.
Yeah. So Raging Bolt, like we've seen this before in Yoav's games. He really likes to just sit the Raging Bolt there, get a couple of Calm Minds off, and then Raging Bolt just becomes an absolute powerhouse threat that just cleans up the rest of his opponent's team. So that seems to be what he's doing here. Likely feeling pretty safe in front of that Ogerpon. A bit of risky to do that in front of an Amoonguss, being that the Amoonguss had the potential to put it to sleep and just take away all of its momentum. But clearly Yoav made a bit of a read to think, you know what, I don't think you're going to leave the Amoonguss there because I can just swing into it with my Incineroar. It's on relatively low health. Maybe I can just take it out. And he made the correct read because Jude ended up taking that Amoonguss away. We are going to see a Terrestrialization coming out on that Raging Bolt, even with that +1 to its special defense from the Calm Mind. He's still not feeling comfortable enough in front of those specs boosted Moonblast coming out of the Floodamane. So going for that Terrestrialization to keep it safe from those. Protect coming out on the Urshifu. Moonblast coming out into the Urshifu. So great read by Yoav there, keeping it protected from that. Woodhammer coming out from the Ogerpon, also into the Protect. So very good play from Yoav there. Raging Bolt now gets a chance to fire off an Dragon Pulse. That's +1 into the Ogerpon that is going to pick up the knockout there.
Yeah, very strong defensive play there from the Urshifu there from Yoav's side. Just protecting, knowing that it could be under a lot of fire there. The Terrestrialization as well from a defensive perspective from the Raging Bolt. Even though it would take a little bit more damage from the Woodhammers and the Ivy Cudgels, losing that Dragon-type resistance, the main damage that was on the field between the two of them was indeed that Choice Specs Floodamane throwing out those very threatening Moonblast. Even though you are boosted with a Calm Mind in your special defense, you still want to minimize that damage as much as possible, which At the end of that turn, we saw that Raging Bolt didn't actually take any damage, but however, still has the Fairy Terrestrialization. So for a potential follow-up for a Moonblast this turn that may look to come out into the Raging Bolt, it's still going to take that much better than if it hadn't Terrestrialized already.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting to see what Yoav does here. He did protect that Urshifu last time, which was a great play. But now we'll see whether or not he keeps it around in the face of that Specs Fluttermane. But Fluttermane is actually switching out there. Jude bringing the Incineroar back in, get that Intimidate drop onto that Urshifu, and also set it up for some potential fake outs or parting shots. We are seeing Terrestrialization come out here on Jude's side of the field, and that's going to be a Fairy Terrestrialization, clearly wanting to keep itself safe from the +1 Dragon Pulses coming out from Yoav's Raging Bolt. So there's the Surging Strikes. That's going to be targeted into the Amoonguss, no longer resisted. It doesn't look like, however, that's going to quite be enough, even though that now is a neutral hit. Once again, Jude's Amoonguss toughing it out on that red health.
Yeah, can't mind coming out there as well, following up Yoav. I really want to point out Yoav's turn there. Seeing that the Terrestrialization Fairy from the Amoonguss is there in play for Jude, with the Raging Bolt moveset that Yoav has gone for, with the 2 attacks, Thunderclap only being able to deal damage if the opposing attacker is dealing damage, and Dragon Pulse, something that Fairy types are immune to. When you have the ability to be a Fairy type and redirect hits from your opponent, that Raging Bolt is basically sitting there, not being able to throw out any attacks.
Yeah, but Jude actually switches out the Amoonguss there, despite, as you mentioned, with that Rage Powder being essentially immune now with that Fairy typing to the Raging Bolt, but instead opting for a reposition into that Fluttermane, for Fluttermane to start swinging out big damage into Yoav's side. Fake out from the Incineroar, stopping that Raging Bolt from getting anything off that turn with that flinch, and Urshifu being fast asleep.
Yeah, Urshifu having that guaranteed turn that it does need to take of sleep, allowing Jude to get that Fluttermane into position, looking to stare down, looking to throw out some big damage. It's going to be pretty tough for it by itself to run through and try and get past that Raging Bolt with those 2 Calm Mind boosts, allowing it to boost not only its special attack, but its special defense as well. But we are seeing a switch out here, and it's going to be back into that Amoonguss there, having a little bit more health than that. And first turn wake! Sorry. First turn wake.
Big, that could be very relevant, picking up that damage into that Fluttermane. There's the Thunderclap, and that is going to knock it out with that +1 Thunderclap boosted by that booster energy and with that Aqua Jet. It'll be interesting to know whether or not the Thunderclap would have been able to pick that out without the Aqua Jet. If so, that first turn wake would have been, game losing for Jude.
Yeah, could have been very nasty indeed. So Yoav is probably looking into position there where he sees, you know what, there's going to be Faker on the field. There's a double protect and then looking to Surging Strikes the Amoonguss. While it's not resisting those water moves, being able to very likely look at knocking that out because those critical strikes, ignoring those Intimidate drops, and then running through with that back line to be able to run through and secure the set, secure the match, and secure his position into top cut.
Yeah, look, Yoav Reuven, fantastic win there. Obviously, that first turn wake allowing him to just really clean through, put Jude into a position that Jude clearly perceived to be unwinnable. And that has, like you said, that secured Yoav's place in that asymmetric top cut with an undefeated run. He's currently 9 wins and 0 losses, which is just a fantastic record that any trainer would just be thrilled to have. Obviously, he's going to try to play through as well as he can, maybe try to get through to the very end of our Swiss run with no losses at all, which would very comfortably place him in the top spot for him to get that bye in that asymmetric cut.
Yeah, absolutely. Yoav just really showing that he's putting in a lot of work, really just running through. Being the Auckland winner, clearly it's showcasing why he was the Auckland champion 2 weekends ago. Showing off with that 9-0, just with a team he's been feeling very comfortable with and playing phenomenally with as well. But however, that's not really to say that Jude's completely out of it. Jude is still at that 7-2 record. Jude from here on out, as long as Jude keeps winning the rest of their games, they're going to secure their spot into that ASIM top cut as well.
Exactly. Jude coming into the second phase of this tournament with only 1 loss means that he was able to take a second one and still be in the running. He will need to go undefeated from here on out for the rest of the tournament if he wants to get to that very top spot. Any loss from now will eliminate him, but it's certainly not impossible. Many people have done that and more So absolutely not out of it yet. Jude Lee still a very strong contender for our top spot, the champion of this year's Sydney Championships.
Yeah, so we are seeing some quick replays of that as well. We're seeing there that big Ivy cudgel and that even bigger lift from that Among Us there. If that scored one of those critical hits that Ivy cudgel can like to score, with that Among Us gone, that really would have put Jude much further on the back foot. So there's little things like that that can happen. There's a lot of variance that does happen in these games of Pokemon that we cast. So very tough to tell sometimes. Things sort of happen, but yeah, still, what a set.
Oh, incredible. That Among Us, as you called out, really just with its ability to stick around on the field, taking that super effective Ivy Cudgel from that Ogerpon, and then subsequently taking those Surging Strikes, even after it had terrestrialized into the Fairy type and wasn't resisting them, it was still able to take them comfortably enough to be able to stick around on the field. Didn't end up mattering for Jude, as unfortunately he wasn't able to make a couple of those reads right. But potentially that could have been brutal for Yoab. There were a couple of times there where he could have got off some pretty devastating spores from that Among Us following the damage that came out from Yoab's side.
Yeah, big call out as well. The Urshifu locking in with that turn 1 wake, as early wake as possible, just to get that little bit of chip, just to really put that Fluttermane in range, because Fluttermane does have that naturally high special bulk, so maybe it can look at taking that Thunderclap, even though it is at boosted twice from its Calm Mind and the booster energy as well. Little bit of chip never hurts to get locking away a knockout and guaranteeing a victory.
No, exactly right. And obviously, I think Yoab picked up on that as well, going for that Aqua Jet, thinking, if I wake here, it would be good for me to just get as much damage on the Fluttermane as possible, because I never want to assume that I'm definitely picking up that one-hit knockout on the Fluttermane with that Thunderclap. As you called out, Fluttermane has a monstrous special defense stat. I believe it's base 135, which is huge for any special defense stat. So if you're throwing a special move into the Fluttermane, it's never really safe to be that confident that you're going to pick up that one-hit knockout, even if you are looking, like you said, with that +2 and with that booster energy damage.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're going to do now, we are going to run through and take a quick break. We are going to have more explosive games like this coming up throughout the Phase 2 and later on during the asymmetric top cut. So stay tuned and don't miss it.
Welcome back, everyone, to our Phase 2 of the 2026 Sydney Regionals. I am Henry, and I'm joined here by Mark, who just went over a fantastic set between two of our top players at this tournament. Mark, how was it?
It was great. I think Yoav Reuven continuing to go undefeated, really demonstrating why he's gone undefeated so far and why he is the Auckland special champion as well. All the plays he made, he just made every read right, was able to position his team in such a way and really clean through his opponent. Made it look easy almost. So it was just a fantastic game to watch there.
Yeah, Yoav's such an expert, especially when it comes to those balanced teams. But Jude, no slouch either, making it all the way to day 2 at that 7-1 record. Took a little bit of a knockback today, but he's still in it and still raring to go. But for now, we're going to get into our next match. It's another absolute banger. We've got Joji Kaida versus Lucas Atana. Both running very, very similar teams, but Lucas running something that we haven't really seen on a composition like this before. Instead of that Porygon 2, he's got that Hatterene.
Yeah, very interesting to see. So Hatterene typically only really gets seen in what people would refer to as hard Trick Room teams, as opposed to what we've been referring to this tournament as the tail room, like what Joji is running, that kind of fast option, that slow option, the opportunity to set Trick Room, but not necessarily needing it to win. Whereas hard Trick Room, really, that's more of a style where the game plan revolves around Trick Room. Hatterene excels in Trick Room, but not so much outside of it, as opposed to that Porygon 2, which is pretty good at sitting outside of Trick Room due to its very high bulk. So it'd be interesting to see how Lucas is able to use that Hatterene in what we might refer to as a semi-room team here. Clearly has been working from 8 wins, 1 loss here at Sydney against some of the best players as well. So there's some secret sauce in there somewhere. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what he's doing with it.
That's for sure. And speaking of best players, he's up against one of them, that's for sure. Joji Kaida. You've seen them many times on our streams before. At this point, really over multiple formats, an expert at using that Porygon to Ursaluna composition. But looking at the differences between these two teams, Lucas, while having that Hatterene on his team, is running what a lot of people would look to be an older version of the Ursaluna team. This is very similar to the version that Nils Dunlop used to win the European International Championships back in that previous Regulation F format, where he just dominated that tournament so much. It was such an impressive kind of meta-core at that point. And even in finals where you have so much time to prepare, it was pretty one-sided. And we see it here where it's two very similar teams that have those two very different options in their Pokemon chosen outside of the main core. Yes. While both players have Urshifu, they both run very differently. We've got Life Orb on one side, we've got Choice Scarf on the other. But I think the big difference is that Fluttermane and the Tornadus. The Fluttermane, it's offensive.
Yes.
It's meant to hit hard and hit fast, but it's not there as a form of speed control. So Lucas, if he wants to get the speed in his favor, he wants to go for that Trick Room. Whereas Joji has the flexibility of, look, I can play you in Trick Room, I can play you in Tailwind. Yeah. Either way, I plan on moving first.
Yes, yeah, 100%. And that'll be really interesting to see how each of these players negotiate that. As you called out, Lucas using a variation of the team that was used to win EUIC, using the Hatterene instead of the Porygon 2. Porygon 2, as I called out earlier, has that very substantial bulk, which allows it to take quite a lot of hits. Hatterene, on the other hand, slightly different, less bulk, but it does have access to that ability Magic Bounce, which is probably one of the strongest abilities in the game, especially for something like Hatterene. Magic Bounce is an ability that means any status move that is directed towards the Pokemon will instead be bounced back to the Pokemon using the status move, which means something like a Taunt coming out into that Hatterene is instead going to be bounced back. It's going to keep it safe to click Trick Room, even when the opposing Pokemon might be trying to taunt it. Spore from the Amoonguss, typically one of the biggest threats to any Trick Room team. Hatterene, completely immune to that, just allows it to bounce it right back into that Amoonguss. So that's something that Joji would definitely need to be watching out for here in this matchup.
Yeah, well, as you were touching on, we so often see between matchups like these, Amoonguss is a key Pokemon. The Ursaluna, you're probably not getting that to sleep, but the Porygon 2, going for the speed control, it's really vulnerable, and you're not redirecting any of those spores unless an Amoonguss terrestrializes, which in front of another Amoonguss, it rarely happens. Yes. If you want to be getting those spores off around the Amoonguss, Magic Bounce, as you said, is just so good. And it's also really interesting with Parting Shot as well, the way it sends it back to the Incineroar, but switches out the Hatterene.
Yes.
Another really interesting way of shutting down those generally Psy Spam Trick Room modes is if you can deal with that Indeedee with, say, a big hitter, even though your Incin might not be able to get the KO on that Hatterene, Parting Shot and just get it out of here, make sure there's no Trick Room this turn. Look, I'll be at -1, but you're not getting Trick Room up. And I'm going to be able to set myself up for the next turn and make sure that whatever you wanted to do from that turn 1, which is generally setting up that Trick Room, it's just not happening. And it's just about that positioning game. Hatterene brings a lot more offense to the team than Porygon 2 does.
For sure,
you were talking about that bulk. It's so good at it, but Hatterene wants to be hitting hard. It really just wants to be kind of sitting in Trick Room against other Trick Room teams. I think that's one of the big things that a lot of the Ursaluna teams have to struggle with, and why they've picked up that Rain Dance Tornado specifically against those Torkoal teams, against teams like that. You're a Trick Room team without the super, super slow mode, and you want to have something that can give you an advantage there.
Yeah, of course. Hatterene, it's interesting to see. Like I said, usually you're looking at it on these hard Trick Room teams, which typically tend to run Indeedee. One of Hatterene's strongest, most offensive options is that Expanding Force. Lucas doesn't really have any way to set that Psychic Terrain on his team, which means that Expanding Force isn't... I don't even believe it's a move that he's running. But
he is running that Expanding Force, so he can't take advantage of his own, but there's so much of it around. We saw players like Dimitri Koziaris yesterday using that to such great effect, where if you've got the Hatterene there and your opponent has Indeedee, generally against this sort of team, you want to be going your Psy Spam mode. You want that Indeedee setting up that terrain, and Hatterene's happy to take advantage of it.
Of course, yes. So that obviously makes a lot of sense, but not having access to it in this particular matchup means that Hatterene won't be able to be putting out as much damage as it would like. That being said, it is still a very hard hitter, so if you're Joji, you might want to be maybe a bit cautious about trying to stop that Trick Room from getting up. Otherwise, Hatterene might potentially run away with the game. That Ursaluna as well on both sides, threatening a lot of damage under that Trick Room. But it'll be interesting to see the speed tiers on each of those Ursalunas. So, some Ursalunas can be run with minimum speed to make sure that they are particularly slow in that Trick Room, so that they are moving first when that Trick Room is up. Joji's got the Tailwind on his side, and as we have seen on some of the Ursalunas that are run on these Tail Room teams, a lot of them run quite a lot of speed, so that once you get the Tailwind up, you are actually outspeeding a lot of things. You are able to pick up those big hits with that Facade, with that Earthquake, with that Headlong Rush. So that'll be interesting. That could actually end up being to Joji's detriment. If there is a Trick Room that gets up, it is possible that Lucas's Ursaluna is trained to be slower than Joji's quite fast Tailwind Ursaluna. It could be moving first, could be picking up a knockout on Joji's Ursaluna before it can even move.
Yeah, and that's where Pokemon like Incineroar come in so crucial. We saw it last season with the Killer Wattrel team. I was able to get a lot of experience with that. These mirrors so crucially come down to those speed ties, speed differences. You want to be moving first wherever you can, but if you're not moving first, you want to make sure that your Pokemon are surviving the hits to be able to hit back second. And Incineroar on a team like this is just so good at that. You're keeping that Ursaluna intimidated. If you can, you're trying to sneak in a knockoff to make sure that Flame Orb doesn't get to activate, but even getting knockoffs into things like the Porygon 2, getting rid of that Eviolite, making sure that it's not as bulky to just keep setting up Trick Room later, keep getting down those recovers. Consistent damage just draws out the game. And if you draw out the game for too long, generally that's when you start getting RNG come into the factor. Like, you're getting those secondary effects. Ice Beam, one of those moves that is just so consistently good as a move. And then on top of that, you sometimes forget about it. And then you see the opposing Pokemon freeze.
Yes.
It can't move anymore. And freeze is just one of those detrimental moves that, that once it happens, you don't know if you're going to thaw. You don't know what's going to happen. And you don't want the game to draw out. So we're going to get into this game here. We see there's that Incineroar, that Amoonguss, those two crucial pieces that we talked about before. But coming out from Lucas's side, we've actually got the Flutter Mane with the Incin.
Yeah. So both players leading Incineroar are potentially looking to try to put out that fake out pressure. Also, maybe trying to go for an early Intimidate there to try to reduce the damage of whatever their opponent might be leading. And then you've got Amoonguss versus Flutter Mane. Flutter Mane outputting a lot of damage, but Amoonguss with that spore pressure is just never something that you can just ignore. That's just always something that you really want to play around where possible, because as we've seen previously in this tournament, sleep can just be devastating to a team.
Yeah, and we saw that special attack booster on the Flutter Mane, but that's not really going to help into the Amoonguss here. There is no safety goggles on the Incineroar. There is the terrestrialization with the grass typing to block that Spore, but you've got to be really careful where you use your Terra in this set, because if you use it at the wrong spot, you often leave yourself very weak to the other Pokemon that you could find in the back. This Amoonguss also does carry that Sludge Bomb, and it's threatening such big damage with it into any grass types like this Incineroar has just become. So Incineroar, making sure, look, I'm going to be safe from the Spore. If you're going for something like fake out Spore into me so I don't necessarily get a Pivot Out or a Flare Blitz off, I'm going to make sure that I am staying away. The Flutter Mane, just wanting to stay safe and protect, doesn't want to go to sleep, doesn't really want to take something like a potential Flare Blitz either from Joji. But Lucas's Incineroar moving first here, no fake outs from either side, getting that U-turn off, pivoting out, resetting himself for the next turn, bringing out his own Amoonguss. There is no safety goggles on Joji's side either, but the Incin, they don't want to be on the field. Another U-turn, a critical hit on the Amoonguss, getting a little bit more damage down than it normally would at that -1 attack. But Incineroar pivoting out, we haven't seen what's in the back for Joji yet, but something like an Ursaluna coming in here. It's safe. There's no attacks coming its way. It could get that Flame Orb active, and there it is. Ursaluna hitting the field, ready to do some massive damage next turn as the Spore goes into that Protect from the Flutter Mane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see there Incineroar doing what it does best, repositioning. If you ask any top player, they will always tell you that Incineroar's strongest position is in the back, where it can potentially come in at a later point. You know, Lucas is now in a position where he could bring that Incineroar back in to take advantage of that Intimidate, drop the attack step of this Ursaluna, as you shouted out at the start of the game. That's really what they're going to be wanting their Incineroars for, because this Ursaluna is a massive, massive damage threat, and you really want to be mitigating that as much as possible. So both players now preserving their Incineroar, allowing them to come back in at a later point, get those Intimidates, get that fake out pressure. Both Amoonguss on the field, although Joji's looking pretty comfortable there. Ursaluna being burned means it's now immune to any other status such as sleep, and his own Amoonguss being a grass type as well means it's immune to Spore, which means Joji can't really get any Spores off here at all unless Joji switches. Incineroar coming back in, that is a terrestrialized grass Incineroar. As I mentioned, getting the Intimidate on that Ursaluna just to try to reduce its damage as much as possible.
Yeah, so Luke is actually going for the double switch here. An added benefit of that Incineroar terrestrializing it earlier means that it can safely switch into any ground type moves that this Ursaluna might be throwing out.
And there it
like
is.
that headlong rush into the Incineroar. Lucas foregoing that special attack boost on the Flutter Mane and looking very good for doing so. That Incineroar happily taking the ground move as the Sludge Bomb from Joji's side actually goes into his own Ursaluna. Looking like that's potentially a little bit of a mistake there, a little bit of a misclick. They do unfortunately sometimes happen, but seeing as though it was a Sludge Bomb coming out into either of these slots, really not what Joji wanted to happen there.
No, exactly. It'd be very interesting to know what's going through his mind right now, whether or not that was intentional or, as I imagine, potentially a misclick. A Sludge Bomb into either of these, especially the Terra Grass Incineroar, would have actually been a great hit. So a bit unfortunate for that misclick there. That being said, Joji's still not really in a bad position at all. That Amoonguss with the access to Rage Powder can just keep the Ursaluna or whatever is going to be in that slot safe from that Urshifu. Joji going for a switch here, getting that Ursaluna out, resetting its attack stat, bringing in the Urshifu. And there's Ice Spinner coming out from Lucas. Really not a move we see that often.
Yeah, no, that Choice Scarf, meaning you're not boosting your damage output. You really don't want to be running a move like Aqua Jet. You're moving first generally anyway with that Choice Scarf. But both trainers now revealing they did go Urshifu, Incineroar, Amoonguss. It's similar teams. We're going to see it happen, but we've actually seen no speed control come out from either trainer here. Neither trainer bringing their Porygon, their Porygon or Hatterene, no Trick Remote, and no Tornadus from Joji's end. So it's just that balancing act, making sure you get that board positioning. Both Incineroar now on the field, both Urshifu now on the field, but Lucas is locked into an Ice Spinner. You really don't want to be locked into that move when you're facing down an opposing Urshifu or an Incineroar. The Incineroar here on Lucas' side, it's Terra Grass. It's happy to be sitting in front of this Urshifu. It doesn't really want to take a close combat from that range, but any water type moves coming out, it's going to be pretty fine.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, like you called out, neither player really bringing their speed control, comfortable that each team can kind of operate under either mode. They think, you know what, this is just going to hold me back. I just want to bring the Pokemon that will be the most effective on the field at the time. We are seeing that switch into the Amoonguss. Surging Strike's coming out into that Terra Grass Incineroar, not doing a whole lot, even with that Life Orb boost. It looks like Incineroar is going to be able to hang on there with those resisted hits. We have seen as well that Lucas's Incineroar did move first, so it's looking like it might be faster. And there it is, second U-turn coming out, once again, repositioning, really trying to keep that Incineroar in the back and doing a little bit of chip damage to Joji's Incineroar on the other side of the field. Lucas then switching out into that Urshifu to bring it back in, reset the choice item. It can now go for a different move other than that Ice Spinner. Once again, U-turn into U-turn. Joji switching out his own Incineroar, keep it in the back, have it there, ready for the Intimidate. And it looks like Joji is going to be bringing out, once again, his own Ursaluna.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a fake out all game from either of these Incineroar, both just making sure they're pivoting out, especially when there's something like an Ursaluna lurking in the back on your opponent's side. You want to make sure that your Incineroar is sitting in the back, or at least been able to pivot so that you can get some Intimidates down on it later. You don't want Ursaluna hitting at full power at any point of the game, because no matter how bulky your Pokemon are, there's a good chance, even if it's a resisted hit, they're not surviving 2 Facades or 2 Headlock Rushes from this Ursaluna. But both players still with their Urshifu on the field now. But this Ursaluna, it's really under threat. There's no redirection on Joji's side right now, and that Ursaluna does not want to be taking something like a Surging Strikes or even a potential close combat as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it'd be really interesting to see how Joji is able to maneuver that Ursaluna. Not being able to protect in front of the Urshifu is pretty massive, but he does still have access to the Terrestrialization, which is going to come out here. That is going to be the Terra Ghost on the Ursaluna. That keeps it entirely safe from a close combat that would come out from Lucas' side, now being completely immune to that fighting type. Now also takes water type moves as a resisted hit, as a neutral hit rather than being super effective. Rage Powder coming out from the Amoonguss, clearly trying to keep his own Urshifu safe there. And Surging Strikes no longer being a super effective hit means it is no longer going to pick up the knockout that it otherwise would. Joji's Ursaluna still hanging on there, now going to be able to attack itself. Close combat coming out now into that Amoonguss, having been redirected by that Rage Powder. Amoonguss taking that one pretty comfortably there. And also Urshifu now taking that Rocky Helmet chip as well as the Life Orb chip. So it is chipping away at its own health. Facade coming out there, that is going to pick up that knockout, that massive Facade coming from that Ursaluna.
Oh, yeah. But interesting enough here, that is Rocky Helmet Amoonguss. And the damage this Ursaluna has been taking is stacking up, and that might be in range of the burn. So it actually goes down this turn. That Sludge Bomb from earlier, that unfortunate attack into the Ursaluna, really crucial here in the Ursaluna just isn't able to stick around. And while that big heavy hitter is gone off of Joji's side, there's still that Flutter Mane lurking in the back. It doesn't have access to its booster energy anymore. But the Ursaluna's used up the Terra. Yes. That Urshifu is really, really not happy about the Flutter Mane lurking back because unlike Lucas's, it's not that Choice Scarf variant. It's not going to be moving first. And the Flutter Mane doesn't even have to hit the field yet. That Incineroar is still around, and Joji sees that. And knowing that without that Ursaluna sticking around to deal more damage and take a few hits as well, he's just not going to be able to get through this game with a good outcome. But there's still a set to go. We've got game 2, potentially a game 3 as well, and it's going to be interesting to see how Joji adjusts here. Lucas was putting on a lot of pressure with his faster mode. Joji has access to that Tailwind, but he didn't bring it, and he didn't bring the Trick Room. And that Flutter Mane and Urshifu, along with the support of the Amoonguss and Incineroar, really put in work. It was really interesting seeing Lucas not opt into the Ursaluna here. Normally in these Ursaluna mirrors, that's your key piece. That's the Pokemon that you want to go, look, I want it moving first, I want it moving second, I want it getting KOs. That's going to be my big tool in this game. But Lucas finding another way around that and a really unique approach to the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I really wanted to shout out how well Lucas was able to position that game. I think that was probably the highlight of the game, was how each player was positioning, but especially Lucas, as you mentioned, keeping that Flutter Mane in the back. I think he realized that that was absolutely his win condition there. You know, be able to maneuver into a position where, for example, it's just the Incineroar and the Urshifu left. Joji didn't bring any speed control, which means Flutter Mane can just freely come in. It is going to be faster than that Urshifu. It is going to be dishing out that super effective damage into the Urshifu. So it'll be really interesting to see if Joji adjusts and brings any speed control this game. But it looks like it'll be once again the Incineroar and the Amoonguss from Joji's side, and a switch up from Lucas, bringing Incineroar and Urshifu rather than the Incineroar and the Flutter Mane from last game.
Yeah, we saw last game that booster energy get consumed really early. Lucas not getting greedy though and switching it out. This time wants to make sure that that is there and available to him potentially later in the game if he's still opted to bring that Flutter Mane. Instead, going with a bit more of a kind of a middle ground, a bit faster mode into his opposing, into the opposing side of Joji. That Urshifu really threatening this Incineroar with big surging strikes. And even the Amoonguss, a double up of Ice Spinner plus Flare Blitz isn't something that you really want to be taking. So potentially baiting out some Terrastalizations on the turn 1 as well. But this time, it's Lucas switching out turn 1 and getting that Ursaluna onto the field, really hoping there's no Spore, there's no knockoff going into it. It's not likely for a knockoff to be going into the Urshifu unless you're calling one of those Ursaluna switches. And a fake out into this Amoonguss is very likely just to make sure there's no Spore going down.
No, exactly. There's the Terra Grass coming out from the Incineroar there, presumably wanting to keep it safe from the surging strikes. However, Lucas just making a hard switch into that Ursaluna, a little bit risky in front of the Amoonguss. The burn from the Flame Orb won't go off until the end of the turn. However, Lucas covering that with a fake out into the Amoonguss, just making sure there will be no Spore coming out this turn. Each Ursaluna hitting the field, each Ursaluna getting that burn at the end of the turn. And I do just want to shout out there, we did see Joji's Ursaluna get burned first. It could possibly be a speed tie, but I do anticipate that Joji's Ursaluna will actually be faster here.
Yeah, so Lucas's team are really leaning more into that trickery mode. Does give a good reason as to why he might be trained a bit slower than Joji's, or even Joji's just trained to be very fast to take advantage of that tailwind option that the Tornadus gives him. But these are the big moments in these mirrors where you get to see whose Pokemon is faster. Is my Ursaluna getting hit first? Is yours? Is my Ursaluna going to live an attack? Is it going to be able to take an attack and hit back? Because if you both take something like maybe a Facade, then it could be doing enough damage, it might not. But if someone goes for something like a Headlong Rush, you really want to be moving second, because then even if normally it would be able to hold on after a hit like that, that -1 to defense is really crucial. But Joji making sure that, look, whether I move first, whether I move second, Incineroar is coming in next to my Ursaluna here. I will be getting an attack off this turn, as we also see the Terastalization to that Ghost type, making sure if it is a Facade, it is not connecting.
No, exactly. And also Joji bringing in that Incineroar, as we called out time and time again, getting that Intimidate off into the Ursaluna.
Ooh.
Joji's Ursaluna swinging with a Facade, not into the Terra Ghost, but rather into that Incineroar, picking up that one-hit knockout. Joji's Ursaluna having the advantage of not being at -1. There's the Facade coming out from Lucas's side, but unfortunately that is at -1 because Joji was able to position that Incineroar. And Joji's Ursaluna is still there, having taken that Facade, whereas Lucas's Incineroar was taken out.
Yeah, so a really interesting interaction there. And here as well, where we see that it's not the Fluttermane that Lucas has brought, but instead a different fairy type, that Hatterene finally hits the field. But we saw at the beginning of both Game 1 and Game 2, we saw Lucas's Incineroar move before Joji's.
Yes.
But here we actually see Joji's Ursaluna move before Lucas's, which is a really interesting speed interaction there, as it shows that while the Incineroar's kind of different speed, that is quite likely a very fast Ursaluna.
Yes.
But Hatterene hitting the field, very likely to be the slowest Pokemon here. Joji really taking command of this game by taking out that crucial piece, that big Incineroar. So there's no Intimidate coming from Lucas' side of the field to mitigate that Ursaluna, and Lucas wanting to make sure that he keeps that Ursaluna safe, getting it off the field, bringing this Urshifu, which is such a huge threat, and very likely not taking a Facade this turn, but it still doesn't want to take something like a Headlong Rush, which hits almost just as hard. Joji not falling for that Protect and just going straight into the Urshifu, leaving Lucas with barely any resources left.
Yeah, that was an incredible swing by Joji there. So Lucas making quite the passive play with the Hatterene, trying to keep it safe from a Facade or a Headlong Rush, but Joji not at all concerned by the Hatterene, thinking, I'm taking out your partner. Headlong Rush into that slot that the Urshifu came into, and it just took that hard hit and got picked up by that one-hit knockout. Ursaluna coming back in on Lucas' side. At this point, it is actually free from that Intimidate drop, but unfortunately, for Luke's side, it looks like Joji's Ursaluna is actually faster, which means that might not end up mattering. Joji's Ursaluna has already demonstrated just how hard it can hit. So it'll be interesting to see how Ursaluna is able to take any of that. Another Protect coming out from Hatterene. Lucas is able to get that double Protect, so that we'll keep it safe for another turn. Facade going out into that Hatterene, so fantastic double Protect from Lucas there. That would have been very helpful. Flare Blitz, it was a double up.
Double into it.
Double up into a double Protect. Very lucky from Lucas there to be able to get that one off. There's the Facade coming out from Lucas. Ursaluna is going to pick up the knockout on Joji's Ursaluna. Even though Joji's Ursaluna was able to do so much damage with Joji's side, it is finally taken out.
Yeah, so we saw the Hatterene getting that double protect. There's no Urshifu on the field, so that protect will actually do what you want it to do there. Amoonguss hitting the field here instead of maybe one of the other offensive Pokemon that we could see coming from Joji, possibly indicating that he's maybe brought that P2 in the back. But Ursaluna on this side, it doesn't want to take something like a knockoff, but it is threatening so much damage. There's no parting shot available this turn. Knockoff, not going into the Ursaluna though, instead going into the Hatterene, getting rid of that Citrus Berry, making sure it doesn't have that recovery next turn. But huge facade going into that Incineroar. Both of these Ursalunas taking out both the catch that give them so much trouble, but this Amoonguss still has the option of going for something like a super effective Sludge Bomb into this Hatterene, but it's not quite enough to pick it up.
Oh,
but
it is going to get the poison.
We've seen so many Sludge Bombs getting that poison all weekend, and Hatterene not going for an attack into the Amoonguss, instead just opting straight for that Trick Room.
Yeah, that poison could genuinely be a
it is
game-losing
enough
for Lucas. That is enough to knock out the Hatterene from that amount of health it had remaining. So it is going to be only Lucas Ursaluna against that Amoonguss and whatever it is that Joji has in the back. So we'll have to see what that is. Amoonguss is not really threatening the Ursaluna here. It is the Tornadus. Tailwind not really helping Joji in a Trick Room setting. So we're really just going to have to see if Tornadus using his Bleak Wind Storms is going to be enough to fight this Ursaluna. And to be honest, I'm not sure it is.
Yeah, so it's really interesting because you've got this Tornadus that it's going to be moving first. It's going to be hitting hard thanks to that sharp beak that it is carrying. But the Amoonguss is there. It means that you're not going to be getting a facade straight into that Tornadus. The Amoonguss is there to redirect, but going for the double protect, Joji, we saw it time and time again yesterday in our other matches, making sure that that burn chip stacks up as much as possible.
Yes.
You can't guarantee that your first hit will knock out, so you want to make sure that your second one definitely will. But Tornadus, it's very good at one thing, and it's clicking Bleak Wind. It's not necessarily very good at hitting them, so Joji really wants to hit them, but
wants to connect them. There's the facade. It doesn't pick up a knockout on the Amoonguss. That's actually huge for Joji's side. The fact that he's going to be able to get off a second Rage Powder might genuinely allow this Tornadus to stick around until the end of Trick Room. Bleak Wind Storm connects there, doing massive damage. Another Bleak Wind Storm connecting is actually likely going to be able to pick up the knockout on that Ursaluna.
Yeah, so Lucas really in trouble now, really needs to have a Bleak Wind Storm miss here, but he's not going to take that chance. The writing is on the wall. There is a very good chance that Joji just cleans this up as long as he connects his moves. But I just want to touch on some things in that game. That turn that Joji, his Ursaluna, got that headlong rush into the Urshifu on the switch in. We saw the Hatterene protect there. It's in front of the Ursaluna and the Incineroar, and we've already seen Lucas's Ursaluna moving after Joji's Pokemon, and Hatterene being as slow as it is, you'd imagine that it would probably be moving second as well. Yes. If there was something different there, if there was a protect from that Ursaluna and a Trick Room from the Hatterene, that turn and that end game play out so differently. Lucas still has tools left. He's still got the speed advantage now, and for when Trick Room goes down, that Urshifu can come in and clean some things up. But Joji really making the big calls there, sees that, look, the Ursaluna is intimidated. It wants to get its boost back. This Hatterene is under threat and probably doesn't want to set up the Trick Room right now. Makes that call and catches that Urshifu on the switch in. And that was absolutely huge for that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Lucas getting quite lucky with that double protect. That allowed him to get that Trick Room off with that Hatterene, which would have been lethal to Joji. Unfortunately for Lucas, the luck changed and went back in Joji's favor, getting that poison from the Sludge Bomb. I think if Hatterene was actually able to stick around without that poison and be on the field under that Trick Room, that game would have been entirely different. Hatterene would have been able to launch a massive Psychic type move into the Amoonguss, taking it out, meaning that Ursaluna was free to just hit that Tornadus as hard as it could without having to worry about Rage Powder. But here we are getting into game three rather. Joji leading out with the Amoonguss and Incineroar, once again sticking with old reliable, and Lucas going with the same leads as game two with the Incineroar and the Urshifu.
Yeah, so both players pretty happy with how their game two game plans were going, especially from the beginning. Maybe going, look, the middle ground is where I went wrong. I want some things to change in those later turns, but I'm happy with the start of my game. Both players at the very beginning of their game got their Ursaluna on the field, got the burn, but the big thing was that Joji got his Incineroar out at the same time, whereas Lucas didn't, and that was really detrimental to the game because the next turn, Lucas's Incineroar didn't get to pivot out. It didn't get to switch. It just went down to a huge facade. And that was such a big piece that was off the board way too early.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It just kind of allowed Joji's Ursaluna to run rampant without having to worry about those Intimidate drops. We are going to see the terrestrialization coming out here on Joji's side of the field. That Terra Grass on the Incineroar, as he loves doing, in front of that Urshifu, really just keeping it safe from those surging strikes, not want to take any chances. As we've called out time and time again, this Incineroar is just so important to each player's game plan. Fake out there from the Amoonguss from the Incineroar, going to prevent the Amoonguss from getting any spores off. Urshifu going for that U-turn, getting that repositioning. That is a super effective hit into the now grass type Incineroar, but that Urshifu not doing a heap of damage because of the Incineroar's Intimidate.
Yeah, so Incineroar went for that terrestrialization, not wanting to take surging strikes, but instead putting itself in the firing line of a super effective move, not doing as much as maybe a super effective surging strikes would have done, especially with that Intimidate there, but still doing a good chunk of damage. But instead of pivoting into an Ursaluna maybe to get that Flame Orb activated, we actually see Lucas go into his Hatterene, instead opting to go for that speed control option, whereas Joji, for the third time in a row, turn one, that Ursaluna has hit the field. It is burned, it is angry, and it is wanting to do some massive damage. And we've already seen it move before the Incineroar on Lucas's side. Incineroar's on the field. There's no parting shot available. This Ursaluna is hitting at full power, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Joji really just recognizing that Ursaluna is very much the powerhouse of his team. You know, threatening that much damage, especially when Incineroar, like you said, is already on the board. There's no threat of that Intimidate, which means Ursaluna can just launch out a massive facade, a massive headlong rush. It picked up 2 one-hit knockouts last game. So Lucas cannot feel safe in front of that bear. He's got to make some, pretty clever reads to keep something safe. He is going to switch out that Incineroar to get it away from that Ursaluna, clearly recognizing he needs to preserve it in this game. Bringing in his own Ursaluna there, a little bit risky.
Ooh.
There's the facade from Joji's side, and is going to pick up the one-hit knockout on that Ursaluna. That is massive. Lucas's Ursaluna going down. If Lucas is looking to get a Trick Room up here, unfortunately, he's not really going to have the Ursaluna to take advantage of it as he would otherwise like. There's the Sludge Bomb coming out from the Amoonguss once again. Fortunately for Lucas's side, that is not going to be a poison that time. And Hatterene is going to get off that Expanding Force, not looking to set Trick Room, just looking to get out as much damage as possible. And it is not going to pick up a knockout on that Amoonguss, even though it is a super effective hit.
Yeah, without that Psychic Terrain, Expanding Force just not hitting as hard as you want in this situation. Lucas must be thinking, oh, man, I wish I had Psychic instead. But no, that Ursaluna going down on Lucas's side. We've seen both game 1 and 2. Ursaluna on both sides of the battlefield was so crucial. That's where all your damage is coming from. We saw the Tornadoes come in at the end, doing a bit of damage, but it's not where it was, it's not what you wanted. The Urshifu on Lucas's side, it can do a lot of damage, but we saw how little it did when the Ursaluna terrestrialized, let alone when Amoonguss goes, look, I don't want you hitting my friend here. You're coming at me instead. Yes. Urshifu definitely doesn't like that, but Joji has a really clear line to victory here. That Ursaluna being down is so hard for Lucas. But if anything can pull it back, he's got Incineroar and he's got Urshifu, 2 of the best Pokemon in the game. And Lucas is going to give his absolute all to bring this back now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if that Hatterene gets that Trick Room off, it itself will likely be moving first. He would need to be wary of the Ursaluna, but we do know that Lucas's Incineroar is actually slower than Joji's Ursaluna. So that is potentially that speed control option, or maybe it just wants to keep launching out those Expanding Forces to try to take out that Amoonguss, to try to get as much damage on this Ursaluna as possible. Lucas also has that Urshifu in the back, so you might potentially look to preserve that for an end game where it is the fastest thing on the field and can pick up some damage. Terrestrialization now coming out from Lucas' side. Looks like both players have opted to go for the Terra Grass on their Incineroar, except on Lucas' side, it's less about trying to resist those Surging Strikes, more about trying to resist those ground type moves. However, that's just a facade coming out from the Ursaluna. Joji's Ursaluna picking up yet another KO.
Yeah, Joji recognizing that, look, if there is any way out of this for Lucas, it's setting up that Trick Room, denying that speed control as Flare Blitz coming out from Lucas' side, going into that now weaker Incineroar on that grass typing. Doesn't want to take a Flare Blitz. It goes down, but there's no Ursaluna that Incineroar needs to intimidate anymore. You can intimidate the Urshifu. That's not really going to be helping you much. You can intimidate the Incineroar, but this Ursaluna on Joji's side just has so many options now. And that Amoonguss, back to almost full health, is ready to protect it. This Urshifu, it's got the Choice Scarf item, it's very, very likely to be moving first.
Yes.
And the Ursaluna, while it does have an Intimidate on it, those facades are still hitting so hard. We saw it easily more than enough to finish off that Hatterene there. And yeah, like this Amoonguss is just so perfectly positioned to help that Ursaluna.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Lucas Urshifu will be in a really good spot here were it not for that Amoonguss moving first, as you said, with that choice scarf. Joji no longer having access to that terrestrialization means that he could just launch some massive surging strikes into this Ursaluna. But there is the Rage Powder. Is going to keep that Ursaluna completely safe to just move with impunity outside of the Urshifu here, which is going to launch that surging strikes, doing precious little to the Amoonguss. That resisted hit. This is what Amoonguss does best, is redirecting surging strikes. And then I believe we're going to see Joji's Ursaluna move first before Lucas Incineroar as well. So it's going to be able to get a massive hit off before before the Incineroar even moves. There is a facade. It is going to pick up the knockout. Even with that -1 attack, Incineroar does not quite have the defenses to be able to eat one of those facades.
Yeah, Joji's Ursaluna, we saw both putting in so much work previously in this set. But this game, Joji's just gone ahead, charged ahead.
Yeah.
His Ursaluna is like, look, I only got 2 KOs last game. I kind of want to get every single one now. And Lucas, not letting that last KO go down, but sees the writing on the wall. That Amoonguss and that Ursaluna at the end of that game is just so hard to break. It really comes to show how important, especially in a mirror like this, but just in games in general, you want your Ursaluna safely hitting the field as early as you can, getting that Flame Orb active. Even if you have to get it out of there later, you've got it active. It's got that guts boost. It's going to be hitting so hard with those facades. But we saw there where Lucas went instead for that Hatterene switch, and it really came back to bite him, especially when later on he was then forced to switch in the Ursaluna and it hit a facade, and it didn't like that at all.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So Lucas bringing Hatterene there, I think might not really have worked out that well for him. Maybe looking to get that speed control, which ended up not being necessary. And in fact, towards the end of the game, he actually didn't want to trip him up because he had that Scarf Urshifu. What I really like about this 3-game set is it really showcases positioning. So in games 1 and 3, both players, each one who won pretty handily. And neither of them brought any speed control to either of those games. We didn't see the Tornadus from Joji in game 1 or game 3. We did see the Hatterene from Lucas's side on game 3, but he didn't use it to get that Trick Room up. Each game, it really just came down to which player was able to position better. Neither one of them, relying on that speed control as a crutch to win, but instead just thinking, how can I be at the end game in a position where I'm just able to hit first and hit hard? And I think each player demonstrated that to great effect. Lucas did a fantastic job of that with that Fluttermane in that game 1, but then Joji being able to preserve all the pieces he needed, really recognizing that the Ursaluna was the threat that he needed to preserve, was able to keep that Amoonguss around so that it could come in when it was just down to the Urshifu and the Incineroar, and be able to get those Rage Powders off to just allow Ursaluna just to continue to attack with impunity and just swing with those massive facades. Even with that Intimidate drop, still more than enough to pick out the Incineroar there.
Yeah, we saw game 1. Lucas took a very definitive lead and used that fast mode of Urshifu and Fluttermane really well to just pressure in the back. He didn't even bring the Ursaluna. But then game 2 and 3, he switched up game 2, brought that Ursaluna, brought that Hatterene, and it didn't really work for him. But rather than adjusting back to what did, he stuck with it, and it just wasn't enough. Joji's kind of mid-speed tier mode was enough to handle what he was throwing out, because that Hatterene, it doesn't like being in front of the Amoonguss because of the sludge bombs. Yes. It doesn't like being in front of Ursaluna because, well, nothing like standing in front of a truck. It's the same principle. And Ursaluna was just threatening so much damage in that last game, and nothing was really able to hit it around the Amoonguss. We saw the Hatterene try to deal with the Amoonguss. It just didn't do enough damage. So it would have been really interesting to maybe see Lucas switch back to that fast mode and try to put on a bit more of that first moving pressure. But that's all right. He's still able to try and move forward. He was at that X1 record. He's only at X2 now. If he wins his last round, he could still get through to top cut. We might even be able to see a rematch between the two of them. But that is Joji Kaida locking up his top cut spot.
Yeah.
Now, next round, he will likely be playing for a bye in that top cut. But either way, you'll very likely be seeing him again. So big congratulations to Joji there. Best of luck to Lucas for his last round. But for now, we'll be cutting to a short break, and we'll be seeing you again soon for our final Swiss round.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with the final round of Swiss for the Phase 2 of Sydney Regional Championships. My name is Paul. I'm here with Henry. Henry, how are we feeling going into this final round?
Oh, absolutely amazing. We've got some absolutely cracker teams here. I think probably the most fun teams that we've seen all weekend. One that I was really looking forward to seeing if it performed well at the regional, and one that I don't think really anyone saw coming.
Yeah, we've got two teams that have been fairly out of left field. A lot of the stuff that we have been able to showcase has been just that a lot of people have seen from time to time. Your fairly common stuff like, your Incineroars that are in a lot, your Rillabooms, a lot of your Ogreponts and stuff. But these are a bit different. I think when I was going through both of these teams, I think between the 12 Pokemon we have to showcase, I believe about 7 or 8 of them are fresh to stream.
Yeah, we haven't seen them all weekend. The match that we've got coming up is between Jin Fang Sao and Din Tong Nguyen. It's going to be one heck of a match, that's for sure. Some unique Pokemon, some really hyper-offensive teams, and a team that a lot of people would describe as kind of a brick wall, both literally and metaphorically. It's going to be such a cool matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I will run through and I'll take it away and I'll go through the team that I've heard the most about. When it comes up, you're going to see 3 of a very similar line of Pokemon that will appear in the form of the Regis. They're a Regi trio, but not your traditional Regi trio. So the Regis that we have on this team are the Regice, the Registeel, and the Regidrago. Regidrago known for that big dragon. Remember your water spouts and your eruptions. Think of that, but in regards to your dragon typing. Backed up not by a weather, but by its ability dragons more, giving it that little bit of extra push. The Regice there, that absolutely colossal special defense stat, backed up even further just by the assault vest that it does have. It's an absolute wall on one side, and your wall on the other side is that Registeel. As I mentioned in caster predictions yesterday, it's one of the picks that I've got up there. It's that Iron Defense Body Press, that absolute physical wall it's got there. Backed with some tail room support in the form of Tornadus and Cresselia. And of course, the support and offense that Half-Flame Ogerpon provides. But I will tag in and let you jump in for Jingfeng Soul's side.
Yeah, absolutely. One of those teams that I think it floated around a little bit leading up to this regional, but not a lot of players stuck with it. It does have one of those Pokemon that is infamous for missing more than Tornadus, because just about every move that it runs misses. That Choice Specs Chi-Yu, this is such a hyper-offensive team. That Tornadus giving you that fast speed control, making sure you're moving first. Fast Pokemon like Fluttermane, Landorus, Chi-Yu, they're just coming out and hitting so hard. And for the first time, I believe, this weekend, we get to feature Urshifu Dark and Landorus Therian. Landorus Therian carrying that Choice Band, boosting its damage. Urshifu Dark running that Focus Sash that not a lot of Urshifu run nowadays, but still boosting up its damage with that big Terra Dark, making sure those wicked blows are hitting so hard. And yeah, like the speed control on this team. And another Pokemon that we haven't gotten to feature yet is that Glamora. Glamora hitting so hard already with those big Power Herb, Meteor Beams, boosting its special attack, getting down massive special damage. But next to a Chi-Yu as well, even resisted Pokemon don't like taking those hits. It's almost like going up against a special Ursaluna.
Yeah, and we already have a special Ursaluna that exists, but Glamora putting its foot in the door, saying, "Hey, I was here first in Paldea. It's my time to run at it." But Glamora also has a neat defensive utility as well in the form of its ability, Toxic Debris, allowing it to set up toxic spikes. So you can get up to 2 layers of toxic spikes out. Doesn't really affect too much of Ding Nguyen's side, having 3 Pokemon naturally immune to the grounded effect. 2 of them, one of them levitating, one of them being a flying type, and the other being a steel type, which is immune to the poison status condition.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting seeing how these two teams kind of combat each other. You've got on Jinfang's team, it's such a hyper-offensive mode. You've got ways of boosting really just about every single Pokemon. Like, I believe even the Tornadus, it's carrying that Sharp Beak item. Every Pokemon can boost its damage output in some form. Whereas on Din's side, like we said, it's a wall. You've got Regice, which on top of already having the highest special defense in the game, it's also carrying that Assault Vest. We've actually got a physical way to boost its defenses as well. In this, Tornadus is carrying Snowscape. I don't think anyone can really say the last time they saw a Snowscape Tornadus without having played one of these trainers running this team at this event. And then on the defensive side, you've got that Urshifu there, which is hitting hard with Wicked Blows and close combats, and also this Choice Band Landers. But there's a Terra-flying Iron Defense Body Press Registeel on the other side. And on top of all that, something that we don't see too often anymore, but it's been picking up a little bit, Cresselia with that Lunar Blessing. So not only do you have to get through these absolute monstrously defensive Pokemon, you've also got to get through them a bit more than you usually would, as they just heal up, heal statuses, any burns that go onto them, any paralysis, anything like that. It's just going to go away when the Cresselia goes for those Lunar Blessings.
Yeah, the very nasty thing will be it'll be able to heal the poison from those said toxic spikes if they do get set up as well from the Glamora there. But it looks like we're going to get straight into some action here now with a Glamora and a Tornadus lead. And on the other end, we've got a Cresselia and a Half-Flame Ogerpon. So from potentially having a look at a Trick Room angle here with the classic case of Follow Me Trick Room, normally seen by Indeedee plus Friend That Sex Trick Room, but Indeedee isn't here, it's Cresselia and Ogerpon, so we're going to see how that interacted with Din's side of things.
It sure will. There's that Ogerpon moving first thanks to that Follow Me, making sure anything that doesn't hit for spread damage like this Tornadus, just barely missing the KO with that Bleak Wind. Jin would be very happy to be seeing that, because otherwise this Meteor Beam would have redirected straight into that Cresselia. But the Glamora getting that special attack boost, fully charged thanks to that Power Herb, a huge Meteor Beam, very overkill in this situation, getting the knockout on that Ogerpon Half-Flame as Cresselia getting to move very safely, only having taken that Bleak Wind, sets up the Trick Room. So losing a big supportive Pokemon, a big redirector, and a big damage dealer in that Ogerpon off the get-go, but Regidrago hitting the field, Glamora and Tornadus not really wanting to take those big Dragon Energies that could be coming out.
Yeah, they absolutely look like they're going to come out here. I don't believe there is an option for a Fairy Terrestrialization. Please correct me if I'm incorrect, but that will allow either the Glamora or the Tornadus to be immune to said Dragon Energy, even something like a Steel Terrestrialization to help potentially take the hit better. But if it's at full HP with that Dragon Fang and that Dragon Spore, it all just adds up all the multipliers there. But we see a Tornadus protect here, and we see Regice hit the field in the Trick Room as well. And there is just a double protect, just to stall a turn of Trick Room. Take a hit from that Dragon Energy, see that come out there as well. So good defensive play to slow things down in the Trick Room.
Yeah, a second Reggie has hit the field. It's so cool to see these Pokemon. We don't see Regice. I don't think I've ever even seen Regice on stream, let alone on stream this weekend. But a perfect switch in there just to make sure, look, even if there are some defensive switches into these Dragon moves, which Fluttermane is lurking in the back, you're not necessarily going to take the most damage from some of these, maybe Ice moves coming out from the Regice, but damage is damage. It stacks up, and you want to take advantage of these Trick Room turns as much as you can. Urshifu instead the choice of switch for that Glamora, taking a massive Ice Beam from this Regice. Not known for how hard it hits usually, but Reggie Drago sure is, and that is a massive double KO. Getting a critical hit there. Not quite sure if that was crucial in picking up the knockout, but that's a big double knockout from these two Reggies.
I can tell you what was absolutely crucial. The Glamora boosted with the Power Herb Meteor Beam, being forced to switch out into Urshifu. Urshifu being Focus Sash, so Ice Beam picking the right target to take away said Focus Sash, but allow that to have the knockout being taken out. And in the back, you see the Chi-Yu, and the Chi-Yu comes in with Beads of Ruin. And I can tell you, Reggie Drago is pretty happy to see that.
It sure is. Look, if Reggie Drago was hitting hard before, it's hitting even harder right now. Not necessarily into the Chi-Yu, but that Glamora is facing down an absolute cannon. Neither of these Pokemon want to take a Dragon Energy. There is no Flutter Mane. We didn't see any Fairy types or Fairy type Terrasalizations come to this game, and that Chi-Yu, it can't Protect. It's got that Choice Specs item, meaning that you really don't want to be running Protect unless you want to click it again the turn after. The Regice hitting into that Glamora, not finding its mark thanks to that spiky shield, but this Dragon Energy once again coming down. Another critical hit, but Reggie Drago. Normally we see it on the Tailwind teams. We've seen it popularized over in the US, going really well with those Tornadus teams, those Goldango moving first. This Drago is moving first as well, but just on the other end of the spectrum in Trick Room, it is hitting so hard. And a second spiky shield. We saw it last set. It was in a really good position, but this Glamora is up against such a monster in these two Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can see that just looking to try and steal it as much of that Trick Room as possible to see if there's anything to claw back there. But I'm going to tell you, without too many boosts there, well, that is the last turn of Trick Room, so it was successfully stored out. But Glamora, I think it might only be a matter of time before things do take a turn for the worse. It's going for the Meteor Beam, but it's got to take that turn to charge because it did use the Power Herb during turn one and it was forced out. So it's going to look like it'd be curtains, and we're just going to see just the absolute sheer power of a single target Dragon Energy there from Reggie Drago to clutch up that game one for Din.
Yeah, Reggie Drago taking KO after KO after KO after KO. Like we were talking last set about Joji's Ursaluna taking KOs. Reggie Drago's like, look, I want to hold the record here. I'm going to be taking all these KOs. It's going to be really interesting to see how Jin kind of handles this situation. He didn't lead some of maybe the biggest spread damage that his team has access to, and that really let the Ogerpon sacrifice itself to those big hits, allowing its friend to get up a big Trick Room. And as soon as Reggie Drago hit the field, that pressure was absolutely insane. There was no switch into a Dragon Energy, and even if there was the potential of something on the field surviving, those critical hits were just blasting through. It'll be really interesting to see maybe something like that Chi-Yu starting at the beginning of the game. It's got access to that Snarl, and it is hitting so hard on the dark side of things. With Cresselia there, it doesn't really want to Terrasalize unless that's going to guarantee it Trick Room, but getting the special attack drops and not just being like, okay, look, you're going to get Trick Room up and you're going to get a free switch. You don't want to give them that free switch. You want to have control of the game. And here's that big spread damage pressure that we were talking about. The Chi-Yu and the Flutter Mane, it doesn't get much more spread damage than those two combined.
Yeah, we've seen this combination in the past quite a lot. We're getting the chance to showcase it again. We're going to see the boost to energy come out here from the Flutter Mane, going to boost its speed. So Flutter Mane is very likely going to be the Pokemon that's going to be having the first say on what move gets called out here, followed by Specs Chi-Yu. Now, I don't know how many people have done Choice Specs Chi-Yu damage numbers or just had a look at how powerful that Pokemon hits in terms of its fire moves, its dark moves, but it's quite nasty. But it's looking like from Din's side, there may potentially be the same case of, if I'm able to get up and utilize the Trick Room turns as best as possible, I'm probably going to find myself in an advantageous position to run through this game again. But we are seeing a very early Terrasalization come out here from the Flutter Mane, the Fairy Terrasalization, looking for potentially a big Dazzling Gleam here, Henry.
Yeah, and an answering Terrasalization from Din's side. While that Cresselia doesn't really want to be in front of these Dark and Ghost type Pokemon, Ogerpon Hearthflame absolutely loves it and is prepared to do just as much damage back to you as you are willing to deal to it. Ogerpon getting that attack boost. Cresselia going for a move we really don't see on it often, going for that protect, making sure it is safe this turn. A big Dazzling Gleam coming out from this Fluttermane with that Terra Fairy and the Beads of Ruin boost. It is going to be doing a lot of damage, even through the resist to this Ogerpon. Oh, well, maybe not. That Ogerpon absolutely chewing that hit, moving before the opposing Shiyu, so nothing like a potential Dark Pulse coming out onto the Ogerpon, but the Fluttermane goes down, and that was the Fairy type that we talked about. It was missing in game 1. It came for game 2, but it's gone turn 1. That Regidrago is very likely still lurking in the back, and the biggest answer to it is off the field, off the get-go.
Yeah, we do see the Chiyu, and, there's a Heat Wave miss there. Very rough for the Chiyu. They're looking to try and get as much damage as possible on the Half-Flame Ogerpon. Potentially looking here now, depending on what is in the back for Din here, there may be an angle to have a look at with the Fairy type going. If there's a Regidrago in the back, it could be a case of the same as what we saw in game 1, that Follow Me Trick Room, and then running through to really run and taking it away. But we're going to see how Jingfen is able to find an answer to said problem that was matched in game 1.
Yeah, it's really interesting here. Jin has to find a way to break through this kind of really odd Trick Room mode that Din's got going on here. Sunny Day is definitely one of those ways that you could boost your damage output, but you're also boosting the Ogerpon there. Ogerpon not going for the Chiyu, that resisted hit, might not get the KO, making sure, look, I want to get a knockout on something this turn. Doesn't need to follow me. Gets that easy KO on the Tornadus, especially with that Sun boost. Chiyu going for a huge hit, nearly taking out the Ogerpon and burning the Cresselia, but crucially, the Cresselia did not go down. It got the Trick Room up, and like we said in team preview, it has access to that Lunar Blessing. Even with the Ogerpon as low as it is now, even with the Cresselia very chipped and burned, that burn's very likely to be gone next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see the Urshifu come out here now. So there's options here for the Cresselia. We did see it's got the access, I believe it was to that Moonblast. So that does hit the Urshifu quite hard. We do see a Protect, generally a pretty interesting play in front of something like said Urshifu. But the Urshifu has opted to go for a Detect to try and have itself hang around on the field. But we do see the Ogerpon going for the Follow Me, looking to happily sacrifice its position on the board while Trick Room's up to attempt to get one of those sweepers like the Regidrago in as safely as possible. But we see another Heat Wave miss here on the Ogerpon, Henry.
Yeah, so Chiyu, it missed its first one. It got the burn on the second one to make up for it. You've got to hope that it's going to do something to make up for that miss as well. But honestly, that miss is probably in the favor of Jin here. You really don't want that Ogerpon going down and just giving a free switch straight to the Regidrago. You have Sucker Punch pressure now, but that's just not going to be enough against what you have to assume is a more bulky variant of Regidrago, considering it is on this Trick Room team. And Cresselia, not likely to be hit by any Sucker Punches coming its way because Lunar Blessing is just such a good move.
I called it out just exactly as it happened there. It was going for the Sucker Punch into the Cresselia, probably seeing there is a potential line of a double in there and looking at taking out the Cresselia. But unfortunately not the case there with that one. The Heat Wave is coming out there, and there is a double knockout. With that Sucker Punch actually there, knowing the speed interaction does make a lot more sense because it allows Urshifu to keep that Focus Sash intact. So while it's still at full HP, it can take one hit guaranteed.
Yeah, you'd expect that two Regis are in the back, but it doesn't look like it's the two Regis that we've seen so far. Reg Ice, as much work as it put in, that work was mostly breaking the Focus Sash on that Urshifu last game. Instead, the Registeel hits the field. Definitely a nicer Pokemon to have in front of the Urshifu, but not necessarily the Chiyu here. But this Regidrago is ready to do some damage. Even if that critical hit from last game did actually matter when it came to KOing that Chiyu, something like a Draco Meteor will just hit that little bit harder. And it'd be hard to imagine Chiyu being bulky enough to take that hit. It couldn't even take a body press. My God.
I was going to say
that did so much damage.
We absolutely can't ignore the Registeel side of things. The GU, not known for its primarily big defense side of things, Registeel have a naturally high defensive stat. Body press taking into account the defense for its damage just goes to show that not only is it able to deliver knockouts, it's able to take the super effective hits as well from a Titan such as Urshifu. They're just big, hard hitters, and being able to take that just allows for greatness. And now that there is a Sash there, down to there now, last couple of turns, Urshifu is generally not a Pokemon that runs a move that'll hit both of the opponents, and both the Regidrago and the Registeel do have moves that are very likely to always hit with those 100% accurate moves. The Dragon Energy on one side, the Body Press on the other side. So there may be a case of Din having secured the win condition here, knowing that everything else has been taken out. The Ogerpon being able to put in that pressure early, with being able to clutch out the late game there. But we are going to see the close combat take one last knockout on the way out. And it looks like we're going to see Regidrago clutch things up.
Yeah, Urshifu can only take out one Pokemon here. That close combat in the beginning wasn't enough, but the second one is definitely enough to get the KO on that Registeel. But it's fellow Reggie backing it up, saying, I will avenge you. You take a knockout on my friend, I will take a knockout on you. And that Dragon Energy, just making sure it got one more big KO. And that brings the set to Din. That was so interesting. Like, we talked about, what do we think is going to happen here? One team is so hyper offensive, one team is so defensive. But as soon as that Trick Room went up, Din's team went on the massive offense. That combination of Regidrago plus just anything beside it to make sure, look, if there's something with a Focus Sash, if there's something that'll even think of taking any of my hits, I want to make sure it goes down. And Regice was perfect for that in game one. Registeel was perfect for that in game two. And a really impressively played set from a really unusual team, but it's going to be moving on to Top Cut here, and that's going to be really exciting to see. We might be able to crown triple Reggies as our champion for this tournament.
And it would be absolutely wild because it's not a team that a lot of people had eye on. Maybe in practice you might have ran into some of the group of people that have come together to bring this team together during practice games. You might have gone into it and you might have looked at it just on paper and just go, oh, this team's a bit silly. It's probably not going to come to a big event like a regional. And we see it here running through and getting a top cut position there. And with a lot of really good, solid options as well. Because we had the Cresselia with the Trick Room option, which favored nicely into this matchup, which is another very, very aggressive and hyper-offensive team with the Tailwind support. But you're not as fast as them. So Trick Room kind of switches the speed around into your favor. And into some more of those slower teams, you do have the option with your own Tornadoes to have, set Tailwind support just to give you a little bit of extra, because we're seeing that the Regidrago has function in Tailwind and it can function in Trick Room. And from the 6 that is on Din's side, it looks like it's one that has been calculated to the point where it's able to function in both. And those are little tools that you like to see from trainers that are coming to these events, showcasing to the highest level possible.
Yeah, and we saw the adjustment was made game 2 from Jin's side of the field. He made that change to the Fluttermane, to the Chiyu, really trying to just make sure that, look, even if the Ogerpon is there, I'm going to try my best to deal with this Cresselia. But that move, Protect, we see it so often. It's so good on almost every Pokemon, but you almost never see it on your bulky Trick Room setters. But Cresselia carrying that there, Choice Specs Chiyu has to lock into something. It gives you that opportunity to take advantage of your opponent's kind of restrictions. Choice items are so good, make your Pokemon so powerful, but they do put that restriction on. If you can get something like a Protect off, or maybe switch around for that one turn, you see what they lock into and you move forward with your game plan from there. And that's exactly what we saw from this Cresselia. It got that Protect, Ogerpon KO'd the Fluttermane. As soon as that Fluttermane went down, that Regidrago was just so threatening. It was so close for Jin here. Unfortunately, just falling short at the end of the race. But a big congratulations to Din for making it through to Top Cup with such a cool team. Hopefully we get to feature it again, because I would absolutely love to see that again. And it's just so interesting, and to see how that handles maybe some of the more common archetypes that we see, like that Raging Bolt balance, those big Ursaluna teams, because like the Registeel, surely it's got to be coming into play there. But it was so cool to see that. And again, a big congratulations to Din. And we will be back in a little while with our Top Cut matches.
Oh, I don't know about you, Mike, but I was feeling really good about Squawk and Billy going in to claim that win there on the Be Right Back screen.
I don't know. My money was on that Monkey Dory. I think it was definitely going to get that Razor Claw.
But we're back here now. We got a little bit of time before we get into our ASIM top cut, but we're going to run through. We've just had a really big game with 2 caster predictions from Mark and myself in that last game. So we're going to gun through and run over once again, just during the phase 2, while we wait, just over the caster predictions that we have over this weekend. Mark, you went over yours a little bit yesterday, but you can go into Chi-Yu a little more now that it's just been showcased alongside everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. Chi-Yu I didn't get to talk about yesterday, but this is probably my favorite Pokemon on this list, especially to use in Regulation F, and especially to use it in the same way that it was just used in that set, with that choice specs, with that maximum damage, modest ability, just to boost its special attack as much as possible and just swing with those massive heat waves, those massive overheats, those massive dark pulses. Unfortunately, it didn't quite pay off, very annoyingly, into your caster pick, but otherwise, it was just a great game to watch. I was on the edge of my seat that entire time, watching 3 Reggie Pokemon be able to just clutch it up against one of the most oppressive hyper offense teams in the current meta was incredible to see. I'm so glad that we got to showcase that one.
It was an absolutely brilliant set, showing off something so unique such as triple Reggies. Not the traditional triple Reggies, Regidrago just being able to fill out that role of a Reggie just being able to do big explosive damage, especially under the Trick Room condition against those much faster, much more aggressive teams that have built not necessarily for taking hits, but for dealing damage. Where when the shoe's on the other foot and you've got like a Regidrago staring you down going, oh, this thing's faster, and he hits very hard, and we're not looking good.
No, we could definitely see how much that Dragon Energy was doing coming out from that Regidrago. That is one that I love almost as much as I love Chi-Yu. Just those big special attacking spread damage that really just kind of allows you to pick up those massive, massive swings. We saw there Regidrago in the first game at 4 knockouts, I believe.
Yeah,
which was just it's so good to watch. This is how I like to see VGC be played. So that was just awesome. Reggie Ice as well. It's not one we see often at all, but those ice beams under that Trick Room doing a lot of damage. Regice, I believe, has 200 base special defense, which is just a ridiculous amount. We talked earlier about Fluttermane having a high special defense at 135. 200 is next level. Slap an Assault Vest on top of that, and even something like that Choice Specs Chi-Yu might have a hard time smashing through that. Then we've got the Registeel as well. Registeel with that massive, massive defense stat, which I also believe is 200.
150.
150, so a measly 150. Not nearly the same. But with that body press using the defense stat rather than the attack stat to do that physical damage, hitting that Chi-Yu for super effective. And, that Chi-Yu was in a really good spot there to be able to swing with a Heat Wave, I believe it was locked into Heat Wave, but swing with a Heat Wave into that Registeel and just pick up that one-hit knockout because that is a super effective hit and that is a choice spec Chi-Yu. But no, Registeel moving first because Cresselia was able to get that Trick Room up. Big body press, one-hit knockout on that Chi-Yu, and there go my hopes and dreams for my streamer picks for this week.
So I've been a little more fortunate with my personal streamer picks. We've seen 2 of them, we've seen one of them on stream, very likely to potentially go through in that Roaring Moon. We have one that's guaranteed gone through in the form of Registeel, and I'm getting a little bit of an inkling that one more of my caster predicts has managed to disguise their way into that ASIM top cut as well. Not gonna spoil who that is, but if you've got your noggin working, you probably have an inkling on what that one is there. So if that does end up showcasing, it's going to be an absolute treat. But however, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But
you've still done very well for yourself. Registeel, which we saw guaranteed in Top Cut, Roaring Moon, which we saw twice on stream, and then a couple of others which might be possible. My lads, my picks have unfortunately very much been underperforming this weekend. I think we only saw one Chi-Yu on stream across the entire weekend. It very much has been the day of balance and the day of tail room. Henry as well, with his caster picks having come in with that Ursaluna and that Porygon too. He was right on the money. I cannot count how many Ursaluna, how many Porygon 2 we saw over this weekend. Not a lot of weather. We've seen a lot of Tornadus, which might have weather on them, but I don't believe we've seen any Torkoal. I don't believe we've seen any Pelipper either. That Zapdos as well, probably my favorite of all of Henry's picks, the coolest Pokemon there, maybe on the entire list. Unfortunately, hasn't seen much play. It is coming in off a championship in Auckland, but Yoav, our Auckland champion, choosing to mix it up for Brisbane and obviously making the right call. He's been smashing it all weekend with his Raging Bolt balance team.
Yeah, you're putting that Pokemon on the map after New Zealand going, you know what, it might be a wise idea to maybe take it off the cards going into Sydney, because it's 2 weeks out. A lot of trainers preparing for this tournament to go, all right, what's done well recently? What's done well in Auckland, which is just a hop, skip, and a jump away from Sydney. And they've gone, Grassy Sea Galarian Zapdos has gone through and won it. We're going to have to put ways to deal with it onto the team.
Yeah.
So Yoav making that pivot off it, while still being able to put off a very strong result. I do believe he clinched his way into the ace symmetrical top cut after the round 1 stream game.
Yes, he did.
So, yeah, showing that he's got it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're very likely to see more Yoav as the day progresses, because from now, obviously, we've finished with our Swiss rounds. We are going into that asymmetric top cut, and we will have our players who are able to get through with a record of 2 losses or better, 2 losses, 1 loss, or no losses at all, which I don't believe has happened. I believe Yoav did end up losing at least 1 game there, so I don't think anyone is going through completely loss-free. It really demonstrates that no one is undefeated. I believe at the top of the list, we've got Yujing Wang coming in at 10 wins and 1 loss. That is the best record that we have for this weekend. Insane performance from Yujing Wang. So that will put that person in the top spot, likely getting that bye going into that asymmetric top cut. Going down, it looks like Yoav Reuven lost his last round as well, putting him at 9 wins, 2 losses. Still incredibly respectable. Losing that round to Drew Bliss also on 9 wins, 2 losses. I believe the only other player we have at 10 wins and 1 loss is Joji Kaida, who was able to win his last round in a down pair, putting him also at 10 wins, 1 loss.
Yeah, very strong showing there from Joji. We've seen Joji twice on stream already, doing absolute phenomenal work with the team there. We're going to quickly run through the rest of who is in that 9-2 record as well. The next name that we have here is Jude. Jude is one of the... He is the gentleman that has been using Roaring Moon on stream that we've seen twice, that Dragon Dance, Flying Trustalization offensive set, which is there on said caster pick as well. So
we get another confirmation that another one of your picks is in top cut.
Yeah, so two of 4 isn't too bad. We will take that every day of the week. As we come back in now, looking through some replays of that Swiss round 6, it's the game with Christian versus Jude, just showing off some key highlights from the Roaring Moon there. Definitely not that one, I would say. Not the strongest showing for the Roaring Moon in the game 1. However, the game 1 did provide information for Jude to allow to assess gameplay options, assess a plan on what pieces do we need to take out to allow Roaring Moon to come in a late game and be able to do what it needs to do to win the game. And Jude was able to successfully do that, not only in that game 2, but also in the game 3 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that Roaring Moon, I mentioned it earlier, once it gets going, with the Dragon Dance, it's putting out so much damage pressure. If it gets that Terrestrialization off and goes for that Terra Flying, it's got that Acrobatics, which then gets that same type attack boost from the Terrestrialization. Acrobatics with 110 base power after the booster energy gets used up. That really allows it to swing for massive damage. Knockoff as well, one of the strongest moves in the game. So it really just is such a dangerous offensive threat that you really, want to be cautious of when you're playing against it.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to quickly run through. We still got the replay up here. We just got a couple more names that we do have here that have gone through. Fang Zhang from I do believe from the UK region is 9-2 as well. I've been able to punch their way into the ASIM top cut. Alongside Din Tong Nguyen, the gentleman that we saw earlier on stream with the triple Reggies.
Big fan.
And there is Cayenne Campbell as well, and followed up by one of the names that we have been able to showcase, Dimitri Koziaris.
Yeah, so Dimitri there also with a really good run, being able to get through at 9 wins and 2 losses. So we will be seeing all of those people in our asymmetric top cut. So we will be going to a quick break, but don't go anywhere, trainers. We will be coming back to bring you all the exciting action from our top cut. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us once again. I was particularly devastated to see Graveler get stuck there on that very last race.
Yeah, like a boulder just clinging to the wall there, just like you see in Pokemon Snap, just hanging on there. But we are here now with a bit more news. We've got everyone who is confirmed to be in our asymmetrical top cut. We're going to run through. We're going to congratulate them all. They performed very well throughout the weekend at the regionals here today in Sydney. And we are going to quickly run through and have a look at what these trainers are fighting for, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. So, they managed to fight all their way to this point. But now we're just having a bit of a chat about what exactly they stand to gain. So if we look here at this graphic that we've got in front of us, it's a breakdown of prize money. So everyone who is in this asymmetric top cut is guaranteed at least $750 to walk away with in their pockets. That's certainly nothing to sneeze at. I'm sure anyone who made it this far can be more than happy with that. They're also getting 72 booster packs as well. So my maths is failing me. I think that is 2 booster boxes of TCG cards, which at the moment in today's market is worth a fair bit of money. So you've got to be happy. $750, 72 booster boxes for making it this far. That is awesome. But then obviously we go up the line. Anyone who is able to be successful enough here to make it into our top 8, that's $1,000 and 108 boosters. So a third booster box on top of $1,000. I believe that's USD as well.
Yes.
For
yes,
that,
it is.
just for anyone who's wondering. It's a little bit more than the dollar here in Australia. So a bit of a bonus there to players who are winning that.
We do have something noteworthy to point out, though. Most of the trainers that we have here in the ASIM Top Cut have already secured their top 8 placement. We have 10 trainers who are at the record of 9-2 who have been able to get their way into the ASIM Top Cut. So those with those higher records, as we were mentioning earlier, those trainers who are having 1 loss or having the higher end of 2 losses, they are already secured that $1,000 and that 108 booster pack prize that they do get, which is, the 3 boxes, absolute cash money.
That is, yeah. So I believe 4 boosters for the top 8 and onwards. It's always one of my favorite parts of a regional is seeing those players who did well walking away, struggling to carry 4 booster boxes of Pokemon cards. But that's awesome to get. Moving up yet again, top 4. So that's 3rd place and 4th place. Those who are able to win in the quarterfinals, so to speak, the top 8. And make it through to the semis. Those who don't progress past there will still be getting $2,000 and 4 booster boxes. So that is awesome. 2nd place there, though, that person who makes it all the way to the final match, $4,000, and then $6,000 for the winner. So our regional champion who walks away with everything, on top of the World's Invitation, is also getting $6,000 to help pay for their flights and accommodation to get themselves to over to the US.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and as you mentioned before, Mark, it was not just the money and the booster packs that is being won. Our trainers are also earning themselves championship points, each with their own individual payout. The winner, of course, punching their ticket to the World Championships. But if you come second, you don't have that guaranteed ticket yet. However, you do get a large portion of championship points to add to your total to remain in your top threshold within your region. For the Oceania region, that is only 20 spots, so it's pretty cutthroat at the higher end of things here for us.
Absolutely, yeah. There's everyone is scrambling to get that World's Invitation. The championship points arguably more desirable for the players than the money. Obviously, the prize money is nice, but what people are really fighting for here is their chance to go and compete in the World Championships to try to prove that they are the very best, like no one ever was. So, looking here, all the players down to top 64, so including some players who didn't make it through to the second day, they have all walked away with 120 championship points. That's quite a hefty amount to be walking away with. So, you still got to be happy with that. Those players who were eliminated from our top cut today, a lot of them still made top 32. That gives them 160 championship points. Those in top 16, so everyone who has made it through to our asymmetric top cut, and an extra 4 people who did particularly well, they're getting 200 championship points at least, that's incredible. I think that used to be the payout for winning at regionals, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So 200 championship points, that's a lot that anyone can be happy with. Anyone who's able to make it through to the top 8, 280, so an 80 championship point is massive. Making it through to top 4 goes up to 300, so still, kind of edging out those people who made top 8, which could end up mattering in that race to see who is able to make that top 20 in the OCE region. Second place, an extra 25 championship points. And then first place, if you win the whole thing, you get 350. As we already mentioned, you do get the World's Invitation automatically from winning the whole event, but that championship point amount is still not useless. That still applies for things like travel awards. So some players who do particularly well in certain sections of the season, those who have the highest amount of championship points in their region get additional bonuses like travel awards, which helps to subsidize their travel to international events and to the World Championships. So even if you are winning this and automatically getting your World Invitation, sometimes the championship points are still very nice to bolster up your position in getting that travel award so that you can continue to compete at these high-level events and get money towards doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see here as well, as we've mentioned before, the jumps are mostly in rounds of increments of 40 between like 120 to 160, the 160 to 200. But the big one here, and there'll be a game that we will be showcasing in a little while. They're still running through and getting everything set up there. From between top 8 and top 16, that 80-point jump is quite noticeable. It's the biggest jump between any of the other placements there.
Oh yeah,
and it's gonna be intense. That'll be an intense round to look at locking in and securing that top 8.
For a lot of players, this will actually be the most important round. The difference between 200 and 280 is huge. That is definitely likely to make a difference somewhere, either in the qualification for the World Championships at the end of the season, or even just in trying to vie for that travel allowance that they can get. So going from top 8 to top 4 is pretty great for a lot of players, but for many of these players, the jump from top 16 to top 8 will be, that's the main one. That's the bump that they really want to hit to make the difference. So this next round that we're going to see, that players are really going to be giving it their all to really try to burst through there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do believe for the time being, we're still in the middle of getting that last little bit of seating all set up and ready to go. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a very brief break and we'll be right back with some Top Cut action. So stay tuned.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2026 Sydney Regional Championships. We are about to get started with our asymmetric top cut. I'm here with Paul, and we just want to quickly have a chat about the brackets and what each trainer's run is going to look like if they want to make it all the way to become the Sydney champion.
We sure are going to do that, Mark. We're going to run through and have a look at it now. So as we mentioned earlier, a lot of these trainers are going to go through into that top 16 without a match, just due to the limited number that we have with that 9-2 record. So a lot of those trainers are going to be the likes of, I believe, Yoav, who started out the day 9-0, going through with a bye as well. Joji Kaeda, also another one in the same similar boat, had a very strong performance on stream. I believe you were the one who had the luxury of casting that one, Mark.
Oh, yeah, and it was a great match as well. I would be interested to see a rematch. But yeah, anyone who is listed on there as having a bye is guaranteed through to the next round. We can actually see some pairings are confirmed for our top 8, those being Yujiang Peng and Gerard Lee, then Yoav Reuven and Kynan Campbell. Those are guaranteed matchups. So I'm sure those players are all getting ready, trying to find out what they can about their opponent's teams to get ready for that. In our top 16 match, the players that have to play, we've got Fan Zhang and we've got Drew Bliss playing against one another, and we've also got Dimitri Koziaris and Din Yuan playing against one another. So those are the 2 matches that we will have for the top 16. Everyone else who has made it into this asymmetric top cut has a bye through to the top 8.
Yeah, they can take that breather. As we mentioned before coming back, the difference between the top 16 and top 8 is quite substantial. A lot of those trainers who were fortunate enough to have that record as high as possible, the way that they've earned their way through it, they can take a little breather in that regard. However, their tournament is still very much as live as anyone else that we have here to showcase for the top 16, which would be, as you mentioned, Dimitri and Din Yuan. We saw Din qualify through on the last stream game with that triple Reggie team.
Yes.
That everyone should be excited about because it's triple Reggies.
Yeah, absolutely. Up against Dimitri Koziaris, who we saw on stream yesterday, running the Iron Crown Ndidi team, Crown Town, and is affectionately known by the community. So that'll be a really interesting matchup. So that would be an interesting one to potentially see if that one comes up. The other one that we've got, Fan Zhang versus Drew Bliss. I also happen to have heard some rumors that Drew is running a very interesting team as well, from what I've heard. So more than happy to see either one of these matchups. Either way, the viewers are going to be in for an absolute treat.
I've heard on Drew's team there is a little bit of trickery going around. The caster prediction that we went over earlier, sneaking suspicion has made it around through that Drew is the individual with that Hisuian Zoroark. Will we get to find out? Maybe in due time. But that is what it's saying there. There's interesting teams there coming from Drew as well. And alongside Fan Zhang as well.
Yeah. So Fan also running a pretty standard team from his end, but also not one that we have really seen so far this tournament. Is one that's been picking up a lot of interest amongst players. It's Flutter Harkonine is what people are calling it. So that is Fluttermane and Hisuian Arcanine. The Fluttermane, very, very bulky, a lot of HP, a lot of defense investment to make sure it can live a lot of hits. And it's also got the Thunder Wave on it as well. So that allows it to get a Thunder Wave onto an opposing Pokemon. It's got the booster energy on it to boost its speed stat. Go very, very fast, get a Thunder Wave off. The Paralysis status condition halves a Pokemon's speed set, so they're going a lot slower than they otherwise would have been. That allows the Hisuian Arcanine to go for a Rock Slide. That Rock Slide will it's got a potential to cause the opponent to flinch. And if they manage to get through without flinching, they also have to make sure that they don't get fully paralyzed. Obviously, any Pokemon with the Paralysis status condition has a 25% chance to not move on any given turn.
Yeah, general strategy known as para-flinching, where there's the paralysis roll and there's also the flinching roll from the rock side as well. But as you can see, that is the team in front of us there. We can see the Zoroark there on Drew's side. We can see the Hisuian Arcanine and the Fluttermane on Fan's side as well. Also with the Raging Bolt and the Urshifu was there as well. A lot of Pokemon we've seen quite predominantly just at different points of time on stream over this weekend. But Drew's side of things, though, we're seeing a Whimsicott, we're seeing a King Gambit. There's a second showcasing of Regidrago as well, followed by the Urshifu and the Rillaboom as well. 2 very strong, prominent Pokemon that we see on teams.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Urshifu, Rillaboom, they're the kind of Pokemon, you can slap them on any team and they will be good. These are good Pokemon. Whimsicott, very interesting. A lot of players tend to opt for the Tornadus rather than the Whimsicott. Tornadus being a bit more bulky, it being a legendary Pokemon, it does have a higher base stat total than the Whimsicott. Whimsicott does, however, have access to some moves that Tornadus doesn't, such as Encore. Encore is a very threatening move, especially at high level play. Being able to lock a player into a move they clicked on the previous turn can really throw a spanner in quite a lot of plans, especially into something like a Protect. If your opponent protects in front of you, and then next turn you go for that Encore, which goes first because of the Prankster ability on the Whimsicott, you can Encore lock them into a Protect, which is likely to fail on the second turn due to the Protect's chance of failing if used consecutively. And it essentially locks that Pokemon out of the game for the next few turns while you can really focus on taking out their partner.
Yeah, another advantage Whimsicott has over the Tornadus as well, it's naturally a faster Pokemon.
Yes.
So if you have a Whimsicott and your opponent has a Tornadus and you both go for the Tailwind on your first turn, you can Encore the Tornadus, and it's going to keep clicking Tailwind.
Yes.
Despite it having Prankster being the Prankster Tailwind setter a lot of people drive to, Whimsicott, little bit of a cheeky fella, just going, a couple more turns of that, please, Tornadus.
Absolutely. Whimsicott is one of my favorite Pokemon to use in Regulation F. In fact, as it is in most regulations, it's just the ability to use Encore. I think that is absolutely the most powerful move on that Whimsicott's moveset. Obviously, Tailwind is very strong as well to maintain that speed control, and I do think speed control will be quite relevant in this matchup. Fan running that Fluttermane Arcanine with the Thunder Wave, that in itself is a form of speed control, whereas Drew, as I imagine, will likely want to use that Whimsicott to get that Tailwind up as soon as possible, just start moving as quickly as possible, start swinging with massive Dragon energies from the Regidrago, big Wood Hammers, big hits from the Urshifu. And then very interestingly, I do want to talk about it. We haven't spoken about it yet. I'm sure we've both been thinking about it. The Hisuian Zoroark.
Yeah, so Hisuian Zoroark has the ability Illusion. And for those at home who aren't the most familiar with how Illusion works, if Zoroark is on the field, it takes the form of the Pokemon in your last slot. So when locking in Pokemon, you'll generally I'll have 2 lead and then 2 in the back. When you're using a Pokemon like Zoroark, you need to plan, what is my Pokemon in slot number 4? Because that is what Zoroark is going to disguise itself to be. It could be something like the King Gambit in slot 4, and they go, there's a King Gambit, I'm going to put a fighting move into that. But Hisuian Zoroark is a normal type and a ghost type, meaning you're going to throw a fighting move into that, and it's going to not affect it at all, effectively wasting your turn, while Hisuian Zoroark has a lot of offensive burst potential to have a look at potentially putting on some really nasty damage on that turn.
For sure. Hisuian Zoroark, I do want to point out, has arguably the best defensive typing in the game. It has three immunities? Three immunities and only one weakness. The only weakness it has is to Dark-type Pokemon. When you've got that King Gambit in the back, when you've got that Urshifu in the back, and Zoroark is pretending to be one of those two, those should both resist Dark-type moves, so the opponent's going to be hesitant to throw a Dark-type move into that slot, even if they are predicting it's a Zoroark, because if they get it wrong, they're essentially wasting the turn there, throwing out a move that doesn't do that much damage. Also, I do want to talk about its offensive pressure. I believe this one is built very offensively with a stellar terrestrialization and also a life orb.
Yes. So it can put out a lot of quick offense as well. And also, just like the turns that it can create just by the illusion, we've seen turns matter in every single set that we've showcased during Phase 2 and in Phase 1 as well. We've had a lot of really great games showing off. Every single turn counts. If you end up falling a turn or 2 behind, it's really tough to regain that momentum back into the game. And if you've got something like Zoroark and even other tools like the Regidrago, we've seen the offense the Regidrago can put out onto a board, onto an opponent. It gets very, very nasty very quick. But yeah, we do see the Hisuian Zoroark is a Life Orb variant, and it does throw out some pretty nasty moves, especially, disguised as like the Urshifu or that King Gambit. A lot of them are going to be looking at it going, physical moves they throw out. So maybe my 4 physically defensive Pokemon can go through, and they're going, Shadow Ball, man, big special move. Not the most inclined to take that. Probably looking at something that probably takes 3 or 4 hits to knock out. All of a sudden is knocked out in 2 hits and just in not a great board position.
No, for sure. The last thing I want to shout out on that Hisuian Zoroark, I do want to make this clear for the viewers, because this is something that we very much don't see very often. It's an interaction. And so I do just want to bring it up as something the viewers might not be aware, how the Stellar Terrestrialization works with the move Terra Blast. So Terra Blast, typically, it will be an 80 base power move. It is a normal special type move until the Pokemon terrestrializes, at which point the Terra Blast takes on the type of the terrestrialization type. And it also either becomes special or physical, depending on the Pokemon using it, whichever is their highest stat. So that interaction, special or physical, remains the same with the Stellar Terra Blast. However, Stellar is not a type that typically exists in Pokemon. So how the Terra Blast works, first of all, it's actually stronger than a regular Terra Blast. Once you go for the Stellar Terrestrialization, that Terra Blast becomes 100 base power rather than 80. So there's a bit of a bump there in terms of the damage output. Now, Stellar does not hit types in the same way. Instead, it hits Pokemon that have terrestrialized for super effective damage. So if you're looking at something like, let's say, for example, a Raging Bolt, which is going for that Fairy Terrestrialization, if the Zoroark goes for that Stellar Terrestrialization, goes for that Terra Blast into that Raging Bolt, that is going to be considered a super effective hit. So that's going to be doing a lot of damage there. The trade-off for a Stellar Terra Blast, this is another interaction that doesn't typically exist with Terra Blast, is that every time it connects, much like something like a Draco Meteor or an Overheat, you actually have a decrease in your stats. So you will have a decrease in one stage in both your special attack and your physical attack. So you do need to be a bit careful how you use it so you don't end up in a position where you've weakened the Pokemon clicking that move.
Absolutely. And it's not just for the Stellar as well. Big advantage for that, but another thing as well, being a normal type, having a special Terra Blast as an option, with the Zoroark having access to moves like Hyper Voice as well, you've got both spread normal damage and single target normal damage, both at fairly strong, just neutral hits to go for, especially backed up by a Life Orb.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's actually something we've seen a fair few times previously this tournament, is that Terra Blast that exists on a Pokemon to be clicked even without the terrestrialization, namely Porygon 2. Porygon 2 being a normal type, roughly half the time it tends to get that special attack boost as it switches in with its ability download. So it's actually able to swing with that Terra Blast without having to use the terrestrialization. That's still an 80 base power move that is boosted by the same type attack bonus, because Terra Blast before terrestrialization is a normal type, Porygon 2 is a normal type, Zoroark, as you mentioned, is a normal type. So these are moves that they can click without having to necessarily use that terrestrialization in order to take advantage of the Terra Blast. So that's definitely an excellent shout out.
Yes. So we've ran through quite a lot in regards to Drew's team. Do we have any more pointers on Fan Zhang's team that we can point out? I do believe, unless if I'm mistaken, is this our first Hisuian Arcanine that we have on broadcast?
I think it absolutely is. Yeah, it's quite an interesting one. Hisuian Arcanine, it was kind of existed on the fringes of Regulation H, which was notably a lower powered format than Regulation F. So to see it coming in to Regulation F, it's very interesting. It does have quite a lot of tools at its disposal. It does have that Intimidate, which is one of the tools that makes Incineroar so incredibly popular, allowing it to come in and reducing the physical attack of Pokemon on the opposing side. But I believe what also makes Hisuian Arcanine so appealing to a team like this is, as I mentioned before, the ability to use that Rock Slide paired with that Thunder Wave. It adds that flinch chance. I believe Rock Slide is a 30% chance.
Yes.
Anytime you get hit with a Rock Slide, there's a 30% chance that that Pokemon is going to flinch. When you pair that with a 25% chance to be fully paralyzed on a paralyzed Mon, it means that you're actually kind of like crossing your fingers that that Pokemon is actually going to be able to get its move off without being flinched or fully paralyzed. So I believe that there is what kind of causes that partnership. The rest of the Pokemon on here we have seen, and I don't know how much we really need to talk about them. Each one has proved themselves incredibly. Ogerpon, with the Wellspring Mask in particular, really has demonstrated itself to be quite a powerful Pokemon, both in its offensive and defensive capabilities. The ability to use that Follow Me to redirect moves, especially with that Water Absorb ability, being able to terrestrialize into that Water type to get that boost to the special defense, and also just for those Ivy Cudgels to hit even harder. Raging Bolt as well, also one that has absolutely just been able to prove its own merit. Thunderclap is an incredibly powerful move that can be used to great effect. It's also just got incredibly good stats on that Pokemon. The defensive stats and the health points. It's quite a bulky Pokemon, so even though it is dishing out massive damage, it can sit around after a few hits.
It's also one of those Pokemon that is very versatile in what it wants to do. We've seen Carmine Raging Bolt. We have seen in the past there has been Assault Vest Raging Bolt, even Life Orb Raging Bolt, like just a lot of those sets that can come out. There's even some word coming around that sometimes you can get a very bulky defense-boosting Raging Bolt. A speed-boosting Raging Bolt is even possible if you can believe it or not.
Yes.
So a lot of versatility within Raging Bolt just in general. And another Pokemon that I find has a lot of versatility, but not as much, but still pretty widespread, is Landorus. We've seen a lot of them generally just running, your Sludge Bomb, your Earth Power, your Protect, and then there's that fourth move, and there's a lot of discussion on what seems to be the best fourth move for each individual Landorus. Sometimes it's that Sandsear Storm, which is the big, powerful ground-type move that hits both opponents for the spread damage. Some of them run Substitute, if it allows a turn to get behind a Substitute, it puts even more pressure on.
Yeah.
It's even got the access to moves like Nasty Plot. If you give it that turn and it gets a Nasty Plot up, you thought it was doing damage before. It's going to really push that damage out. And stuff that we've seen also from Yoav. Not necessarily the common moves in the form of Psychic.
Yes, yeah. So unfortunately, we didn't get to see him click that move on stream, but that Landorus was running Psychic. This Landorus is running Sandsear Storm as its fourth move. So we've got Protect, we've got Earth Power, Sludge Bomb, and then Sandsear Storm as the fourth move. Sandsear Storm, very, very powerful spread damage move, hitting both opponents on the other side of the board most of the time. That being said, Sandsear Storm has the same issue as Bleakwind Storm in that it does have the possibility of missing. It's got an 80% accuracy as a base, which means that each Pokemon on the opposing side has an 80% chance roughly to be hit by that Sandsear Storm. So that is actually a reason a lot of players such as Yoav may opt against Sandsear Storm. Even though it is incredibly powerful, it does have access to the sheer force boost from Landorus' ability. Sometimes players are just a bit too concerned about missing that and would rather run a move that does consistent damage. But that being said, Sandsear Storm is still incredibly powerful. I know a lot of players choose to run it on their Landorus just due to the amount of offensive pressure that it puts out.
Yeah, no, not wrong there. Absolute big damage there. I do believe now, I'm not sure about Fang's Urshifu. I do believe we are seeing both Rapid Strike Urshifu variants.
Yes, absolutely. So, no, this is actually a single strike Urshifu.
There you go.
Clearly already having the water coverage on that Ogerpon Wellspring, Fan has opted for this Urshifu single strike, which I believe we only saw for the first time on stream last round.
Yes, yeah, that is correct. So we saw a much less single strike than rapid strike. Unfortunately, I feel for a lot of people, you can't have both Urshifus on the same team due to them sharing the same Pokedex number. Because I imagine if you could, I think people would.
Oh, there would be both, for sure, for sure. I think the only reason people don't run Dark Urshifu is because they run Water Urshifu. And I think if they had the option to run both, that is very possible. At some point, you've got to be concerned about whether or not your team is becoming Fluttermane food. But otherwise, yeah, that would be a strong combination. So it is the Dark Urshifu here, which, that does allow for Fan to have some dark coverage and to threaten that Zoroark with some dark type moves. As we pointed out, that is the only type that can hit the Zoroark for super effective damage. So that is a benefit there. Also, you've got to be concerned about Wicked Blows coming out from an Urshifu single strike. It outputs such massive damage, and any Pokemon on Drew's team that is not resisting that, so in fairness, half of his team does. He's got the Fairy type on the Whimsicott, the Fighting type on the Urshifu, and then the Dark type on the Kingambit. But the other three Pokemon, they will need to be concerned about that Wicked Blow. Sucker Punch as well, being a move very similar to Thunderclap. If your opponent uses an attacking move, you hit them with a very, very hard-hitting priority move. So Sucker Punch, that's, even though I believe Urshifu at its base is slower than Hisuian Zoroark, if it throws out a Sucker Punch, it can just pick up a knockout before Zoroark is even able to move. Could also end up being relevant on the Regidrago as well. I don't believe a Sucker Punch is ever going to one-hit knockout a Regidrago, but all damage on a Regidrago is useful because the less total hit points that the Regidrago has, the less damage its Dragon Energy is going to do. And if Drew was to go for a play such as sending out the Whimsicott and the Regidrago to try to get that Tailwind up and just set as quickly as possible, a Sucker Punch is really going to dampen the amount of damage coming out from that Dragon Energy.
Yeah, any mitigation from Dragon Energy is always going to be extremely welcomed, especially onto a team where a lot of things are hit for neutral damage, which sometimes feels like super effective damage when you hit with some big, powerful moves, such as the Dragon Energy, and even some of the other moves that you do see as well. Like even some of those resisted heat waves that we saw from Chi Yu in the previous set as well. just those hits, even though they say not very effective, is it really not very effective? It feels pretty
Sometimes
effective.
they can still be very effective. As someone who greatly enjoys running Choice Specs Chi-Yu, sometimes you will see when you click the button, Pokemon will say not very effective. And it's like, I agree to disagree on that one. I'm clicking Heatwave anyway, and sometimes you just pick up the knockouts regardless. And yeah, on a Pokemon like Urshifu, that Wicked Blow, which is always guaranteed to hit, is just dishing out tons of damage.
Yeah, we've only just really discussed Dragon Energy as a talking point from the Regidrago as well. It does have option to throw out a very terrifying single target Draco Meteor as well. Also backed by the general consensus of having the Dragon Fang and the Dragon's Maw as well. Having Dragon Energy as a spread move is nice, but having an even stronger single target, really wanting to have a look at eyeing something down, just going, we need you off the field and out of the game plan.
Yeah,
We're going to throw a Draco Meteor right out there.
Absolutely. So, I mean, the Dragon's Maw ability, I don't know how much we've discussed that. That boosts the power of Dragon-type moves by 50%. Draco Meteor itself is, 130 base power? So
yes.
When you're adding an extra 50% to that, you're looking at almost 200 base power on that move. So that is an insanely strong... Boosted again by the Dragon Fang, which is the item that boosts the power of dragon moves. That is putting out a lot of damage. Like you said, doesn't necessarily need to be a super effective hit to threaten damage, which proves to be super effective, right? I believe there's only one Pokemon on Fan's team that actually resists dragon-type moves, and that would be the Fluttermane. Obviously, with the Fairy Terastallization on the Raging Bolt, there is the option to Terastallize out of that, and then suddenly, if there's a Fluttermane and a Fairy Raging Bolt, maybe Dragon Energy isn't doing that much. But we're going into the game now. We've got Fan leading with the Raging Bolt and the Urshifu, and then we've got Drew responding with his own Urshifu and also that Rillaboom.
Yeah, so here we go. We're not seeing any of the fun stuff there. Now, however, we may not necessarily have an Urshifu or a Rillaboom. One of those Pokemon could potentially be Zoroark. We will have to see what happens once the gameplay starts going in. But as things stand from what we're looking at in front of us, we do know that one of them is, in fact, Rillaboom. We have seen the Grassy Surge appear on the field. If it's an illusion Rillaboom, that won't appear on the board.
No.
So we do have access to fake out pressure on Rillaboom's side of things as well. Raging Bolt threatening Thunderclap pressure on a potential Urshifu as well, if that is the Pokemon that is in play. Urshifu threatening fighting type damage onto the other Urshifu. There's a lot of damage being pressured on all ends here.
Yeah, and there is the Dark-type Urshifu who's switching out on Fan's end, clearly just trying to keep it safe from a potential close combat coming out from Drew's side of the field. There is going to be the Water-type Ogerpon fake out into that Raging Bolt to prevent any Thunderclaps from going off. And there's the Surging Strikes targeted into that slot. An excellent switch by Fan. Ogerpon Wellspring having access to that water absorbability means not only does it resist water-type moves, it is in fact immune from them.
Yeah, a very solid answer going into the Urshifu there, going to the Wellspring Ogerpon. I do believe that this one does have Follow Me pressure to be able to alleviate a little things off the Raging Bolt. Even though it's only Surging Strikes, it could even be a close combat as well. If it does go for the Fairy Terastallization, it does not keep it resistance to water moves, so having an immunity that can draw them away is quite nice. We are going to have a look to see if there is an option for Drew to potentially have a look at, do I keep Urshifu safe? Do I switch it out? Avoid a potential Thunderclap coming out, because Thunderclap coming from something like Raging Bolt, very strong. A lot of them are commonly known to having a look at picking up knockouts, and as we can see, there has been a substitution made for the Urshifu.
Yeah, absolutely. Switching out the Urshifu, they're probably the safest bet. When you are a water type looking at a Raging Bolt, you've always got to be wary of those Thunderclaps. However, it looks like Fan didn't actually go for a Thunderclap, made a read that Urshifu was not going to stick around, as instead repositioning, switching in the Landorus. So we see that Fan's final Pokemon is the Landorus there. Ivy Cudgel coming out into the slot that used to be Urshifu, so fantastic read from Fan there, dealing a bit under half to that Kingambit. And then Woodhammer almost picking up the knockout on that Ogerpon, even with a neutral hit. That Woodhammer, 120 base power, boosted by the grassy terrain into that Ogerpon, is just dealing massive damage.
Yeah, absolutely big damage. A very strong live there from the Ogerpon as well. We see fourth Pokemon revealed from Fan's side being that Landorus. Now, Landorus actually puts on pressure on both the Kingambit and the Rillaboom, with that Earth Power and the very commonly ran Sludge Bomb, respectively. Rillaboom, even though generally commonly likes to run the Assault Vest, if there's a Poison Terastallization option there for the Landorus, it does have the option to do that, get a little bit of extra power on top of the Sludge Bomb to really put things over the edge here. But in terms of what the King Gambit wants to do, it's got to have a look at respecting the Earth power a little bit. Whether it wants to protect or even if there's another pivot back out again, we'll have to see. There is Grassy Glide potential for the Ogerpon, but its Spiky Shield's protecting itself, at least for this turn.
There is a Spiky Shield, keeping it around. Obviously, Fan recognizes the benefit to having it there. There is a Sludge Bomb. It's not quite going to pick up the knockout on the Rillaboom. Assault Vest doing a lot of work. Woodhammer in return. That's not quite going to pick up the knockout. However, Rillaboom is itself going to take itself out to that Woodhammer recoil damage. So we'll have to see what the King Gambit is going for here. It's Kowtow Clave. He's doubled up the Landorus. Excellent read on Drew's part, not targeting that Ogerpon going for the Spiky Shield, but instead doubling up on that Landorus, just making sure to take out, and that is quite possibly, outside of Urshifu, a great threat to that King Gambit. So good news to Drew for taking that out.
Yeah, looking at a lot of Drew's backline there, we have seen the Urshifu as well. That is an Urshifu. So we have seen it. It's generally pretty weak on the specially defensive side as well. So having a look at getting rid of one of the special attackers there is nice. Raging Bolt is still in the back there for Fan as well, which could prove to be quite a bit of trouble depending on how Drew manages to deal with that, alongside the Ogerpon being able to support it with those follow me's and all those redirection options that it does have, alongside getting a boost to grass moves because grassy terrain is still up.
Yes.
It's not just Rillaboom that takes advantage of the damage output that provides. Ogerpon's a grass type Pokemon, and it does have that as well.
Yeah, so we see the Raging Bolt come back in on Fan's side, and Drew's last Pokemon hits the field. It is that Whimsicott with access to prankster moves here, such as Tailwind and quite possibly that Encore as well. Particularly threatening here, considering that Ogerpon went for that Spiky Shield. Ogerpon's got to be really hesitant about clicking any attacking moves here. Otherwise, it might just get encored into that Spiky Shield, and as I mentioned previously, become a lot less useful than it otherwise could have been. Notably, however, if it does click Follow Me, that does go before the Encore. So if Whimsicott tries to click Encore here, it will instead Encore the Ogerpon into Follow Me, which could in itself be useful enough for Fan to want to keep that Ogerpon alive. But we will have to see what both players go for here, whether or not Drew does go for that Encore or tries to go for something else, maybe set up a Tailwind, maybe just tries to launch a Moonblast into the Raging Bolt. But we do see the Follow Me there come out from the Ogerpon. There is the Moonblast, and this is going to pick up a knockout on that Ogerpon there, taking it down to a 3 versus 2. The Raging Bolt here going for Thunderbolt into the Whimsicott, going to do pretty respectable damage when you consider that was a resisted hit. There's a Kowtow Cleave from the King Gambit, taking the Raging Bolt down to just over half.
Yeah, quite respectable damage there all around from even the resisted hit from the Raging Bolt and also just the Kowtow Cleave from the King Gambit. The Ogerpon going for Follow Me there had the option to switch into the Urshifu Dark, but with that Moonblast coming out as well, it does do 4 times effective damage on Urshifu Dark, having its Dark typing and its Fighting typing both weak to the Fairy offense. So putting Fang there in a little bit of a position there to go, oh, I want to keep Urshifu healthy, but Ogerpon is feeling that Encore pressure, which is what Whimsicott exerts, which is a potential choice of why you would want to use Over Tornadus as your form of speed control. The Encore pressure does get pretty nasty. It can even get nasty on something like a Raging Bolt if it looks to go for those Thunderclaps. You can have a look at in there. Thunderclap only has 8 uses of the move.
Yes.
We are seeing a Terrestrialization here, Mark.
Yeah, it looks like that is coming out from Fan's side, terrestrializing that Urshifu into the Dark type. Still going to take super effective damage from a Moonblast, but definitely less so. However, I imagine this is more of an offensive play to try to just get maximum damage on the Sucker Punch that is targeting into the Whimsicott. This is a resisted hit. It is not going to be enough. It looks like that Whimsicott is able to take that pretty comfortably. However, doubled up with a Thunderclap, still not quite able to pick it up. Whimsicott able to hang on there with that small amount of HP. Sucker Punch failing, but Moonblast is going to come out. That is going to deal damage to that Urshifu. Not quite take it all the way down to its focus sash. So it looks like that Dark Terrestrialization was actually able to keep that Urshifu in a position where it wasn't knocked out by that Moonblast. However, Whimsicott being able to stick around there, very fortunate. Also quite a courageous read from Fan to go for Sucker Punch and Thunderclap into a Whimsicott, which is famous for clicking its status moves. It doesn't typically click in attacking moves. So just yet another fantastic read from Fan here.
Yeah, so could potentially see it again. Whimsicott does have the option to still go for that Tailwind. As we saw with the King Gambit, throwing out Sucker Punch after the other Sucker Punch and Thunderclap over on Fang's side. If there's a Tailwind up, that Sucker Punch jumps up its position for when it wants to attack.
That is very true. Yeah, so suddenly the Kingambit will be faster than these two, and its Sucker Punch will be going before their Sucker Punch or their Thunderclap. So that's actually a very good shout out. Because that Whimsicott has that Prankster, Tailwind goes first before the Sucker Punches or the Thunderclaps. Then the other Sucker Punch will go off from Kingambit. Whimsicott, however, instead opting for an Encore, which means this Raging Bolt is now stuck into that Thunderclap. Kingambit going for a Sucker Punch there into the Urshifu, and that is going to take out the Urshifu. Urshifu there clearly not going for that Sucker Punch, but instead maybe going for a close combat or a Wicked Blow. Kingambit making that read correctly and picking up the knockout on that Urshifu. That is going to take it down to a 3 versus 1, and that Raging Bolt, unfortunately, is Encore locked into that Thunderclap. It can do nothing except Thunderclap.
That was... I'm going to call it a really smart play from Drew here. So going for the Sucker Punch onto the Urshifu Dark, expecting it to close combat in, probably looking for a potential double attack into the Kingambit slot with a Dragon Pulse and a close combat, looking to potentially cover a switch as well. Whimsicott going for the Encore. Because it's re-locking it into Thunderclap, it still moves at the same time it would look to use Dragon Pulse, which is why the Sucker Punch from the Kingambit went before that Thunderclap. Yes. And because the Thunderclap was the last thing used on that turn, it fails because everything else has attacked already. So now it's pinned into said Thunderclap. Whimsicott can go out and throw out those status moves. It's got that Tailwind, it's got that Helping Hand as well. And with the Tailwind up and locked into Thunderclap, as we mentioned earlier, Thunderclap's just going to keep failing. So it's pretty comfortable for Drew to looking at clicking those Helping Hands and those Sucker Punches to look in and secure that game 1.
Yeah, Fam really has nothing that they can do here. The Thunderclap, it won't work on a Whimsicott clicking Helping Hand. And if Kingambit is going first with its Sucker Punch, Thunderclap will not work on that either. The Tailwind is up. Kingambit's Sucker Punches are now going first. So if Drew selects his moves correctly, Fan can do nothing until that Encore is over. And bad news for this Raging Bolt. Once Encore is over, Whimsicott can do it again.
Yep, keep going. Couple more, clap away. So Fang might be taking this opportunity to have a little bit of time to think about a game 2 strategy. When you're in a position like this, sometimes the best thing to do is to run through some thoughts and go, what do I need to do to turn things around? How do I not end up in a similar position like this? How do I end up on the advantageous endgame?
Yeah, and there is that Sucker Punch boosted by that Helping Hand from that Whimsicott, means that Kingambit is going to pick up that knockout on that Raging Bolt, taking game 1 to Drew Bliss.
Yeah, very well played. Just the endgame positioning there. We've seen a time before, Drew putting that onto a very, very strong level of display there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very cleanly played. Even though Fan was making some excellent reads, the predictions coming out from that side of the field were on point, basically. There's predicting the switches correctly, predicting the moves correctly, especially that double...
The double priority
the
into the
Thunderclap and the Sucker Punch into the Whimsicott is just one of the most incredible plays I've seen in a while, making that hard read. And it paid off. Almost. Whimsicott being able to hang on. At the end of the day, Whimsicott is a grass type. It resists that Thunderclap. Whimsicott is a fairy type. It resists that Sucker Punch. Those are two very powerful Pokemon, and Whimsicott is not a Pokemon with a lot of inherent bulk. But fortunately, due to being able to resist both those types, Whimsicott was still able to hang on, which ended up being crucial for Drew. Being able to get that Encore into that Raging Bolt in that following turn, being able to get that Tailwind off, just really put him in a fairly unlosable position.
Yeah, having the Whimsicott saved there after the Landorus has been taken out as well, because we saw the other Pokemon was Ogerpon. Water moves and grass moves aren't the strongest into a grass type, so Whimsicott was feeling quite happy there. Even with fighting type moves, the fairy type's resisting that. The dragon type moves, the fairy type's immune to those dragon moves. So with the Landorus gone and the Whimsicott in the pocket, it was well played.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Drew did a fantastic job there. It'll be interesting to see if we see any switch-ups from these players. Notably, Fan did not bring the Fluttermane and the Hisui Arcanine combination that we did mention earlier. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not he tries to leverage that. Maybe he thinks that might be a better play going into game 2. Meanwhile, Drew did not bring the Regidrago or the Hisuian Zoroark. I know all our viewers are clamoring to see the Zoroark. It's always a very fun Pokemon to see on stream. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not Drew makes that adjustment. Very importantly, Fan will not know that adjustment has been made until the Zoroark reveals itself, which is one of the highlights of the Pokemon.
As long as the preparations have been bad, it's not disguised as a Rillaboom or something like that. That sort of has an ability that gives it away. But we're going to go in and we see an adjustment immediately. A Fluttermane is being led on Fang's side alongside that Wellspring Ogerpon. And I do believe Drew has the same lead of the Rillaboom and the Urshifu Rapid Strike, just on opposite sides of the board, I believe.
Same lead, possibly, but we'll have to see for sure. You know, you never know. We have confirmed this is definitely the Rillaboom as the grassy terrain has activated. But that Urshifu might not be an Urshifu. We will have to see that. Notably, Fan has made at least some kind of matchup, bringing that Flutter Mane, and then also the Ogerpon in the front this time. So clearly going for a different... got that follow me option there for the Ogerpon to keep that Flutter Mane safe from the Surging Strikes coming out from the Urshifu. Close combat not being able to hit into the Flutter Mane at all. So if Drew does want to try to hit that Flutter Mane with the Urshifu, he's got to hope that there's no follow me coming out, because otherwise he's got no chance of hitting it.
Yeah. You got to keep in mind as well, maybe Drew plays a little bit of preservative with the Urshifu, knowing that the Thunder Wave is out here on the Flutter Mane. Maybe he wants to avoid having the Pokemon paralyzed, but we are going to see a Terastallization coming out straight away from the Flutter Mane. It is a grass terastallized Flutter Mane here.
Yeah, so grass terastallization, interesting. It will resist Surging Strikes coming out from the Urshifu, and also Wood Hammer coming out from that Rillaboom. So very, very defensive play from Fan there. Icy Wind coming out. Urshifu is going to protect herself against that. Is going to hit into the Rillaboom. Super effective, still not doing a whole heap. At the end of the day, it's not a very powerful move, but it's also going to drop the speed of that Rillaboom. Horn Leech coming out from the Ogerpon into the Urshifu. Clearly trying to double up and pick up the knockout there. Won't be enough. But Wood Hammer into the Flutter Mane is now resisted. Still doing a ton of damage in that resisted hit.
Yeah, Flutter Mane not known too much for that physical bulk, but that Terastallization definitely gave it a second wind in terms of sticking around in this match at the moment. Being able to still throw off some more Icy Winds, even potentially throwing off that Thunder Wave as well. I do believe these variants do like to pack a Moonblast as well, so if there's no Terastallization on the Urshifu, there is a possibility that a relatively strong Moonblast and just a double up with a Horn Leech as well in that grassy terrain can definitely run through and get some nasty damage out.
Ogerpon absolutely loves to see the grassy terrain set up from this Rillaboom. It boosts the power of its Horn Leeches, which means not only is it dealing more damage, it's also healing more damage as well. Horn Leech healing the user for a portion of the damage dealt. The more damage that it gets from the grassy terrain, the more healing it gets as well. So we are going to see the Urshifu switch out there, clearly not feeling particularly safe in front of the grass type move from that Ogerpon, or the fairy type move coming out from that Flutter Mane. King Gambit coming into that slot instead. Quite a safe switch in there from Drew. Follow Me coming out from the Ogerpon, and then Flutter Mane going for that Thunder Wave into that slot, which was previously the Urshifu. Now is going to be the King Gambit. King Gambit paralyzed, and as the screen mentions, unable to move. There's the Wood Hammer coming out from Rillaboom. That is a neutral hit, and it gets the critical hit.
Big critical hit there. We saw that in game one. It wasn't able to take the knockout. The critical hit there, being able to get rid of that off the field right away. Very nice for Drew. Very rough for Fan Zhang.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate for Fan. That being said, sometimes Pokemon don't want to stick around for that long. Potentially it's beneficial for Fan to get that free switch in. Ogerpon gets taken out. They're able to bring in something from the back. That's just speculation. However, it's also very possible that that was an unfortunate critical hit from their perspective. But either way, Rillaboom just demonstrating why it is so commonly used. You know, that it's got two Wood Hammers off, boosted by that grassy terrain, each one of them just dealing massive, massive damage.
It's one of those support Pokemon that can really put out some nasty damage if required to do so. The switch there into the King Gambit as well that turn and taking the Thunder Wave. Drew's team has a lot of offense to it. A lot of it is quite fast. A lot of them don't really want to be Thunder Waved. King Gambit is probably the Pokemon of choice that would like to put his hand up and say, there's a Thunder Wave coming out, put me in, coach, and run through and do that. So we do see the Landorus coming out here from the side of Fan at the moment. Once again, similar to Game 1, putting out pressure into both the Rillaboom and the King Gambit. The Rillaboom, much lower hit points than what it was during Game 1. So it looks like it could potentially be in Sludge Bomb Wave range.
Yes.
So depending on if it wants to go for that Sludge Bomb again, or potentially call a Fire Terastallization on the Rillaboom as well, to see if there's a defensive terror to take that as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, we actually saw a very similar thing in Game 1. That Landorus staring down both the King Gambit and the Rillaboom with the potential to click a super effective move into each of them. Sludge Bomb into the Rillaboom, Earth Power into the King Gambit. Seeing the Flutter Mane switch out there, so Fan just doing a bit more repositioning. It's got its Thunder Wave off, it's done its job. Here comes the Raging Bolt as Fan's fourth move. We are going to see Terastallization come over here from Drew's side of the field. That is going to be into the King Gambit, clearly wary of those Earth Powers or Sandseer Storms coming out from Fan's side of the field. Now being a flying type, completely immune to those, so feeling pretty safe there. However, Fan not opting to go for either one, going for the Protect, clearly just trying to scout out, see what Drew's going to do before trying to start swinging and picking up damage on those Pokemon. Fan now in a much better position, and there is a paralysis on the Kingambit, so it'll be very interesting to see what that was going for there.
I do believe it was looking like it was going for a Kowtow Cleave into what was the Flutter Mane, so Raging Bolt actually be able to get in there absolutely scot-free.
Yep.
Feeling pretty good about itself, still having all of that health there. And it's staring down a flying type Kingambit without any speed control. So that is a big Thunderclap target. And the Rillaboom is still a big Sludge Bomb target.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So the Landorus, having used that Protect, now knows exactly what Drew's got going on. He's already used his Terrestrialization on the Kingambit. However, Landorus is switching out there, not going for that Sludge Bomb into the Rillaboom. Instead, just opting to reposition, just maybe considering about what they want on the field for the endgame. There is the switch. Fan, once again, just really on top of Drew's switches, just being able to reposition, not taking the bait, not attacking to anything on the field, knowing that Drew is going to try to reposition. Kingambit with another paralysis, very unfortunate because that was likely a sucker punch there. Thunderbolt coming out, not going for the Thunderclap, and that is going to pick up the knockout on that Kingambit.
Yeah, Kingambit able to come in. He did put his hand up to say, yeah, I can take the Thunder Wave. Didn't really do too much while paralyzed, but that is the nature and the strength behind Thunder Wave. Those 25% chances of that full paralysis, those are the turns that Fan can look to use and abuse to get themselves back into an advantageous position. The position for it at the moment looking quite strong. However, it is staring down the very pesky Whimsicott and Fake Out's pressure in the form of Rillaboom as well. So it'll be interesting to see what option they look to do. The Flutter Mane is prone to Fake Out as well, being the Grass type now, thanks to its Terrestrialization. So that is prone to Fake Out as well, so it can stop a potential Thunder Wave.
And notably, neither Pokemon on Fan side of the field currently are running Protect. The Raging Bolt, having that Assault Vest, is not running any status moves. The Flutter Mane, rather than Protect, is running Thunder Wave, Taunt, Icy Wind, and Moonblast. So a Fake Out from Drew's side, really spoiled for choice if he does want to go for a Fake Out. Doesn't come out, however. That's a Taunt coming out from that Flutter Mane into the Whimsicott. Whimsicott clearly didn't go for any pranks moves, instead just going for a Moonblast into that Raging Bolt, try to pick up as much damage as possible. There's the high horsepower following up that Moonblast. It's not going to pick it up on a sliver of health. That Raging Bolt is able to stick around, and there is the Thunderbolt from the Raging Bolt into, once again, the resisted hit on that Whimsicott. So Raging Bolt, very, very fortunate there, not being taken out by two super effective hits.
We have been spoiled with the amount of Pokemon that have been able to take double-ins and live on an absolute slither to be able to get in and do more work for each of these trainers here today. It's absolutely fantastic to see just how much work each of these trainers go into in training their Pokemon, like the Raging Bolt here, like the Whimsicott in that first game as well. So it's created a bit of an interesting spot here for at least Drew now. There's no grassy terrain left on the field, so no priority access in the form of the grassy glide. If it does want that back, it'll need to get out and then get back in again. Without access to U-turn, it has to commit to a switch.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Whimsicott as well. Just the fact that it's been taunted, it's got one option, and that is a Click Moonblast. But unfortunately, it is going to be slower than that Flutter Mane. Thunderclap going off from that Raging Bolt, and then there's the Moonblast. Double up into the Whimsicott. That is going to pick up the knockout there.
Yeah, we see the knockout there on the Whimsicott. Probably under the assessment of, I need to keep Urshifu as healthy as possible. It's going to be my main way of looking to help deal with the Landorus. The Landorus is putting all that pressure onto the Rillaboom there with its access to Sludge Bomb and its speed advantage as well. So we're down to a 2v2, so Fan has been able to adjust quite well, especially with this Flutter Mane being able to do a lot of work in the forms of even taunting the Whimsicott, the paralysis is on the Kingambit, and the Icy Winds just to slow down and control the game as well. And now even in this endgame, it's got access to that super effective Moonblast that can be thrown out onto the Urshifu, doing that super effective damage, potentially looking to take a 1 or 2 hit knockout, depending on how the Urshifu is trained on Drew's side.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, the Drew's already used his Terrestrialization, which means the Rillaboom and the Urshifu both staring down super effective moves with not a whole great deal to answer with him. Urshifu does have access to the Aqua Jet, which would move before the Flutter Mane. But the question is, would that be enough? Surging Strike's definitely threatening enough damage to knock out that Landorus. But it'd also be interesting to see if Drew has any way to answer this Flutter Mane. There's the Protect coming out from the Urshifu. Really safe play, just wanting to avoid those Moonblasts coming out. And there it is. That is going to fire into the Protect from the Urshifu, keeping itself safe. However, I believe it'll be the Landorus moving next. There is a Sludge Bomb coming out. Super effective here. It does pick up the knockout. We did see last game that it wasn't able to pick up the Rillaboom from full health, but when Rillaboom's only on about 60% HP, that's going to be enough.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's looking like the adjustment has been made successfully. I do believe it's looking like to have a look at conceding this game is going, do you know what? I know what I'm beat. We're going to run it through. We're going to reassess some pieces here for a game 3, and we're going to go through. Maybe we see some adjustments made. Hopefully we do see some illusion happening in the game 3. Only time will tell at this point. Fans looking to just quickly run through and lock through, maybe taking a bit of time to go, this worked well. Do I need to make any adjustments for game 3? Was I happy with what I've done? Winning a game 2, can't be too upset about it.
No, absolutely not. And I think this really just shows a credit to game 1 fan taking that time, even when they knew they were beat, to just kind of think about what they were doing for game 2. That really paid off because they came back with a really appropriate adjustment that allowed them to pick up that win in that second game, following that loss in the first one, taking it to game 3. So like you said before, we'll have to see whether or not they are thinking about making any adjustments for game 3, or maybe they'll think, you know what, that worked the second time. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Let's bring it again. But if you're a fan, you've got to be thinking every time you're picking a Pokemon, what if it's Zoroark?
Yeah, you got to keep the Zoroark on the mind. It can be very stressful, especially in something like a game 3 where it could be something like that Rillaboom and Urshifu lead again. But what if it's not a Rillaboom Urshifu lead? What if it's a Rillaboom Zoroark lead and you just don't know about it and you feel comfortable in your position, then all of a sudden you get a big move from Zoroark that comes out? Something like that can just change the tide just in a matter of even a turn or two. And sometimes it can be enough to run through and change the game. Does it happen? We'll find out momentarily.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm hoping to see a Zoroark. I'm sure you're hoping to see a Zoroark. I bet our viewers are hoping to see a Zoroark. I'm not sure whether or not we'll see one. Drew really seemed quite committed to this game plan. I noticed it was the same game plan in game 2 as game 1, although coming in after a loss, maybe he'd look to switch it up. But you never be quite sure. Sometimes it'd just be an adjustment of the moves clicked rather than necessarily the Pokemon that are being brought. But either way, we will have to see exactly what comes in here. It is interesting to note that the Regidrago has not been brought, despite the call out that there's not that many dragon resist typings.
Yeah, very good call out.
Field.
Yeah, good call out as well, because we saw the Fluttermane turn 1 of that game to remove its fairy typing into the grass typing.
Yes.
If there's a Regidrago in the back there's nothing stopping it going for those big dragon energies. There's priority moves that'll slow it down a little bit from that Sucker Punch, from that Thunderclap. Even if there's an Arcanine lurking in the back, probably from like a potential extreme speed as well that they tend to like to run. But Regidrago, if it's there and a lot of those pieces are down, it can come in and throw out those dragon energies. So we're going to get into a game 3. I'm excited to see a game 3. Game 3s are always very tight.
And there it is. There we've got the Hisuian Arcanine and the Fluttermane, and there it is as well, the Whimsicott Regidrago on the lead. Drew clearly deciding to just mix it up entirely and think, you know what, I'm just going to send it. Here's a Tailwind, here's a Dragon Energy, catch.
Yeah, Fluttermane will be one of the Pokemon that will happily catch it, but I just want you to have a quick look at what we see on stream here. Maybe something a little bit deceptive about that Regidrago. Its HP number looked a bit smaller than what most of Regidragos generally have.
Yeah, is it just me, or does that Regidrago look a little bit small to be... You're a little bit short to be a Regidrago, aren't you?
There's a foxtail behind the Regidrago.
There is something suspicious about this Regidrago, so we'll have to see what this Regidrago is clicking here. It'll be interesting to know whether or not Fan decides, you know what, my Fluttermane's pretty safe in front of this Dragon type, or whether or not he's perceptive enough to maybe keep the Fluttermane safe from something like a potential Shadow Ball that might be coming out from this Regidrago.
We do see the Tailwind coming out here from the Whimsicott, so as far as Fang is concerned, it's still going to be fine. But we see it there, the Shadow Ball coming out there. Zane's...
That is a Shadow Ball coming out from Regidrago. It is going to pick up the one-hit knockout on that Fluttermane. That is spectacular. I don't think I've ever seen Regidrago use the Shadow Ball animation before.
Yeah, and the key thing about that now is there is it gone. Zoroark still hanging on there. We see it's a Zoroark now. It is on 9 hit points. One more Life Orb hit will be knocking that out. But the key thing for me in this position when looking at it from Drew's point of view, we've taken out the Fairy type.
Yes.
And there's a Regidrago in the back.
We know for sure there's a Regidrago in the back because the Zoroark was copying it. Now that Zoroark has successfully taken out that Flutter Mane by pretending to be a Regidrago, the real Regidrago can come in, now confident that there is nothing that can take the hit. The only thing that Fan really has that will be able to get around that Dragon Energy is if there is that Raging Bolt in the back, it does have access to the Fairy Terrestrialization. Notably, this time, Fan did not opt for the Terrestrialization on the Flutter Mane turn 1 like they did last game. So maybe there might still be a chance for that Raging Bolt to come in and maneuver around the Regidrago, but we do see the Ogerpon come in from the back. So it's Ogerpon and Hisui Arcanine against the Whimsicott and the Zoroark. Whimsicott on relatively low hit points and quite possibly to be taken out by another Rock Slide. And as you mentioned, Zoroark, if it does get another move off, it will likely take itself out to that Life Orb recoil.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. Do the Whimsicott also on fairly low hit points as well? Do we see a potential helping hand, a big move from Zoroark, or do we see just two moves going, it's fine, you two have done your job in the front, the back line can take it from here. Depending on what that back line is, we know one of them is Regidrago, and the other one, is it that Urshifu, is it the Rillaboom? We're not 100% sure, but we're seeing the Whimsicott being swapped out here now, and it's coming in, and it is the Rillaboom.
There it is, yeah, Rillaboom coming in, clearly wanting to preserve that Whimsicott for the end game. I would say quite a smart play there. Once that Tailwind is down, it'd be great to have the Whimsicott in the back to come back out and bring it back up. There's the Spiky Shield coming out from the Ogerpon just to keep it safe in that turn. Zoroark going for a Hyper Voice there. That is going to be into that protect the Spiky Shield of the Ogerpon and hitting that Hisuian Arcanine. That is a resisted hit into the Rock type, so it's not really going to do a whole heap. Zoroark, as prophesied, taking itself out to that Life Orb. It means this Rillaboom is going to be taking that single target Rock Slide from this Choice Band Arcanine. It's not going to take that single target Rock Slide.
Rillaboom had other plans, Mark.
Rock Slide doing what it does best and missing. That is very unfortunate for Fan because that would have done quite a lot of damage boosted by that Choice Band. That Rillaboom might have been in a bit of trouble there.
And what we're seeing here now is with the Zoroark taking itself out from the Life Orb, it doesn't matter if a Rock Slide would hit the Zoroark slot or not. It's managed to get itself that pivot in to Regidrago safely, meaning it's at full HP. The Arcanine is Choice Banded. It can't go for an extreme speed. You can't redirect a spread move like Dragon Energy.
No.
The Arcanine's taken chip damage from the Hyper Voice already. There's fake out pressure from the Rillaboom. There's a lot of things that Fang's just got to keep eyes on. And if Raging Bolt's in the back, not on the field, it can't come in because it's not terrestrialized yet.
No,
it's
exactly.
still weak to the Dragon Energy.
Yeah, so if Fan does have the Raging Bolt in the back and is looking to get around this Dragon Energy with that Fairy Terrestrialization, he needs to wait until the Raging Bolt is already on the field. Spiky Shield coming out, failing after attempting to use it twice in a row, and it looks like Ogerpon is actually going to be able to tough that out, that Dragon Energy. Arcanine, absolutely not. That one's gone. That's a big Dragon Energy. And then Woodhammer coming out from the Rillaboom into that Ogerpon. So that is going to take it down to a 3 versus 1 for Drew's side of the field.
3 versus 1 there, still some tailwind up there at the moment. We are going to see what is the 4th slot for Fan Zhang. If it is the Raging Bolt, there is a very likely chance that it can have a look at terrestrializing to really try and avoid taking as much damage from Regidrago as possible, even though it is Assault Vest, so it will be able to take special moves well. I don't think it's taking a single target Dragon Energy well without the terrestrialization.
Oh, absolutely not. That's a super effective hit from, like we mentioned before, when you take into consideration all the multipliers from that Dragon's Maw, from that Dragon Fang, that is a hard hit. Even on a neutral hit, we just saw the spread damage to that Ogerpon and the Hisuian Arcanine. That almost took out the Ogerpon on a neutral hit. When you do that move single target, that's dealing more damage. And when it's super effective, that Assault Vest, it's not getting you far enough. And we are going to see that it is the Raging Bolt in the 4th slot. So each player, they're going to be needing to make a little bit of a read here in terms of what the other player is going to be clicking. Obviously, Regidrago threatening massive damage with that Dragon Energy. But if there is that terrestrialization coming out from the Raging Bolt, maybe Regidrago would look to click an Earth Power instead, which will be dealing less. It doesn't have the Dragon's Maw boost, but at least it will be able to hit that Fairy type. Potentially as well, we might just see a switch from the Regidrago or the Rillaboom to maybe reposition to be better kind of positioned in trying to take out this Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt, obviously, do I terrestrialize or not in front of this Dragon Energy? I imagine it's probably the safest play, but you do have to consider if you terrestrialize, you're then weak or not weak rather, but at least not resisting that Wood Hammer. And we've seen how much damage that Wood Hammer can do. So there is the terrestrialization there. Fan clearly seeing, well, if I don't terrestrialize, then this Dragon Energy is going to eat me alive.
Yeah, I'm looking at from Drew's point of view. If it doesn't terrestrialize, the Dragon Energy will take it out. And if it does terrestrialize, my Dragon Energy won't hit it. But I tell you what will hit it, my Wood Hammer. And that's exactly what Drew's done. Covered for both. That is big damage onto a Raging Bolt there. One more of those takes it out. But we see a Draco Meteor coming out onto the Rillaboom. With the Assault Vest, it is able to take that. Still relatively healthy. Grassy terrain is still up. This 3v1 is looking tougher and tougher for Raging Bolt. However, the Tailwind is petered out.
Tailwind has petered out, although I'm not entirely sure that will become relevant. Depending on how these Pokemon are trained, it is quite possible that both Regidrago and the Rillaboom are moving before the Raging Bolt anyway. Notably as well, with the Draco Meteor coming out from fan side of the field, that Raging Bolt has had its special attack drop by 2 stages, which means not only is it having to fight 3 Pokemon, it's now having to do it with one hand tied behind its back with half of its original special attack stat. So it really is an uphill battle. I absolutely would not want to be found in this position.
Me neither, but it's a position that it's in. We've also got to remember there's the Whimsicott in the back. And what did the Whimsicott do in that game 1-2, that Raging Bolt? It forced it into a move with that Encore going. We've got you into a move that we want you clicking over and over again because I can abuse it, and we're going to go for it. But what Drew's elected to go for is terrestrializing the Regidrago, terrestrializing into the Steel type there. And it wears the axe on the side of its head.
I always love the Terra Crown placement on the Regidrago. There's the Earth Power coming out from the Regidrago, as I called out, now faster, or still faster than the Raging Bolt, even without the Tailwind. Wood Hammer coming in to finish it off. That is going to take Game 3 to Drew Bliss with that Zoroark.
Yeah, very well played by both here. Going into the Game 3, adjustments after adjustments after adjustments from Fang's side. In the Game 2, the adjustment worked well. Unfortunately for the Game 3, there was adjustment that would have been made, that would have been strong. But however, Drew had other plans. He brought the 2 Pokemon we were saying, oh, Drew hasn't brought them. Maybe they appear in Game 3. Not only did they both appear, they both put in an exceptional amount of work to be able to get Drew the victory. What he's chasing for, that top 8, and continuing his tournament.
Yeah, look, that was just so incredible to watch. I loved watching Zoroark disguise itself as that Regidrago. It would be really interesting to know what was going through fans' head at the time. Clearly, there was a thought there. Oh, an adjustment into that Whimsicott Regidrago, as I was calling out. Very strong combination is that Tailwind plus that Dragon Energy. However, Fan with the booster energy on the Fluttermane might have been feeling confident. You know what? Even with the Tailwind, I think I will still be faster than this Regidrago. Maybe go for a Moonblast, maybe go for a Thunder Wave. But what they were not accounting for was the fact that it was not a Regidrago at all. It was, in fact, a very, very fast Zoroark. Once that thing gets a Tailwind up, it's going faster than any Fluttermane with a Speed Booster. And being able to get that Shadow Ball off with the Life Orb, just picking up that one-hit knockout onto the Fluttermane there. So just fantastic third game to watch there.
All right, we're seeing some highlights now. The double into the Landorus to take that out in the Game 1 with that Whimsicott in the back, being able to put on that pressure, the Moonblast there into that Ogerpon. Living that double hit there from that Dark Terrestrialized Sucker Punch and the Thunderclap there, allowing it to put itself into a position where it can still thread through, put out damage, and pin the Raging Bolt in the Game 1. In the Game 2, the shoe's on the other foot. Van made some excellent adjustments there, leading and bringing said Fluttermane, being able to run through, pilot a plan to perfection, despite the critical hit there on the Ogerpon. Maybe it was part of fans' plan to let that one go down, but and seeing the King Gambit go down from the Thunderbolt as well, because Assault Vests, sometimes they don't always carry the Thunderbolt. Sometimes they like to have an Electro Web or a Volt Switch as that second electric move of choice there, but done well by Fan there in that Game 2 to clinch it up. And then in the Game 3, there was some trickery afoot.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of some jiggery pokery in my VGC. Watching some shenanigans like that is just always a pleasure, and I was so glad to see it work as well as it did. Could have been interesting if that Arcanine was able to pick up the knockout with those with that Rock Slide. It might have been a little bit different for Drew, because he would have had to have switched any of the Rillaboom or the Regidrago slightly earlier, and that could have maybe changed things.
Yep. Even in the late game, as we saw the Regidrago going with that Draco Meteor, really been hanging on with 50 hit points. You'd have to imagine that single target Rock Slide backed by the Choice Band would have done that damage. So it changes that end game if that Rock Slide lands.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, the RNG giveth and the RNG taketh away when you are running these Flutter Mane, Hisuian, and Arcanine teams. You know, you've got the RNG in your favor when it comes to the flinches and the paralysis, but you've also got to remember both Thunderwave and Rock Slide are moves that can miss. And very unfortunately, to those players who run them, they often do. Far more than you would like, especially Rock Slide. Rock Slide is infamous within the community for being a move that misses way more than you would expect it to, with its 90% accuracy. Feels like it misses more than 10% of the time. And I'm sure Fan is definitely feeling that way, having, just maybe even lost a game off that miss.
Yeah, lost the game. Looking at that, potentially even losing the set, losing the chance to potentially even run all the way back with some momentum and to take home a regional championship. However, nothing terrible about a top 16. Still a very excellent result. Congratulations to Drew moving forward through to the next phase through our top 8. We are going to take a quick break and we will be back with some more Top Cut action shortly.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Sydney Regional Championships. I'm joined here on the desk with Henry. I'm so excited after that last match. Henry, did you get to watch that last match?
Oh, it was absolutely phenomenal. Getting to see Zoroark do its thing in that game 3, pretending to be the Regidrago, getting that huge shadow ball off onto the Flood Mane just to clear the way for the real Regidrago. It was spectacularly played and really great adjustments from both players there, but Drew managing to clinch that out and moving on to top 8. But I think we got another doozy of a match coming up now.
Oh, absolutely. I believe we've got Dimitri Koziaris versus Yuzhang Wang from China. So 2 very strong players, both of whom have been able to make it into the top 8, battling it out for the top 4 position and to hopefully continue on to win the whole thing. 2 teams, both of which we've seen at least variants of before, especially from Dimitri, as we have seen that one on the stream already. Dimitri running the Iron Crown team with Iron Crown and DD, whereas Yuzhang running more of that Raging Bolt balance.
Yeah, Dimitri featured on the stream earlier yesterday. Yuzhang Wang managing to make it all the way through Top Cut to top 8 at 2nd seed without making it onto stream yet. So it's really cool to get an opportunity to stream him now and possibly later in the future if he keeps going through the tournament. But yeah, Dimitri running that powerful Sire Spam team, that Indeedee, that Iron Crown, also mixed with that ever so popular combination of Urshifu, Ogerpon Half-Flame, and Tornadus, just giving that really, really strong fast mode, and then rounding out with the Landorus as well.
Yeah, for sure. Meanwhile, on Yuzhang's team, as I mentioned, we've got that Raging Bolt. We've got the Fluttermane, like we saw in the previous game. It is that Terra Grass with the booster speed and the Thunder Wave to try to get that speed control, and also maybe get some cheeky full paralysis. We've also got that Incineroar, ever trusty. It's on many teams just because of how powerful it is as a support Pokemon. Also, the Ogerpon Half-Flame there. This one does, I believe, have the Grassy Glide. So we have seen that before, the Grassy Glide with the Rillaboom. The Rillaboom sets up the grassy terrain, and the Ogerpon can then take full advantage of that. Then we've also got the Urshifu as well. This will be the Urshifu Rapid Strike, so it's got those water-type moves. This one is holding the Focus Sash, which does allow it to take a single hit from something like, say, on Dimitri's side, the Expanding Force from that Iron Crown.
Yeah, and touching on that Ogerpon Half-Flame as well, this is another one of those Raging Bolt balance variants where they've foregone that support in Follow Me. That Swords Dance is ever prominent on Ogerpon. I think we've been seeing more Swords Dance Ogerpon than we've seen Follow Me this tournament, but it is so good. And considering there's also no Intimidate on Dimitri's side here, if you can get off a Swords Dance with that Ogerpon, manage to get Rillaboom on the field in a way that gets your terrain over the Indeedees, those Terrifier Grassy Glides, they're going to get that massive boost and they're going to do so much damage. And that's kind of the big thing that Yuzhang is going to have to try to get around in this matchup is that Sire Spam mode. You've got so much priority on this team. You've got it on Incineroar, on both your grass types, Ogerpon, Rillaboom, Raging Bolt as well, of course, and the Urshifu too. And none of that wants to be clicking those moves if there's an Indeedee lurking in the back ready to click it, or if it's just hit the field already and has that Psychic Terrain up. You don't necessarily want to be forced to switch in your Rillaboom, but if you can time it right, sometimes that perfect opportunity just gives you what you need to inch out ahead of the game. And we're actually going to be diving straight in here. With the leads coming out, we've got that ever-present lead, Incineroar, Raging Bolt coming out from Yuzhang, versus the Torn Urshifu from Dimitri's side.
Yeah, so 2 fairly different leads. Dimitri obviously going for a bit more of that aggressive lead. Tornadus there to set the tailwind, or potentially maybe go for a Bleak Wind Storm. Urshifu there also threatening a lot of damage, especially into that Incineroar. However, you've always got to be cautious of the Thunderclap coming out from that Raging Bolt, threatening damage on that Water-type Urshifu.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to take into consideration as well, as good as Raging Bolt is here into the Tornadus and the Urshifu, it is that Carmine variant. Its only electric coverage is the Thunderclap. If something like an Indeedee were to switch in, that would shut down that option pretty quick. As we see Yuzhang covering for that switch, getting that Incineroar off the field, getting Rillaboom onto the field, making sure that if there was an Indeedee switch, the Psychic Terrain isn't going to stick around for long. But even with that switch, there's no Thunderclap coming out. And Dimitri going for the U-turn instead of any big Water-type moves, catching that Rillaboom on the switch, getting that Urshifu out off the field before it can take too much potential damage from this Raging Bolt.
Yeah. So very well read by Dimitri, clearly not overly concerned about that Thunderclap, instead going for that U-turn. Repositioning into the Landorus there, which is very well positioned into that Raging Bolt, and potentially also into the Rillaboom as well, with access to that Sludge Bomb. So there's the Carmine coming out from the Raging Bolt, which is going to set it up to be able to maybe take a hit from that Landorus now that it has a +1 special defense, and also, more importantly, to be threatening massive damage with those Thunderclaps, with those Dragon Pulses.
Yeah, you've also got the fake out pressure there from the Rillaboom, so you can guarantee yourself at least one more Carmine before this Landorus starts going for those big ground type moves, or even the Sludge Bombs if you're calling something like that Terra Fairy on the Raging Bolt. Tornadus, though, it's sitting in an okay spot here. It doesn't really want to take any Thunderclaps, but it can be getting those big tailwinds, getting those big speed control options going. Even has the option to switch. We did get a sneak preview there of Dimitri's backline. There is no side spam, but Ogerpon, it is that follow me variant, and it is really wanting to get those electric moves away from the flying types, the water types, but said Tornadus going for that Rain Dance, not wanting to risk a Thunderclap, and also setting up the Landorus for big Sandsear Storms.
That is a big Sandsear Storm. Rain Dance there, ensuring that the Sandsear Storm cannot miss. However, Raging Bolt firing back, not quite able to pick up the knockout with that +1 Dragon Pulse, but suddenly doing more damage to the Landorus than the Landorus was able to do to the Raging Bolt. So Landorus in a good position to swing with another Sandsear Storm, but unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure to pick up a knockout on either of these Pokemon.
Yeah, considering the boost that you've got on your Raging Bolt here, it's not a bad situation to consider the Terra Fairy here. Just make sure that those Sandsear Storms aren't dealing as much damage. You're surviving on a lot more HP. And the Sandsear Storm didn't actually manage to do 50% of the Flutter Mane, so the Flutter Mane is quite likely to stick around after this turn as well, especially now considering that it's got that Terra Grass on it, so even further resisting those big hits from the Landorus. Raging Bolt likely going for a Protect, considering there's no Terra Fairy there. It's very crucial to Yu Jiang's game plan here, because you want those boosts just to stick around for those big priority moves later in the game into the Urshifu and the Tornadus. Tornadus going for that Tailwind. Earth Power coming into the Flutter Mane, so Dimitri not going for those spread moves, but dealing a bit more damage with Earth Power. So a really good ring from Yu Jiang there, as the Icy Wind is enough to finish off this Landorus. Not drop on the Tornadus, but really setting up Yu Jiang in a really good spot.
Yeah, for sure. So that was a good Terra read on Yu Jiang. Anticipating potentially either another Sandsear Storm or that Earth Power, as Dimitri clicked, that allowed with the Grass Terra to resist that hit and to be able to stick around to click that Icy Wind to pick up the knockout on that Landorus, which was pretty crucial for Yu Jiang's side of the field. Landorus was quite threatening to that Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt potentially having the option to terrestrialize out of that ground type weakness, but not able to Thunderclap into the Landorus, would only have had the option to Dragon Pulse it going second.
Yeah, well, we see here Dimitri considering that Terra Ghost option, definitely not wanting to take a Thunderclap under regular circumstances. Absolutely not now that that Raging Bolt is at +1 special attack. But this is a choice band Urshifu. It is threatening massive damage onto both of these Pokemon. And when it comes to taking hits, Urshifu does not care that there is a special defense boost on that Raging Bolt. It will close combat, it will Surging Strikes anyway. The Raging Bolt isn't as low as you'd like for maybe one of those Surging Strikes, even with the Choice Band and the Rain on the field, but definitely in range of something like a close combat, which Yu Jiang understands. He sees that, he goes, look, Surging Strikes is going to crit your way through, but probably not going to carry my Dragon type. Intimidate is going to make sure that that close combat isn't either, as there is finally a terrestrialization from Dimitri. He does lock in that Terra Ghost, making sure that that super effective electric move isn't going to be dealing as much damage.
Yeah, definitely a good call from Dimitri. I think that Thunderclap was doing a lot of damage, although it doesn't look like Yu Jiang clicked it. There is the Bleakwind Storm coming out from the Tornadus there. U-turn coming out into that Raging Bolt, really not doing that much damage, even with the Choice Band, as you called out, that Intimidate really weakening the damage of that U-turn, and that is going to allow Dim to bring in the last Pokemon that he's got in the back, which is going to be that Ogerpon Halflane.
Yeah, that Ogerpon, we didn't see the Raging Bolt go for an attack, so here it is, that Dragon Pulse coming in on that Ogerpon switch. Ogerpon taking that pretty well, considering that that Dragon Pulse was at +1 special attack, so possibly leaning towards a bulkier Ogerpon on Dimitri's team here. But this Tornadus Dimitri's been playing it so well around the Pokemon on Yu Zhang's side. It hasn't taken any Thunderclaps, barely taken any damage, and it's been getting Bleak Winds off at the perfect moment. They haven't been doing a whole lot of damage, but that damage does add up, especially when you have Pokemon like that Ogerpon and that Urshifu to really clean things up in the end game, especially if you want to get off some priority Aqua Jets later in the game when things get super low. But now Yu Zhang once again has that fake out pressure, and you really don't want to be clicking fire moves, so you're kind of locked into Woodhammer, and after that Dragon Pulse, the Ogerpon's really low. You don't want it taking too much recoil, so you really have to time your attacks and make sure that you're trading well for that damage. Yu Zhang just going for the Protect there, no fake outs needed. A Bleak Wind coming out from the Tornadus again, hitting into that Protect. It wasn't going to do that much in that slot anyway. Chipping away at the Incineroar as we wait to see what this Ogerpon is locked into. It is that Woodhammer, not wanting to go for those Ivy Cudgels in rain, into the Protect again, so falling short. And Incineroar parting shot, going for the parting shot on the Tornadus this time, just making sure that, look, Ogerpon's likely to try to Protect here. I'm going to make sure I can pivot out this turn.
Yeah, for sure. That Woodhammer would have been quite interesting to see how much damage that would have done if that would have picked up the knockout. That is a resisted hit on quite a bulky Pokemon, but at the same time, that is a Woodhammer, a very hard-hitting move, and it is boosted by the grassy terrain. So it is very possible that even through that resistance, that Woodhammer was actually able to pick up a knockout there. So definitely a good protect from Yu Zhang's side of the field.
Yeah, and Fake Out just keeps on coming back. Yu Zhang making sure he keeps up the pressure. Double Fake Out is tried and true on all of these balanced teams. It's one of the hardest compositions to break through. You just have so much setup potential, and stopping your opponent from attacking at any stage in the game is always so powerful. But this Raging Bolt, it's sitting in front of two Pokemon that their only attacks are very resisted by that Dragon typing. Rain is up, so Ivy Cudgel, even on a crit, isn't doing too much damage. And this Raging Bolt, it's just recovering more and more HP. It had gotten fairly low earlier, but thanks to the leftovers, thanks to that grass train, it is just pulling itself back and back and back. Pretty soon, it'll end up back at full HP. But with that, even just one Calm Mind boost, we saw how much these Dragon Pulses are doing. Thunderclap, when it comes out, it's going to be doing so much damage, and likely super effective damage if it's hitting anything except the Ogerpon.
Yes, for sure. So Urshifu comes back out into the field. Yu Zhang switching Rillaboom back out, allowing them later to bring it back in to set that grassy terrain. We have Incineroar coming back into the field that is going to lower the attack stat of that Urshifu, which will be relevant if Dimitri is clicking any move other than that Surging Strikes. Protect coming out there from the Tornadus, clearly just trying to keep it safe from a Thunderclap, but Yu Zhang is not going to be distracted, clicks a Dragon Pulse into that slot and almost picks up the knockout on that neutral hit into that Urshifu.
Yeah, super close survival there from the Urshifu, but it is in range of any Thunderclaps potentially coming out. It can go for things like the Aqua Jet to avoid taking those hits. But Aqua Jet's not really what you want to be going for here. It's super effective on the Incineroar, yes, but even though you're choice banded, you are intimidated, so it's still just not doing as much damage. And if you get that wrong, your Thundurus is taking a Thunderclap. Your Thundurus could be Tornadus, could be taking a Thunderclap, could be taking a Dragon Pulse, and you've still got the Ogerpon back. At this point, it feels pretty safe for Yu Zhang to just start going for Dragon Pulses consistently, rather than having to worry about going for those Thunderclaps, because his Raging Bolt is set up in such a good position. I think we've seen 3 turns in a row now where Yu Zhang has had fake out pressure and just switched one fake out user into another because he hasn't needed to let those rip yet.
No, exactly. As you mentioned, Raging Bolt really well positioned with that Dragon typing to resist those Water type moves coming out from Urshifu, and also the Fire and Grass type moves coming out from the Ogerpon. Thunderclap is going to fail there. It looks like Tornadus is going to go for that Tailwind and say critical hit on the Ogerpon with that with that knockoff. Still not going to be enough to pick up that knockout.
Yeah, and Raging Bolt, even though it tried to go for the Thunderclap there, didn't quite get it off. This Ogerpon is now in the red. The Urshifu in the back is now in the red. This Tornadus, its Bleak Wind, if it connects, isn't going to be doing enough damage to this Raging Bolt, especially with its Calm Mind, but even without, it's just not doing what you want it to do. Dimitri is in a really tough situation here, and you have to imagine that he's going to be using this time now, thinking, what went wrong there? What do I need to change? What can I do to break through this Raging Bolt in future games? He got a big Sandsear Storm off on it earlier, but it just didn't do enough to the partner, which was that Flutter Mane. And the Flutter Mane was able to clear the Landorus, which is really Raging Bolt's biggest issue on this team if Sci Spam isn't around.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Grass Terrestrialization from Yuzhang was possibly the best play that was made this game. Allowing it to take that Earth out and subsequently pick up the knockout on the Landorus was quite pivotal to this game. If Dimitri had that Landorus around, it would have been threatening a lot of damage output on that Raging Bolt. And unfortunately, nothing else on Dimitri's team is really able to threaten that much damage output into it.
Yeah, one of the things that I'd maybe like to see come out is that Science Spam in future games. But for now, we're still looking at a Raging Bolt that's sitting there just tanking hits. Fluttermane is still around. Rillaboom, though low, is still around. Incineroar also still around. This is such a hill for Dimitri to climb, and that's only including the Raging Bolt. Everything else is still putting in work, and he still needs to get past it. This Tornadus, I believe, is now at -2 or -3 attack from those Incineroar parting shots. It's just not going to be doing the damage that you want. Ogerpon going for a second Spike Shield, just trying to stall some time out here, trying to maybe see if anything can happen with this Tornadus. Tornadus managing to get the KO on the Fluttermane. That Terra Grass that resisted one Genie now lets it go down to another, but it might be too little too late. This Tornadus really trying to break through this Raging Bolt, but Raging Bolt not falling for that targeting of the Ogerpon, going for the double protect, goes straight into that Tornadus and finally takes it off the field.
Yeah, Dragon Pulse, I think, just a very clean play there. Recognizing that nothing on Dimitri's side of the field is threatening enough damage on that Raging Bolt. Going for the Dragon Pulse into the Tornadus means that if the Ogerpon successfully gets a spiky shield off, then you're not needing to worry about throwing an attack into the protect. If Ogerpon goes for the follow me, your Thunderclap is going to fail. So you Dragon Pulse into the Tornadus slot. If the follow me goes off, it hits the Ogerpon. If the Tornadus doesn't throw out a move, you still hit it even without the Thunderclap. If you switch into the Urshifu, same thing as well. So I think just a lot safer than the Thunderclap.
Yeah, so in this situation, Yuzhang getting in that Incineroar, knowing that, look, if something really weird goes on here, I'm going to be able to fake out. The Urshifu is intimidated. Close combat should not be doing as much damage as Dimitri really needs it to do. Fake out should be enough to KO that Ogerpon.
Oh, there it
is. More than enough to get that KO. Raging Bolt does not need to be going for Thunderclaps here. You can just go for the Dragon Pulse, but there's no Arco Jet coming out, and Thunderclap is more than enough to take out that KO.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I think Raging Bolt was pretty safe to go for that Thunderclap there. You've got to be concerned. Maybe Urshifu does go for a very bold play of clicking a close combat there, which maybe gets a critical hit into, or maybe it's just enough on its own to pick up the damage on that Raging Bolt. Whereas if you go for a Thunderclap there, if the Urshifu does lock itself into Aqua Jet, it is locking itself into Aqua Jet with that choice band. Aqua Jet is not a threat to Raging Bolt. So if you get the Thunderclap and then the Aqua Jet goes off, it's like, well, I didn't hit you that time. I don't care what your Aqua Jet's doing nothing to me, and I'm hitting you next time. That Dragon Pulse is picking it up. So I definitely think Thunderclap a good call there from Yuzhang, and I think just a lot of good calls that game.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how Dimitri responds to this. He's got that Sci Spam mode that has really powerful offensive potential, and if he can play around that grassy terrain from the Rillaboom, Indeedee and Iron Crown is just dealing so much damage. Even if the Raging Bolt gets a Calm Mind off, those expanding forces, even a helping hand expanding forces, are doing so much damage. And it gives you an additional bit of protection with that Indeedee. Your opponent has to also be considering, when is my terrain going up? When do I need it up? It's a lot harder to just pivot, fake out in and out, which we saw was happening there. I think 4, maybe 5 turns in a row, Yuzhang had fake out pressure, but he didn't need it at that point. He was able to just keep pivoting because that was keeping the Raging Bolt protected. You bring in Incineroar, you're intimidating the Urshifu and the Ogerpon. You bring in Rillaboom, you're getting your grassy terrain back, and the Raging Bolt is getting Lefty's recovery, getting grassy terrain recovery, just slowly healing back up. And all the while, every parting shot that goes off into the Tornadus started miserable and just gets worse and worse and worse. It was doing a really good job earlier of enabling its partners, getting the Tailwinds off, getting the Rain Dance up to help the Urshifu. But then the Ogerpon hit the field and it was kind of restricted to, I can only really click Woodhammer, which I want to be healthy right now. I don't want to be taking damage. So it's going to be really interesting to see if Dimitri changes it up or if he's happy with his game plan and wants to just adjust his play. But there is a change from the get-go here from both players, I believe.
Yes, so Dimitri, same Pokemon that he brought in game 1, but definitely a different lead with that Ogerpon and the Landorus. And on Yuzhang's side of the field, that Urshifu and that Fluttermane. Urshifu not a Pokemon that we saw from Yuzhang's side in that first game.
Yeah, and we did just get a quick peek there about what might be lurking in the back from Dimitri. Fluttermane and Urshifu putting on a massive amount of pressure here. Urshifu threatening both these Pokemon with huge amounts of damage. Landorus doesn't want to be taking Surging Strikes. Ogerpon, depending on the bulk, doesn't mind taking one, but it means that you can't really Terra if you don't think you're going to have the speed advantage. And with Icy Wind on this Fluttermane, it's really, really scary depending on what you're going to keep in. But there's that Ogerpon switching out, the Indeedee finally hitting the field. It's come to game 2. Rocky Helmet Indeedee is not something an Urshifu wants to be clicking Surging Strikes into, and Indeedee doesn't mind if you make it a little bit slower. It's going to be clicking Follow Me regardless, but Terra Water, this Urshifu is about hitting massively hard, and the Landorus is still on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. So even if that Landorus goes for Terrestrialization, what it's not going to do is just going to stay there. It's going to take that Icy Wind. That's doing a lot of damage to that Landorus on that doubly super effective move. Going to drop the speed from both sides of the field. There is a Surging Strikes coming out. I'll have to see where that one's targeting. It is going into the Indeedee with the Rocky Helmet, as you called out. So this is going to do a lot of damage to the Urshifu. But it's also going to do a lot of damage to the Indeedee. With that water terrestrialization, looks like it might actually pick up a knockout here. That would be devastating for Dimitri.
Ooh.
If Yuzhang has that Rillaboom in the back, that means that once the Rillaboom hits the field, there will be no more Psychic Terrain in this game. It means that if Dimitri does have the Iron Crown in the back, it's going to be significantly weakened.
Yeah, but big Sandsear Storm coming out here. A risky play to make. You don't want it to miss, but Dimitri getting the call right, not losing his Landorus to that Urshifu on turn 1. Hits back hard with a KO of his own. So Yu Jiang traded that Indeedee for his Terrestrialization and his Urshifu. We've seen that Ogerpon hit the field already. Indeedee's come out. We can see that Dimitri has that Iron Crown in the back. Ogerpon hitting the field now is going to be really good for if Yu Jiang wants to get rid of, say, that Psychic Terrain with something like a Rillaboom. Its defensive Terrestrialization options aren't there. And if there's an Incineroar, a Raging Bolt, or a Rillaboom in the back, that's 3 Pokemon. You can only bring 2 of those 3, and Ogerpon really, really wants to see a Rillaboom coming out here.
Yeah, it certainly does, but that is not going to be a Rillaboom. That is going to be the Raging Bolt. So we are at this stage yet to see if Yu Jiang brought the Rillaboom in the back. Ogerpon hitting the field here. If Follow Me allows it to provide some kind of protection to the Landorus, but another Icy Wind from that Fluttermane is just going to pick up a knockout if that Landorus stays in without terrestrializing. So Dimitri's going to have to be a bit cautious about what he does here moving forward.
Yeah, this Ogerpon's sitting in a really nice position. It resists any Fairy-type moves coming out from the Fluttermane. Dragon Pulse, we saw it take it pretty well at +1 last game. So the Ogerpon really threatening this Fluttermane, which is the big part of speed control on Yu Jiang's side of the field here. The Landorus, knowing that it's under threat, switching it out, and Iron Crown also making its debut in this set in Game 2, hitting the field, ready to take any Moonblasts, any Icy Winds, any Dragon Pulses. It's happy to take all of those with that Steel typing. Yep. There's that Icy Wind coming out, dropping the speed of the Iron Crown and the Ogerpon, probably a bit more critical on the Ogerpon. That's something you definitely want slower, but not critical enough to put it below the Raging Bolt.
Speaking of critical, there's a critical hit.
There's a critical hit from that Ogerpon. Probably not coming into effect too much there, but getting that KO on the Fluttermane as Raging Bolt doing what it does best, getting a calm mind in preparation for this Iron Crown hitting the field.
Yeah, for sure. So we will see whether or not Yu Jiang has got the Rillaboom here, and there it is. Unfortunately, Iron Crown is going to have that Psychic Terrain taken away from it by that Rillaboom. With that Indeedee being taken out on the first turn, Dimitri has no way to get that Psychic Terrain back on the field. So we'll have to see if Iron Crown is able to still deal as much damage as it would like to, not having the Psychic Terrain anymore. On the bright side, for Dimitri, he's still got the Landorus in the back. We noticed in the last game, the Landorus being taken out early is what prevented him from having an answer to this Raging Bolt. However, having that Landorus in the back means that there is potential for it to come back onto the field and start threatening damage on that Raging Bolt.
Well, at this point in the game, Yu Jiang is down to just the Raging Bolt and the Rillaboom. Rillaboom is the biggest threat to the Landorus at the moment with those big priority grassy lines, considering the Landorus is pretty low. So getting damage onto this Rillaboom while the Ogerpon is still around is really nice, because if you've got Follow Me, you can definitely protect that Landorus when it hits the field as much as you can. A Fake Out going off there, not quite finding its mark on the Ogerpon as Raging Bolt going for another Carmine. A big Tachyon Cutter coming out from this Iron Crown here.
Yeah.
Rillaboom, thanks to that and the combined chip from the Spiky Shield, hovering at just under 50% HP right now.
Yeah, so I mean, Yu Jiang going for that play of getting that second Carmine off, clearly trying to set itself up for the end game where maybe, it might be able to take a Earth Power from that Landorus. We have seen what the Carmines do for this Raging Bolt against that Landorus, and then with that +2 special attack, it'll be able to send a devastating Dragon Pulse into the Landorus for that endgame. There's the high horsepower coming out into the Ogerpon, not doing a whole heap of damage. Ivy Cudgel coming out in return. This is a super effective hit. It is going to take that Rillaboom down. It is going to turn this into a 1 versus 3, but we will have to see what this Raging Bolt does because it is that +2 special attack. There's the Dragon Pulse coming out into that Ogerpon that is going to pick up the knockout.
Yeah, so that 1 versus 3 quickly becoming a 1 versus 2, but we're now down to a +2 Raging Bolt against 2 special attackers. I know one of them is a Landorus, and those Earth Powers and Sandsear Storms hit so hard. But Raging Bolt being as bulky as it is, you really hope that it can be enough. If you fail to get a KO on it this turn, it might just be able to heal out of range with a Protect or 2, out of range of something like an Expanding Force from this Iron Crown. So this is a really crucial turn where if that Landorus goes down too early, it might be...
Ooh, that's a big Earth Power.
Very well, a big Earth Power there. Not quite enough damage. Landorus does go down. Expanding Force going to be enough to put the Raging Bolt in range of either another one on a follow-up turn, or is that Raging Bolt just too boosted to get through it now?
Well, that was a decent amount of damage, but the issue is, Raging Bolt being brought down low. We're seeing the merit of these teams, the leftovers, the grassy terrain, and stacks up. It just allows it to keep healing so much. There's the Protect, clearly just trying to get another turn of that big healing. I think what Dimitri may need now is to hope for a critical hit coming out from this Expanding Force to hopefully, be able to smash through that Raging Bolt's +2 special defense.
Yeah, this Raging Bolt just has so much recovery. The leftovers stacking with the grassy terrain. We see on these Raging Bolt balances teams time and time again, people running these different items. We've got Booster Energy, Life Orb, Magnet, we've got Leftovers, and in this matchup, Leftovers is putting in so much work as the Expanding Force just not enough to get the KO, as this Raging Bolt again just heals up. That grassy terrain and Leftovers combination is so potent on these big bulky Pokemon.
That is very strong, and look, unfortunately for Dimitri, a second Expanding Force might actually pick this one up, but there's the issue that the Thunderclap might pick up the Iron Crown before then, so we've got a really interesting endgame here. Thunderclap only has a total of 8 power points. It only can be used 8 times. So if Dimitri is able to maybe successfully maneuver around that, click Protect enough times until Yu Jiang has no more Thunderclaps left, Dimitri might be able to clinch it out with that, Dragon Pulse being a resisted hit. There's a second Protect going off. Thunderclap, yet another failed Thunderclap because Dimitri did go for that Protect there.
Yeah, one of the things you've got to keep in mind, though, is every turn that Dimitri's clicking Protect with his Iron Crown, this Raging Bolt is just gaining more and more HP. Dimitri realizes that, trying to go for that attack, get that big critical hit, but unfortunately does not get the chance to. Thunderclap coming out, finding its mark, and KOing the Iron Crown, moving Yu Jiang on to top 4.
Yeah, so great play by Yu Jiang. A lot of people might have expected Dimitri to go for yet another Protect there and would instead use something like another Carmine or a Dragon Pulse to try to hit into that slot, just, because you don't want to be using your Thunderclap PP where you don't have to in that end game. But Yu Jiang thinking, no, you know what, I think you're going to call that, I'm calling you, clicking that Thunderclap and then picking that up. Even if Dim had made the correct move there, it certainly would have been an uphill battle for him.
Yeah, and Yu Zhang Wang also just had the option of going for more calm minds on Dimitri's protects. And at that point, if you call a protect wrong and just go from, say, a +3 or 4 Dragon Pulse, at the range that the Iron Crown was, there's a good chance that that's just going to KO on its own. And you don't need to burn all your Thunderclaps anyway. But a really good fight from both of these trainers. Dimitri showing why he came here, adjusting really well and doing his best, just could not overcome that Raging Bolt in that grassy terrain. Indeed, unfortunately, just taking a little bit too much damage early in the game after a really good switch in, but was just not able to hang on after that Urshifu Surging Strikes plus the Icy Wind. And it just meant that Yu Zhang had the terrain control for the rest of the game. And just like we saw in game one, Raging Bolt just got to a point where it wasn't able to be dealt with.
Yeah, exactly right. I think it really came down to the terrain control, right? As we saw Ndidi being taken out by that Terra Water Urshifu, which I'm sure Dimitri would have hated to have seen happen, right? You really do want to be preserving your Ndidi for as much as possible so that you do have that Psychic Terrain. I think that end game would have been very, very different if not only could the Psychic Terrain be preventing the Raging Bolt from using those Thunderclaps, but also just the Expanding Force. You know, that's at its base an 80 base power move, but that goes up to, I believe, 120 on that Psychic Terrain, as well as receiving the 30% boost to its power from the Psychic Terrain. So I think hitting into the Raging Bolt with one of those rather than the base Expanding Force it was using would have done a lot more for it.
Yeah, this turn that's just gone by as well, that first turn that Landorus hit the field again, Dimitri went for that Earth Power into the Raging Bolt, followed up by the Expanding Force. You've kind of got to touch on that moment for a second because it's something that I know I've had a chat with a couple of people about recently where when it comes to going for consistency versus maybe moves that can sometimes miss, the consistency of Earth Power is really good there if you think it's going to get you over the mark. But if not, Sandsear Storm is single target in that situation, and it is that bit more powerful. We saw how many times that after that last Expanding Force, the Raging Bolt was left on just a sliver of HP. That Sandsear Storm, while it can miss, might have just been what was needed to push Dimitri over the edge. But you've really got to weigh up, do I want to guarantee that this attack is going to hit? Or do I think I really need that extra damage to go for the KO there? And unfortunately, I think Dimitri might have just needed that extra damage from the Sandsear Storm, but you don't want to risk it all on a miss.
Yeah.
And it's really hard decision to make there. But yeah, Yu Zhang coming out on top, moving on to top 4. So pretty soon we're going to be back with top 4 and seeing who else made it. But for now, we're going to cut to a short break.
He wants the Yu Zhang. And welcome back. We are here now. We are approaching the very end of the day. We're here with top 4 coming up now in our top cut. I am Paul. I'm here with Henry. Henry, how was that last match?
It was such an incredible match, and it was so well played as well. Like we saw Zhang, it's our first time seeing him. We'd been talking a lot about Dimitri this tournament, but Yu Zhang just piloted that Rillaboom and that Raging Bolt so well, making sure he was keeping grassy terrain on the field whenever he needed it, and that double fake out pressure was so massive.
Yeah, double fake out pressure is always very oppressive to deal with. We're going into top 4 now. You're not going to believe this. We have another Yu Zhang in top 4. Half of our top 4 are gentlemen by the name of Yu Zhang.
Yeah, so we've got Yu Zhang Wang, who we just saw progress onto top 4. And for this time, we get to showcase Yu Zhang Peng.
Yu Zhang Peng.
Versus Drew Bliss, who I know is a favorite of yours for this tournament.
Yeah, Drew is one of my favorite picks. He was the one that inspired the Hisuian Zoroark caster prediction pick. I knew about it all along. I just had to play along with the bit. But I'm still surprised that he's made it all the way to top 4. He's been playing in great form. Hopefully we're going to see more of it as well. But more importantly, we see a really good match between these two.
We have, and we've seen Drew in the past also using unique Pokemon to good effect at other Australian regionals. I believe last year before, he was using Giratina along with yourself at Melbourne to another top cut, I think.
Yeah, it's something of those unique ghost types that has that appeal to Drew. But we've got the teams here now on screen. Going to talk about them a bit. I've talked ample about Drew's team when Drew was up here last time. But I believe this is the first time we've had Yu Zhang Peng on stream here. So we've got the team there. Henry, if you're happy to lead the way with that one, feel free to.
Absolutely. So Yu Zhang Peng using a team that we did get to feature a little yesterday. We saw Toby Kongmun using it. It is a variant of those Ursaluna teams, another Tower Room team, but this time there's no Porygon 2. There's instead a Farigiraf, and where we'd normally see something like that Urshifu, maybe an Amoonguss, we've got the Ogerpon Halflame and a Fluttermane, bringing to it a Sun mode, because Sun with Ogerpon, with Fluttermane, it is so strong, and it's also really good at counteracting a lot of those big water-type attacks that like to come out and hit those Ursalunas.
Yeah, the Ursaluna, even the Incineroar as well, acting in favor for both ends for boosting Flare Blitz damage, reducing water-type moves. We do have a water-type attacker on Drew's team that is the Rapid Strike Urshifu, as we've seen ample of it, honestly, all weekend. It's one of those Pokemon that is always there, showing why it's on a lot of the top players' teams. It's one of those Pokemon that is always able to do what it needs to do and fulfills a role perfectly on the team.
It sure does. And Farigiraf is such a unique Pokemon to be running on these teams. We don't see it often anymore, but just being able to block those big double grassy glide teams that we've seen, like a lot of the Raging Bolt balance teams we've been talking about, it have 5 Pokemon with different forms of priority on their teams. And Farigiraf is even better than Indeedee for stopping that, because you don't need to get rid of the terrain, you need to get rid of the Pokemon. And while you're doing that, it's setting up Trick Room, it's getting off attacks, even for those variants that are running Helping Hand, it's just boosting the damage of its team and making sure that its team can work unbothered and unaffected by the opposing Pokemon.
Yeah, it's going to be good at blocking those Sucker Punches from the Kingambit, the Aqua Jets from the Urshifu, but also Encores from Whimsicott, with those moves boosted by Prankster, giving it an extra +1 in its priority status. Armor Tail, which is the signature ability on Farigiraf, is able to stop that. Before we dive further into it, are we able to have a quick look at the current top 4 bracket?
Yeah, because it's such an interesting 4 teams that we've got moving on at the moment. If we look at the bracket right now, we've come all the way from our few matches in top 16 to top 8, where we saw some really powerful players make it through, some really powerful players going home as well. Joji Kaida, not a player that a lot of people thought would be eliminated until the finals, if at all. Drew Bliss managing to take him down with the help of that Zoroark. Yu Zhang Peng taking down Jude Gerard as well. Yoav Rubin, who was definitely a favorite coming into this tournament, taken down by Kynan Campbell, who we also haven't gotten to feature this stream at all this weekend. And of course, the match we saw between Yu Zhang and Dimitri.
As far as I'm aware, I believe it's one of Kyan's first major events as well. So going this far, taking down a name like Yoav, the Auckland Regional Special Event Champion, definitely a strong accolade to put your foot into the door with.
Yeah, 100%. And now, like, we look at the different sorts of teams that we've got in this top four. For Yu Zhang, we've got that Raging Bolt balance. For Drew, we've got this Tailwind offense team backed by that King Gambit and that Zoroark, of course. Zoroark being such an offensive Pokemon, so good and so well placed. And then, of course, we've got these Ursaluna, Trick Room, Tailwind teams as well.
Yeah, showing off a lot of the diversity that we do have here at this event. We've been able to showcase so much. A lot of things have done well. We've seen like even stuff like the triple readies that have come up. It's all just been very exciting. But here's the excitement coming out now. We're going to get straight into the game one. We are going to see the Urshifu and the Whimsicott come out from Drew, and from Yu Zhang Peng's end, the Fluttermane and that Tornadus.
Yeah, so we've got those opposing Tailwind setters. Tornadus versus Whimsicott has always been a question on people's minds. Which one's better? Which one fits my team more? Which one is going to put in the most work for me? But in this situation, knowing that this Tornadus, it has access to that sunny day, really mitigating that Urshifu's damage output while boosting the Fluttermane as well. It is a choice specs on this Fluttermane. Sunny Day Dazzling Gleam is going to be devastating if that can come out here. As we see an Urshifu going for that Terra Fire, not a Terra that we've really gotten to showcase on Urshifu at all this weekend. We've mostly seen those Terra Fire on the Ogerpons, but Whimsicott going straight for that Tailwind. If there's a Sunny Day or a Tailwind coming out here, it's definitely going second. It is one of those big sunny days, ready to boost this Fluttermane and hopefully allow it to live through the turn.
And we might potentially see it there. We see it's a special attack boost on that Fluttermane as well, so it's really going to be hitting hard. Those Surging Strikes, even though the sun is up, that's still doing quite a lot of damage. It's not quite enough to be able to get the one-hit KO that Drew was looking to try and obtain this turn. So very good Sunny Day defensive play there. And offensively, this is a Photosynthesis boosted, Choice Specs boosted Shadow Ball, and it is enough to take the one-hit knockout on the Urshifu there. The Fire Terastallization probably looking to play around a potential Dazzling Gleam or something that may have come out there. But unfortunately for Drew, Yu Zhang Peng one step ahead going into this.
Well, also such a risky play as well. We have seen Drew's team. We know his very specialized Pokemon, especially to be led with that Whimsicott, is the Zoroark Hisui, which if that was there in place of the Urshifu, that Shadow Ball would have been rendered useless at that point. But Yu Zhang making such a big call, not only getting around the potential Zoroark, but that Terra Fire as well. Shadow Ball more than enough, especially with that Sun Boost and the Choice Specs to take it out, leaving Drew without his Urshifu and without his Terastallization, and only a little bit of kind of damage on the Fluttermane. That was a pretty amazing turn for Yu Zhang.
Yeah, absolutely. Momentum definitely in favor of it as well. The backline there that could potentially come in. A lot of other Sun abusers as well. With the Tornadus topping out, probably looking to try and avoid a potential encore that can come out from the Whimsicott. And we're going to see the Half-Flame Ogerpon. Now, when Half-Flame Ogerpon terastallizes and it's in the sun, those Ivy Cudgels hit hard. But we do see the Fluttermane do go down. We know it's Choice Specs, so the Whimsicott is able to take it out with that Shadow Ball. The Moonblast, sorry. And the Kowtow Cleave there coming out doing quite a sizable amount of damage into the Ogerpon.
Yeah, a good amount of damage there, just under 50%. Ogerpon not getting in for free. Drew took a big knockout turn one. He didn't want to lose that Urshifu, didn't want to lose his Terastallization. Both happened. But King Gambit and the speed control advantage here. Tornadus never got to go for a Tailwind. It went for that Sunny Day and then it switched out. So the speed control is in Drew's favor here. Tornadus, though, again, threatening big damage, but a Sucker Punch and a Moonblast is likely to be enough to take out this Ogerpon, even though it resists the Moonblast. We saw how much damage that Sucker Punch did. It's just under 50. You have to imagine that even though it resists the Moonblast, this is a Focus Sash Whimsicott. It's likely to be trained a bit more offensively just because it does guarantee itself that living that one hit, it doesn't need to be bulkier. And there's the Terra from the Ogerpon, ready to deal some damage, but is it going to get it off?
It may potentially get it off. There is the possibility as well. The Whimsicott is Helping Hand. A Helping Hand Sucker Punch might be able to have a look at picking up the Ogerpon as well. If it's calling out a Tailwind from the Tornadus, which I do think Drew has looked like it's locked in there. As we see the Tornadus go for the Tailwind, it may be the case of this play has been called. Seeing the Kowtow Cleave damage going, a Helping Hand Sucker Punch should pick it up, and it does.
Yeah.
So good line of sight there for Drew.
both players losing their terrestrialization, their big Terrafire damage dealer, a lot earlier than they would have liked. But after that really rough turn one, Drew really doing a good job of turning it around, making sure that even though the Urshifu is gone, even though the sun is up, he's keeping up the damage that he needs to be dealing, and he's doing really well. And now Yu Zhang is left with Tornadus and this Incineroar, which is forced to give this King Gambit an attack boost.
Yeah, not only that, Tornadus generally only uses the damaging move of Bleakwind Storm. King Gambit, being a steel type, is a natural resistance to that. There's also the possibility of a speed drop to come out from them as well. So when the speed drop does come out, that's another boost for King Gambit. We will have to see play around the Incineroar though, because the Incineroar does have Fake Out live. There's no Covert Cloak on the Whimsicott. The Whimsicott is indeed Focus Sash. It is Ghost Terrestrialization, but Terrestrialization is not on the cards for any of our trainers at this current point in time. They both have been used, and they both haven't really seen too much impact. So we're going a little bit old school here. We are seeing a Helping Hand come out from a Whimsicott, maybe calling a Fake Out coming out here from the Incineroar, which is exactly what happened. So Whimsicott's still getting a little bit of use out of there. We do see the Bleakwind Storm come out with the Fake Out, breaking the Focus Sash. Whimsicott does go down here. However, it was still able to get one parting gift in the way of Helping Hand for the King Gambit to be able to get off a boosted Kowtow Cleave thanks to the Defiant, which is enough to one-hit KO the Tornadus.
Yeah, this King Gambit really dishing out the damage along with that Helping Hand and along with Yu Zhang's Incin also giving it a bit of a helping hand in that Intimidate boost, which King Gambit absolutely loves seeing that. But Drew still does have one Pokemon left in the back. In Sun, King Gambit wouldn't really want to be up against this Incin, but with a bit of Fake Out help of its own, it's more than happy to be doing as much damage as it can and letting the Rillaboom deal kind of the finishing touch with a big, super effective high horsepower.
Yeah, this is a Rillaboom variant. A lot of them generally have a flexible option in regards to that third move that they do like to run alongside Fake Out and the double priority there with the Glassy Glide and the Woodhammer, the double grass coverage, so to speak. Drew's has opted for high horsepower in terms of their team building. As you can see, the Kowtow Cleave and the Fake Out there, stalling out that last turn of Sun. The grassy terrain will still be there, getting a little bit of health back. But we're going to see if Incineroar can do what Incineroar does best and look at clutching up some games, being the guy. But it looks like from what we have just witnessed there, maybe Yu Zhang Pen has different clans and has conceded game one. So that goes with Drew.
Yeah, so Yu Zhang recognizing that, look, if I'm going to break through both of these Pokemon, Rillaboom could miss a high horsepower or two, but I have to be clicking Flare Blitz, and those Flare Blitz recoils are going to be stacking up, especially with his +1 King Gambit, even though it is resisted, just dealing consistent damage over time. At that point, even maybe just going for those Woodhammers is pretty safe into that Incineroar. So a really good turnaround from Drew. I think this is probably one of the most prime examples that we've seen this weekend of a really, really rough turn one for one player, managing to completely turn it around and come out on top, because we've seen a lot of players kind of take charge from turn one and just keep up that momentum and keep going. Drew did really well there while he lost a lot of momentum on that turn one and Yu Zhang really looked pretty far ahead, Drew was able to shut down that momentum, gain some of his own, and then did not let up. Whimsicott going for those helping hands, all that priority coming out from the King Gambit, it was just enough.
Yeah, a lot of those priorities as well. Maybe Yu Zhang thinking, do you know what? There was a lot of priority options there. Maybe Farigiraf is something that we could put on the cards here for the game too. But it would be interesting to see if adaptation is made. Do we see the Incineroar take a backseat? Do we see a Trick Room option come out versus Drew? We'll find out momentarily, Henry.
Well, yeah, we didn't see something like maybe that Ursaluna come out. I know that there's the Rillaboom that you don't really want to Earthquake in front of, but so much of this team does not like to take something like a big headlong rush. And seeing how problematic that priority was, Farigiraf Ursaluna could be a really interesting option. But Yu Zhang still going with that Torn and Fluttermane, going for that Sunny Day option, or that Tailwind option this time potentially. But Drew also very happy with his game plan. Maybe a little bit more hesitant when it comes to that Urshifu, but it also just might not be an Urshifu.
It might potentially not be an Urshifu. Drew does have the option to have anything I would say, with the exception of potentially Rillaboom to be disguised as Zoroark there, because with Grassy Surge, that kind of gives it away if it's there or not. But we do see no Terrestrializations come out, no Protects coming out here either, just going straight for Tailwind attacking. We see the Sunny Day as well. So both the Prankster Pokemon doing their same moves in this turn 1.
Yeah, so Drew not going for any Terrestrializations there. We see why.
We've seen it again.
There's no Terrifier coming out from what we thought was the Urshifu, but that Zoroark. Once again, we saw it in Drew's last set. That Tailwind, that Shadow Ball, going straight into the Flutter that feels so safe in front of an Urshifu, especially when you're in Sun. But a little bit different to a Regidrago clicking Shadow Ball, and Urshifu clicking that big special Ghost move, more than enough to take out this Flutter Mane. We know there's an Urshifu in the back. Do you think there might be a Regidrago there to clean up as well, now that that Fairy type is once again just off the field?
There may potentially be. I cannot believe Drew has done it not once but twice to Flutter Manes on stream here during Top Gun, not even during like the second half of the Switch Drink phase 2 in Top Gun. Really putting not only the opponent on edge, but us on edge as well. The first one, we were on the side, we were able to see it. The second time, we were absolutely in shock and awe. But just showing that bluffing the same game 1 lead going this plan was good. Really strong utilization of Zoroark there. We'll see how Yuzhang looks to come back from it. We do see an encore on the Tornadus, so it's going to be clicking Sunny Day for another couple more turns unless we switch it out, Henry.
Yeah, no fake out that turn from the Incineroar onto the Focus Sash Whimsicott, so not really worried about potentially taking that encore. Zoroark, it's done its job. It's gone for that Shadow Ball, now making sure it gets as much damage as it can down with those Hyper Voices. Unfortunately, not able to stick around after a knockoff from that Incineroar, but it shows how powerful and how well chosen and thought out Drew's team is. Urshifu is such a big threat. Kingambit is such a big threat.
You've called it, Henry. You've called it.
Regidrago is such a big threat. You've got all these Pokemon that you've got to take into consideration. Look, this could be a Zoroark, but if this is the other Pokemon, it's just going to be over.
It's over.
And it's over.
It's
that
over.
Zoroark put in so much work for Drew here. Taking out the Flutter Mane, that Encore coming down onto the Tornadus, just too much. And the Regidrago there to clean up. There is no speed control there on Yu Zhang's team, and there is no immunity. We don't even need to talk about resist. It's a Regidrago next to a Flutter Mane with Helping Hand. Like, Yu Zhang sees the writing on the wall there, but Regidrago this whole weekend, anytime it's hit the field, the game has ended.
He's done it again. We saw it earlier. We saw it again. We get a cheeky disguise. We take out the Fairy type. We've got the Dragon in the back. Executed it twice against 2 phenomenal players and has got it twice. Unpunished to win those sets. Now he is in finals.
Yeah, like that was a huge play. And we saw really good game plans from both players. Game 1, Yu Zhang making sure, look, there's likely to be an Urshifu in front of me. I'm going to make that call. That is not a Zoroark. Goes for the Sunny Day, goes for the Shadow Ball, takes the Surging Strikes, gets the KO and the Terrestrialization. But Drew, staying calm, staying collected, make sure, look, I know that you've taken probably my biggest tool here, but I've still got my support in Whimsicott and I've got my priority in Kingambit. Odds are you're going your Tornadus mode. I don't think there's a Farigiraf in back. I'm going to go for these big attacks until you show me that they're not going to work. And they worked time and time again. And that game too was just such a masterclass in how to use Zoroark. We've seen it on stream before, but I don't think we've seen it used to such potential. Those Shadow Balls, Life Orb Shadow Balls, being able to pick up these bulky Flutters, because that's what these speed boosting Flutters always are. They're so bulky. You want them to stick around and do as much as you can for you, but it just wasn't enough.
Such a unique Pokemon like Hisui and Zoroark coming out there. Fluttermanes are taking into account the Pokemon that they see very commonly in practice. Your Incineroars, your Urshifus, your Rillabooms. They are not taking into account anything cheeky like a Hisui and Zoroark. And with the ability to pretend to be something like the Urshifu, like we see there, the Fluttermane's going, I confidently take this hit. And Drew's thinking, are you sure about that, man? There's disagreement there from what it seems like.
Yeah, no, and it's such an like we were saying, it's such an interesting dynamic between these teams. Just talking about the immunities, both teams have big ghost type moves that they want to click. Both teams have these big normal Pokemon that you really don't want to be clicking these ghost type moves into, and there's such different teams as well. There's a lot of offense on both teams, but in different ways. Yu Zhang's having a little bit more speed control, got that Trick Room mode, but instead choosing to match the Tailwind speed control that Drew has, and it just didn't work out in the end, especially considering the pressure that Drew was putting on. If there's an Urshifu there, you want to be going for the Sunny Day, not only to boost your damage, but to protect your Flutter Mane. If it's not an Urshifu, you still kind of need to click the Sunny Day, because if that's an Urshifu, that's trouble. But it wasn't an Urshifu, it was the Zoroark, and not getting Tailwind up just allows that Zoroark to absolutely run rampant. And then with the Whimsicott there, if you're not faking out, because that potential was there, the fake out option was there to go into the Whimsicott to stop the Encore from going to the Tornadus, but choosing not to go for that and instead taking out the Zoroark, which at that point had done its job. It had done exactly what Drew wanted it to do, cleared the way for the Regidrago to come in. I feel like at that point you need to protect your Tornadus, sorry.
Yes.
You need to make sure that, look, I've lost a big tool. If I lose my Tailwind, can't get some big damage down later before my opponent does, it's just so hard to come back from that. As soon as that Encore went onto the Tornadus, and the Tornadus went, oh, it seems a bit sunny, I might try to make it sunny, then it's just not going to end well.
It's a very tough position as well, because there's no terrestrializations being made. Probably looking at respecting, there was a ghost terrestrialization on Whimsicott as well. It could have gone for that at any point to dodge any sort of fake outs if looking to go for that Tailwind again. But Drew making a really big call out, going, they're going to have a look at taking out the Zoroark. And deciding not to terrestrialize, knowing that the fake out is not coming, it puts Yu Zhang in a really tough spot, as you mentioned earlier. And unfortunately for Yu Zhang, not being able to make the call correctly, which spells an unfortunate downfall into the top 4 match. However, coming top 4, still a phenomenal result.
Oh, of course. Like, congratulations to Yu Zhang for coming to this top 4. It wasn't the result in top 4 that he was maybe after. That Zoroark definitely putting on a tricky performance, but he's made it all the way here, taking down some massive players along the way. And with a really impressive team as well. We saw Toby using it yesterday, but it hasn't been around that much. But he definitely showcased why it's such a scary threat. That Shadow Ball, being able to take out that Urshifu while living it. Like, the Surging Strikes, Sunny Day plus Flutter Mane is such an underexplored combination in mix with a bunch of other cores, like we saw the Ursaluna there. But Drew's on to the finals now, and pretty soon we're going to be back with potentially a Zoroark as our regional champion. So make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back with that soon.
And we're back, Mark. We're back with the finals for the Sydney Regional Championship. I'm thinking probably one of our most anticipated and best regional finals we've had. Maybe in a while. Who knows?
I'm so excited for this one. From very early on, and we're not supposed to have biases here, but I was saying for a while, I want to see Zoroark in finals. Yeah. I want to see Zoroark in finals, and we have been blessed, and we have it here today. We have Drew Bliss running that Zoroark team that so many of our viewers have been enjoying. I was popping off backstage while you two were talking about that game. When Urshifu sent out that Shadow Ball into a Flutter Mane, that was one of the most incredible moments I have seen on a Pokemon stream. And I'm so excited for us to potentially get that again in our final match of this regional championships.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's going to be quite a tall order for the Zoroark. Drew is going up against Yuzhang Wang, going with more of that Raging Bolt balance, I do believe, with the Calm Mind Raging Bolt variant.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this team, it's shown us time and time again on stream why this team has earned its spot in our final match. This is a very, very strong, very, very consistent team that we have. And it looks like the players have dived right into it. So on the other side, we've got Yuzhang with the Urshifu and the Flutter Mane. And then on Drew's side, we've got Urshifu and Whimsicott.
So from what we can see here, there is a terrestrialized Urshifu already there on the water side. That was on this side of Yuzhang. As we see the Whimsicott here and the Urshifu as well. Looks like there has been... It looks like potentially that the Urshifu was switched in their turn 1. And from what we can see, the damage ended on the Flutter Mane there. So maybe there was a potential that Flutter Mane has been damaged there, and maybe there's been a knockout taken. But we're going to go forward with how things are going at the moment here. We're going to see the Fire Terrestrialization come out here from Drew's Urshifu now, potentially having a look at taking some Flutter Mane hits.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risky play there, going for that Fire Terrestrialization in front of that Urshifu. There's a Moonblast doing more than half to Yuzhang's Urshifu, and there is Drew's Urshifu picking up the knockout on Yuzhang's Urshifu there. I was about to say that it's risky going for that Terra Fire in front of that Urshifu, but if you're just going to take it out, then it doesn't matter what your type is.
Yeah, so there was I feel like there was likely a Tailwind to be set up there on a previous turn because the Urshifu did jump in front of the Flutter Mane. Generally something Urshifu doesn't normally do, and we've seen Drew isn't running a Choice Scarf Urshifu. So it's likely that the Tailwind was set up on a previous turn while damage was dealt to the Flutter Mane, because as we see, we've come into the match and it is on a slither of red health. So not looking to be the strongest at this current point in time. But we do see the double into the Urshifu knocking it out, and we see in response a Rillaboom coming in from Yuzhang Wang's side.
Yeah, so Rillaboom, pretty well placed here to shoot off a Fake Out into either one of these Pokemon. Whimsicott, especially, having that Focus Sash, really doesn't want to be eating any of those Fake Outs, which might, reduce it below 100% health, because that, renders the Focus Sash basically useless. It does have that Ghost Terrestrialization, but because Drew has already terrestrialized that Urshifu, it doesn't have access to that anymore. I would also imagine the Whimsicott does not have Protect on its moveset, which means that'll be a pretty free Fake Out from Yuzhang, unless Drew looks to go for a switch here. Shifu, on the other hand, I believe does not have a choice item, so it does have that Protect. But we see that Flutter Mane go for the Protect on Yuzhang's side of the field, clearly trying to keep it around for as long as possible, and working out there as the Moonblast goes from the Whimsicott into the Flutter Mane. Urshifu going for a Surging Strike, also into the Flutter Mane, covering for that Protect and saying, if you're going to protect the Moonblast, I'm going to hit you anyway. So he is definitely going to take out that Flutter Mane there. Rillaboom, having not gone for the Fake Out, is instead going for a high horsepower into that now Fire-type Urshifu, is going to pick up the knockout.
Yeah, with the Fire Terrestrialization being at just a little bit above half health and still being at -1 because of the close combat on the previous turn, is enough to put that into range. We do see there was a Hisuian Zoroark lead, which was knocked out turn 1, which was probably looking at why the Flutter Mane had damage dealt there in regards to that. But we do see that there is a Half-Flame Ogerpon now, and we see the Regidrago and the Whimsicott here now. What both of these Pokemon, the Rillaboom and the Half-Flame Ogerpon, have access to, they both have access to Grassy Glide. Now, Grassy Glide in the grassy terrain does hit at a boosted priority, which means they can both look at getting hits off onto this Regidrago here to weaken the power of its Dragon Energies.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the Helping Hand go out there from the Whimsicott. Regidrago still being the fastest thing here. We are going to see that Grassy Glide from the Ogerpon doing a not insubstantial amount of damage there. Dragon Energy looks like we're not getting Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom. That Dragon Energy is going to knock out that Ogerpon. Even though Ogerpon was able to get that amount of damage onto the Regidrago, that helping hand really helped to get that end of the line. High horsepower coming out from that Rillaboom is going to do a decent amount of damage, but it's a question of whether or not it's actually going to be able to be enough.
Yeah, the Tailwind has petered out here now, and we do see that this is the last of Yuzhang's Pokemon, and the battle has been cancelled. So right away, even though we've jumped into it late, we have the results of the game 1. That goes to Drew.
Yeah, look, very cleanly played by Drew. I think definitely in that turn when we saw Fluttermane get taken out, the Moonblast into that Protect, followed up by the Surging Strikes, Drew really wanted that Fluttermane taken out. And then we saw why, right? The Regidrago comes in from the back. What does Regidrago not want to see? Fairy types. So by Drew saying, I'm definitely getting this Fairy off the field, even if it does Protect in front of me, I'm going to take advantage of making sure that Fairy is not going to be there anymore. And then once he's pretty clear to shoot off those massive helping hand Dragon Energies.
Yeah, makes sense when you see the Urshifu terrestrialize as well, knowing that, okay, so that's off the table if there's a Raging Bolt in the back. It can't terrestrialize, it's still going to be weak to that Dragon Energy. Priority 1, deal with the Fairy type. Priority 2, get Regidrago in as safely as possible. And then following step, throw out Dragon Energy. We can take a Grassy Glide or 2. Helping Hand Dragon Energy, still, even with that chip, was enough to one-hit KO the Ogerpon and deal substantial amount of damage to Rillaboom. Very commonly an Assault Vest Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the Assault Vest was really the only reason that Rillaboom was able to take that Helping Hand Dragon Energy, even though the Regidrago was not on full health, didn't have all of its hit points, it was still able to deal enough damage with that Dragon Energy. Just, I think the Helping Hand on Whimsicott really showing why it's on the team is just it makes the difference in so many different moves.
I do believe it's another one of those reasons why Drew has elected to put Whimsicott on that team over Tornadus is access to that Helping Hand, just to give that extra little bit of push for those sweepers in the Terran condition. So really good. It's really nice to see how everything in Drew's end is all sort of coming into play. We're going to see if there's adaptation from Yuzhang Wang. We haven't seen a lot of Raging Bolt come up against Drew there. We're going to see if that does end up changing in this game too, though. As leads come out, we do see the Fluttermane and the Urshifu, which did look like the same lead from Yuzhang from the game 1, from what we saw as we tapped in. With Urshifu and Whimsicott from Drew's side of things, the speed has been boosted from Yuzhang's Fluttermane.
Yeah, so Whimsicott here in a really good position just to launch off another Tailwind. Urshifu, whether or not be the real Urshifu or the fake Urshifu, either way is in a good position to threaten damage onto that Fluttermane. And we would imagine that with the Tailwind, in fact we saw it last game, with the Tailwind, that Urshifu is going to be faster than that Fluttermane. Yuzhang's Urshifu on the other side of the field, not really threatening a heap of damage. Whimsicott happens to resist both of the attack types coming out from Urshifu, both the water and the fighting. And Urshifu itself doesn't necessarily resist the close combat, but it certainly has a very high base defense stat, so it can take it pretty comfortably. We are going to see Fluttermane switch out there on Yuzhang's side of the field, and instead it looks like they are going to go into a Rillaboom there.
Yeah, Rillaboom switching there, looking to potentially call out a Surging Strike play from the Urshifu, looking to see if there's a Tailwind Surging Strike that does immediately take out the Fluttermane. We are seeing a terrestrialization. It looks like it's coming out from the end of, that could be either one, but it's
Drew's side of the field with the Terra Fire on the Urshifu. Something we've seen a lot over the past few matches that we have had Drew on stream. This has really paid a lot of dividends. Not particularly relevant here though, as the Fluttermane has switched out Aqua Jet into that Urshifu just to get that little bit of chip, just to take out that Focus Sash that Yuzhang has on their Urshifu, and that is going to be a very good turn 1 for Drew Bliss.
Yeah, calling the switch right down the line, going the double in, committing to, we're going to take out the Sash and knocking out the Urshifu. Even if it looks to protect, we can look at breaking said Focus Sash with the Aqua Jet, the Unseen Fish, just showing how strong of an ability it is, just as that alone. No Tailwind required, but here's the Raging Bolt coming out from Yuzhang's end. So
yeah, Raging Bolt, which is threatening a lot less damage on that Urshifu than it would have been if Urshifu was remaining as a water type. Same deal for the Rillaboom as well. No longer being able to Grassy Glide into it for super effective damage and instead being resisted. The only move that the Rillaboom has to hit the Urshifu for super effective damage is that high horsepower if it is carrying it, which it does. So Urshifu in a fairly comfortable position here, although it is a question of whether or not Drew will keep it around because it's not actually threatening that much damage on either of Yu Zhang's Pokemon, and Urshifu is going to switch out there.
Yeah, Urshifu coming out here, going into the Rillaboom now. Probably generally looking to take all moves as best as possible. We do see another Moonblast here doing 50% to that Raging Bolt, so quite a large amount of damage there. We see a Woodhammer going into the Whimsicott. Whimsicott guaranteed takes a hit because of said Focus Sash, and we do see the Carmine coming out here from Raging Bolt as well. So Raging Bolt has to be feeling a little bit of pressure. Not only is there Fake Out available, there's also the Encore available from the Whimsicott as well that can sort of pincer it into looking at potentially clicking Calm Mind a couple more times.
I was about to say, it's a very risky play to click Calm Mind in front of a Whimsicott, because if they click that Encore, you're going to be stuck doing nothing but Calm Mind for the next few turns, which can be great if you come out on the other side. You'll have a massive special attack stat and a massive special defense stat, but will you be able to come out the other side? You can't protect, you can't use attacking moves, you just have to keep using that Calm Mind until the Encore ends. And in front of a team like Drew's, which just has such massive offensive pressure, whether or not you'll be able to stick around until the Calm Mind is finished is a good question.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what happens in Yu Zhang if they do look to call that and see what's going on around with that one. The Rillaboom not having Fake Out pressure on Yu Zhang's end, but do have Fake Out active on Drew's side. The Raging Bolt does go for the Protect there, so now if there is a follow-up, it won't be into a Calm Mind, it'll be into a Protect if that does happen. We see the Fake Out on the Rillaboom, just looking to give Whimsicott just another turn, covering for that Protect if that does happen, because another Rillaboom Woodhammer from Yu Zhang's side would have been able to take out the Whimsicott there.
Yeah, absolutely. A very smart move on Drew's end, just going for that Fake Out to prevent that Rillaboom from, like you said, taking out that Whimsicott based on the damage we saw in the previous turn. Raging Bolt going for the Protect to keep it from getting Encored into the Calm Mind, but now it's certainly not out of danger, because if Whimsicott goes for an Encore here, now it'll be locked into Protect, which is arguably worse than being locked into Calm Mind. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not Yu Zhang keeps that Raging Bolt on the field or decides to switch it out and take it out of harm's way of that Encore.
Yeah, similar in regards to Drew with the Whimsicott as well, because if the Whimsicott does commit to go for that Encore and gets that wrong, and a Woodhammer does go out into the Whimsicott is gone, and it's quite still an important tool for Drew to have, which Drew recognizes and pivots out into the Regidrago here, as we see a double Protect coming out here from the Raging Bolt, probably looking to try and bait out that Encore again.
Yeah, so that double Protect that is going to fail, but might not end up being particularly relevant here, considering that Drew did not go for the Encore. Regidrago switching into that Woodhammer, dealing quite a substantial amount of health. Woodhammer itself into the Dragon type on Yu Zhang's side of the field. Both of them taking pretty significant damage. However, Yu Zhang's Raging Bolt, it's got that Calm Mind, it's got the leftovers, Grassy Terrain recovery. It's going to be in a decent position to stick around for the next couple of turns if Yu Zhang is able to deal with this Regidrago at all.
Yeah, Protect is still alive as well this turn for the Raging Bolt, so if more HP is required from the Grassy Terrain and the leftovers, it does have access to that. I do believe that Yu Zhang still has access to Terrestrialization, so if it's getting a bit worried about a Dragon Energy, maybe more a Draco Meteor, or even potentially an Earth Power as well, it does have the option to do that, but it also needs to take into account, if it does do that, there's going to be big repercussions from Rillaboom if it's continuing to go throw Woodhammers into that slot, like it did the previous turn.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen in the last couple of turns the amount of damage that a Rillaboom can do, even with a resisted Woodhammer. That high base power move, boosted by the terrain, is just outputting such massive damage that you really have to be careful of it, even if you are a Pokemon as bulky as the Regidrago, as the Raging Bolt. By losing that Dragon typing, it would be particularly susceptible to a Woodhammer, and I think he recognizes that, just goes for yet another Protect to keep that Raging Bolt safe for another turn. Earth Power going into that Raging Bolt slot, getting that Protect off by Yu Zhang, and then Woodhammer as well, also targeted into that slot. So a very good read by Yu Zhang there.
Yeah, excellent read by Yu Zhang, getting the Protect there, being able to avoid damage from both of those moves, while also getting Flutter Mane in safely. If there was a call out there from Drew into that Flutter Mane, that could have spelled nasty, maybe even potentially a knockout there for the Flutter Mane, but in this timeline we're in right now, the Flutter Mane is in, the Grassy Terrain is gone, so there's going to be no more boosted Woodhammers, no more priority Grassy Glides, if that was an option, no longer is an option, and Regidrago sitting in. There's no Tailwind up, so Flutter Mane is currently in the driver's seat in regards to controlling the speed and the speed positioning of the game at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. So essentially what Drew might want to look to do here is get that Whimsicott in safely to get a tailwind up, to start threatening those encores again, to be more of a menace. The question is, how do you do that? That Whimsicott is on half health. It doesn't have access to that Focus Sash. And it is, as we've seen, not the bulkiest Pokemon. So you've got to be really careful if you're switching it in. Sometimes you might have to let one of your own Pokemon go down just so that Whimsicott can come in safely at the start of the next turn to be in a better position here. Although we do see the Rillaboom switch out on Drew's end. And instead, he is going to send in the Whimsicott here. So quite a risky play. We'll have to see if that plays off for him. Regidrago going for a Protect there, just keeping itself safe from the Moonblast and potentially from the Dragon Pulse as well on that Raging Bolt side. It's instead going to be Icy Wind coming out from that Flutter Mane, really just trying to maintain speed control there, presumably, on Yu Zhang's side of the field. But that Whimsicott now we know is safe because that Dragon Pulse is, in this case, it was going into the Regidrago, but even if it was targeted into the Whimsicott, it's not going to affect the Fairy type.
Yeah, Drew looking to make that call out is going, Icy Wind, we could probably take it. Moonblast, maybe it might be able to take as well, but who knows? All we knew for sure was that the Whimsicott was fairly safe from anything the Raging Bolt wanted to throw out.
Yes.
Generally, on those Calm Mind builds, their two moves are Dragon move, whether it's Draco Meteor or Dragon Pulse, and generally Thunderclap as well, just that priority move that bypasses. It's less than Stellar Speed. So Whimsicott in here now. Whimsicott does have the option to have a look at getting up the Tailwind as well to regain speed advantage. It also has an option to maybe go for like an Encore as well. Whether it wants to do that or no, it might not happen. I do see that Tailwind being a very strong option here for the time being. Whimsicott a little bit on its last legs. It is minus speed as well. So if it's looking to throw out a Moonblast, it might not be able to do so with the potential double up.
Yeah, but we do see the switch out here. Regidrago coming back. I think Drew realizing it's not the most well-placed in front of this Fairy type, this Flutter Mane. So we see Rillaboom come back in, back on full health. It's setting that grassy terrain back up to send out some more massive Wood Hammers. Protect from the Raging Bolt. Once again, such a risky play in front of that Whimsicott, but Whimsicott is just going to go for that Tailwind to get that off. With its Prankster, it allows it to move before the Flutter Mane. Flutter Mane going for yet another Icy Wind, and that is going to pick up a knockout on the Whimsicott there. So fortunately, Raging Bolt a little bit safer there from having to worry about any Encores coming out from that Whimsicott.
Yeah, the speed drop on the Rillaboom as well may potentially have an impact, even though despite it is in Tailwind, depending on how the Rillaboom is trained. If it does have a lot of pace, maybe it still is able to jump the Flutter Manes, which are known to be naturally quite quick as well. On the other hand, it might be built to be much more of a bulkier Rillaboom looking to take hits with the Assault Vest alongside being able to dish out attacks, maybe potentially sacrificing speed in that exchange as well. So we'll see how that speed drop does end up happening. And we do see the Urshifu come back in, looking to be able to take those Icy Winds. I do believe that Yu Zhang's Flutter Mane is indeed choice spec, so it is locked into that option. So if it doesn't want to click the Icy Winds again, it is forced into a position to switch out. Otherwise, it's going to keep clicking those. Probably not something you want to be clicking into an Assault Vest Rillaboom or a Fire-type Urshifu.
No, absolutely not. What's also important to note is the Rillaboom only just hit the field, so it does still have access to its Fake Out. So it can potentially keep this Urshifu safe from a Thunderclap. I know the Thunderclap is not still hitting for super effective damage, but it's still threatening quite a lot of damage. We are going to see Yu Zhang Terrestrialization here, and it is going to be into the Grass type. So, just being able to resist those Surging Strikes, also resist those Wood Hammers is a very good defensive Terrestrialization. We are going to see that Surging Strikes come out from Urshifu, and it is going to be doing what looks like a little bit over half, so still very respectable damage into that resisted hit. And we'll just have to see if like you said, the Flutter Mane is faster than the Rillaboom here. The Flutter Mane does go for the Thunder Wave there. It is indeed faster than the Rillaboom, and that Thunder Wave could end up being quite crucial for the rest of the game. Here comes the Wood Hammer, boosted by the Grassy Terrain, that is going to pick up a knockout on the Flutter Mane this turn.
Yeah, so the Flutter Mane Terrestrialization there did help protect it temporarily against the Surging Strikes, but the double target into the Flutter Mane there, just making sure that it did go down there. And if there was a re-pivot to it for the Raging Bolt still doesn't want to take the Wood Hammer damage. However, with the Fairy type gone, there is still a Regidrago lurking in the back.
Yes.
Still at relatively decent health, however, it's not completely going to run away with it. There isn't a Rillaboom in the back there for Yu Zhang as well. Still threatening Grassy Glide, so it doesn't force it to lock itself into the Dragon energy to fully commit to it because it will be quite weak. So it may potentially have to look at committing Draco Meteor. The inaccuracy on Draco Meteor does have chances to miss as well. And it's probably going to want to have a look at throwing those into both of them. So we're going to see what the angle is for Drew here. There's also the paralysis. When we saw Drew's King Gambit get paralysis earlier on the day, it wasn't able to do an awful lot. So we'll see if that Omen holds here. But we see the fake out on the Rillaboom here, Mark.
There is the fake out. And Urshifu, that is a full paralysis. That's pretty brutal for Drew's side of the field. Both of his Pokemon unable to move this turn. Raging Bolt saying, I'm going to take advantage of that. I'm going to another Calm Mind off. I'm going to be dealing even more damage. I'm going to have even more special defense to keep me safe from this Regidrago in the back. Drew there, unfortunately, Rillaboom flinching, Urshifu being fully paralyzed, and just really showing why people are running this Thunder Wave on their Flutter Mane is because it just can give you chances to clutch up a game where otherwise you might be behind.
Yeah, it does open up the angle there for getting a free turn or two, and every turn in games like these, especially during Grand Finals, very, very key. Falling behind a turn on any attack can be brutal. If it's something like a call out and it's like, oh, my opponent got ahead of me because they had a good call out. In a turn like this, oh, I've been fully paralyzed. It's a bit of unfortunate luck. However, it's put me a little bit behind. It's not the best, but it's still, there's still room to play around with it. So we're just gonna have to see how that goes and see how Yusheng capitalizes on it.
Yeah, exactly. So we've still got a little bit more tailwind here. Thunderclap coming out. Oh, that was a big Thunderclap. That extra Calm Mind that Yusheng was able to get in the last turn, really paying dividends there, as that Thunderclap is able to one-hit KO that Urshifu, even though it was a neutral hit. So Yusheng saying, no super effective, no worries at all. I'm getting my Calm Mind to +2, I'm doing it anyway. Yusheng firing back with their own Woodhammer there, knocking out the Rillaboom, and being able to bring it back where Yusheng was behind. It is now a 1 versus 2, with Drew only having his Regidrago in the back.
Yeah, the tailwind petering out as well for the Regidrago here as well. Maybe having to look to have a scout at maybe, can I get a little bit of grassy terrain healing to help me get by an extra turn or two? And then needing to have a look at what the board state is going. What do I need to take out for certainty? Do I need to gun down the Raging Bolt? Do I need to have a look at focusing on that primarily? Or do I need to shift it to the Rillaboom?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, if you're Drew, you've got to be considering the damage coming out of that Regidrago. Thunderclaps, they're resisted. They still could do a fair bit of damage and notably decrease the damage coming out from a Dragon Energy, if that was what Drew was to go for. But also, those Dragon Pulses, you know, that's a +2 Raging Bolt, and that is a Dragon type on the other side, which would take super effective damage from that Dragon Pulse. So Drew's really got to consider whatever I'm taking out here, it's got to be quick. I've got to take it out in one hit. There is a Thunderclap coming out, doing a lot of damage there. Even on that resisted hit, Draco Meteor coming out, that is going to hit into that +2 special defense Regidrago. Regidrago is going to take that one. High horsepower coming out, is going to pick up the knockout anyway. That means game 2 is going to go to Yusheng Wang.
Yusheng Wang, very good adaptation that we saw the Raging Bolt come through. Raging Bolt, as we mentioned during the in-between of Game 1 and Game 2, could have been a Pokemon that was sought to be brought to be able to help deal with some of those threats, and it did so in quite a phenomenal way. It was able to sit there, able to get those boosts up, able to avoid being encored, being able to just keep itself in a relatively good position. And with that, beside the Rillaboom, being able to help clutch up the Game 2 to allow this set to go into a Game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Drew was doing quite well on his positioning. I think he really recognized from previous games and from previous sets as well that the answer to the Raging Bolt is to just deal with the other threats and then get the Regidrago out and then just hit it with a hard-hitting Dragon-type move. But Raging Bolt, on the other hand, you know, got enough Calm Minds off. Even that Draco Meteor, that super effective Draco Meteor, boosted by Dragon's Maw, boosted by Dragon Fang, it still wasn't enough to pick up that super effective hit. The amount of special defense that the Raging Bolt was able to get just by sitting there and clicking Calm Mind. And then it was also able to be as healthy as it was, despite having been taken down relatively low, took that big Moonblast from the Whimsicott, those leftovers, that grassy terrain, it's just able to keep healing and healing and healing each and every turn until it's basically back at full health, allowing it to take those massive hits like that and then being able to return fire.
It's one of those sweepers where You really want to deal with it, but there's also ways that you can sort of like just hold off on it for a little bit. But if you do a little bit of damage and sort of leave it go with the Rillaboom support with the leftovers, as you can see, just every single turn, like turns where there was just protecting, turns where protects even failed, but it wasn't targeted. It's able to solid core its way. We actually got all the way back to full because there wasn't leftovers towards that last turn of the game. So the amount of healing you get from that, from a Pokemon as bulky as that and as strong as that as well after those Carmines, always scary to stare down.
It's such a difficult Pokemon to deal with because you want to be able to deal with it right away before it starts getting those Carmines off and running away with the game. But it's quite bulky. Sometimes you need multiple hits to take it out, even when it hasn't got any Carmines off. But we're going to go to game 3. We are going to see if Yuzhang is able to maneuver that Raging Bolt in the same way again. We're looking at that Ogerpon and Rillaboom lead. And on Drew's side of the field, we have Whimsicott and Urshifu.
Yeah, so we see it here. I do believe this is a different lead coming from Yuzhang. Looking to adapt here with the double grass priority. Both of these have Grassy Glide. With the Grassy Terrain up, there is options for both of them just to swing through those quick priority moves. The Whimsicott and Urshifu on the other end. Urshifu doesn't really like staring down two grass-type attackers. Definitely not ones as strong as Ogerpon and Rillaboom. Whimsicott will be able to bring through a little bit of Tailwind support, but also has to play around and respect the fact that Rillaboom has been led, so Fake Out Pressure is aboard, and do we need to burn the Terrestrialization on the Whimsicott to keep Sash intact for it? But elected to pivot out into a different Pokemon.
Yeah, so that is a switch out from Whimsicott. Bring in Regidrago, clearly thinking, I've got this Dragon type, I'm looking at Grass types and Fire types, I'm pretty safe from those hits. Terrestrialization coming out onto the Urshifu. Once again, we are seeing that Fire Terrestrialization on the Urshifu. This time, rather than keeping it safe from a Moonblast, it's keeping it safe from these Grassy Glides and these Grass Hammers coming out. However, Yuzhang's just going to go for a simpler play, just going to go for a Fake Out there. Critical hit, just to pick up that little bit of extra damage, and there is the Ivy Cudgel coming out into what once was the Whimsicott, but is now that Dragon type, which is going to take that pretty comfortably. That being said, when you're Regidrago, you really just want all the HP that you can get, because the less HP you have, the weaker you're swinging with your Dragon energies.
Yeah, not the best, but Regidrago can also take advantage of the grassy terrain. While getting a little bit of HP back every single turn that it does get a little bit back, it's going to be slowly gaining a bit of power on said Dragon energy. It does need to keep in mind that it is slower than the Ogerpon, and it can be hit with a Grassy Glide from a Rillaboom. So if there is a double into that, there could be a possibility that Regidrago ends up much lower than it needs to be, or even wants to be. It kind of wants to remain as healthy as possible to fire off big Dragon energies. Otherwise, it's sort of forced to a position where it needs to use Draco Meteors.
Yeah, but there is another Ivy Cudgel, taking that Regidrago to just below half. Surging Strikes coming up from the Urshifu. That is going to do a lot of damage. It will be very close to see whether or not that is going to pick up the Ogerpon. So we'll have to see how much the third hit does. Not quite enough. That is a crucial live from Yuzhang there. Regidrago there, going for the Dragon Energy, is going to pick up the Ogerpon, and it's going to do respectable chip to that Rillaboom there.
Very solid chip, can't complain about that. Potentially knowing that there may have been falling a bit shy on the knockout there on the Ogerpon. Guaranteeing that one always feels nice. The Regidrago is back just above half now. The Urshifu being able to take the high horsepower as well, despite being a fire type from the Rillaboom, allows it to still be there. So Drew, with a Pokemon advantage at the moment, however, there's a lot that can be in the back. Urshifu is one of them. There's a lot that still can be done here.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, Drew's Urshifu, it may have taken that high horsepower hit, but it's not safe here. Depending on how each of their Urshifus are trained, it's possible that Yuzhang's might be moving first. Yuzhang also might just fire off an Aqua Jet into that now Fire-type Urshifu, but yeah, even other moves. Woodhammer from the Rillaboom is likely also threatening a knockout on that Urshifu, even though that is now a resisted hit. So we'll have to see whether or not Drew is planning on keeping that Urshifu in the field to try to duke it out with these two, or whether or not he might maybe go for a switch to reposition and keep that Urshifu around for later in the game if it's needed.
Yeah. There may also be a possibility, if it does look to go for a tie, looking at potentially breaking the Urshifu Focus Sash as well from Yuzhang's side with its own Aqua Jet. But from what we've seen, there has been a switch out from the Regidrago going into the Whimsicott. So Whimsicott, because Regidrago is floating, has a floating animation, which is, pretty cute. Some Pokemon do have those. But is coming into a close combat. Even though that was a not very effective move, it still dealt half of its health. We see the close combat coming out here onto the Rillaboom. Rillaboom hanging on there as well, just showing just how naturally bulky Rillaboom can be as well, looking to take that close combat.
Yeah, and there's the Woodhammer into the Whimsicott. That is going to knock it out. That's pretty crucial for Yuzhang. The fact that the Rillaboom was able to take that close combat, and it looks like Rillaboom is going to now go down to that Woodhammer recoil, but that's okay. It did its job. It took out that Whimsicott. It means that Drew is going to have to play the rest of this game without Tailwind, which could be a real problem.
It could be quite nasty indeed, especially if there is a Flutter Mane in the back. You'll have to rely solely a lot on this Rillaboom here, which is the revealed fourth there. And from Yuzhang Wang's side, it is the Raging Bolt. It is not the Flutter Mane. However, there is still Terrestrialization open for Yuzhang. So knowing that the Raging Bolt is in the back there, knowing if it's ever threatened by it, it can change its defensive typing on a whim, being weak to Dragon to being immune to Dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. And Urshifu, if the Raging Bolt goes for the Fairy type, can hit with some pretty big surging strikes. Rillaboom can hit with some pretty big Woodhammers, but Urshifu itself is in a pretty precarious situation. A Thunderclap from that Raging Bolt might just be able to pick it up, even though it is no longer a super effective hit. That Urshifu, like I mentioned before, is on relatively low hit points, doesn't have a great special defense stat, so it could really be threatened by a move coming out there, but that is going to be protect from Yuzhang's Urshifu. Fake out coming out into the Raging Bolt. Good selection. And then there's the Aqua Jet into Yuzhang's Urshifu, popping the Focus Sash. And the Aqua Jet as well, obviously not in that particular turn, but can also be used to cover for that Thunderclap. It can prevent that Thunderclap from moving first, in which case the Thunderclap will fail.
Yeah, very key there, going for that Aqua Jet into that Protect as well, knowing that we do need to look at breaking that Focus Sash, because there may potentially be a line for Drew from what he's seeing. He knows the Urshifu on Yuzhang's side has the Water Terrestrialization, meaning it can't change that on a whim. It can look at throwing out a double priority in the form of the Aqua Jet and the Grassy Glide into it, just to try to deal as much damage as possible to have a look at taking it out. Urshifu has just Protected, which means if it looks to go for a follow-up Protect, there is a likely chance that it does not succeed there. And with the Raging Bolt, it's not able to throw out a Thunderclap into the Urshifu, or I believe the Rillaboom, based on how they are trained. From what we have seen, it does look like that both this Rillaboom and the Urshifu have been faster than the Raging Bolt. We see the double Protect there, and unfortunately for Yuzhang, it does not go through.
Yeah, so there's a second Aqua Jet, just trying to pick up that extra damage to try to get them in range of the Grassy Glide. There's the Grassy Glide coming out, boosted by the train. That is going to pick up the knockout. It looks like it is Raging Bolt against 3 of Drew's Pokemon. We have seen how lethal this Raging Bolt can be in, against multiple targets. And it is going to take out the Urshifu, taking it down to a 2 versus 1. However, Yuzhang is now in a very tricky spot. Do I Terrestrialize into the Fairy type to keep me safe from the Draco Meteors and the Dragon Energies coming out from the Regidrago? But if I do that, that's going to be a big Woodhammer.
Yeah, it's going to be a big Woodhammer indeed. It's going to be a tough couple of turns here. This is the make or break for Yuzhang. This is the difference between coming first, guaranteeing that World's Invite, coming to second place, getting some championship points, and continuing to work their way towards making the qualification, not immediately on the spot here. The same goes for Drew as well. It's getting these turns right. Bit of information coming out here from Yuzhang Wang here, just going for the Protect at the moment, just to scout the option that's going through Drew's mind. And in that mind, it is the Earth Power, and I do believe it is the Woodhammer as well, looking to respect the Fairy Terrestrialization that can come out there, but maybe there's a mix-up from Drew knowing that this coming turn.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's all down to reads here. Do you go for the Regidrago with a Dragon Pulse to try to pick it up and turn it into a 1v1? Or do you maybe predict that the Regidrago is going to Protect here and you start trying to target the Rillaboom? The question is, if you're targeting the Rillaboom, what are you trying to do to it that will take it out? This Rillaboom's got an Assault Vest. And that Dragon Pulse probably not doing a whole heap. Thunderclap doing even less because it's resisted. We are going to see the Terrestrialization come out here from Yuzhang's Raging Bolt. He's decided, look, whatever's happening, I'm not taking a Draco Meteor, I'm not taking a Dragon Energy.
Yeah, so there's the defensive Terrestrialization there. Drew opting to go for a Protect, maybe potentially looking to scout to see if that Terrestrialization is used now this turn. We do see the Woodhammer coming out there. doing very big damage there, taking a bit of recoil as well on that end. We see the Dragon Pulse, but that's gone into the Regidrago.
That is into the Regidrago. It looks like Drew made the call correct, protected that Regidrago. Means that Regidrago is now around for another turn. It can't hit those Draco Meteors. It can't hit that Dragon Energy. It can hit the Earth Powers. And to be honest, with the amount of health that Raging Bolt is on, I think the Earth Power will genuinely be the difference between whether or not the Wood Hammer from the Rillaboom is able to pick it up.
It may potentially be just that little bit of extra chip that it can provide, even though the Raging Bolt has protected, getting another round of leftovers. It hasn't got any Calm Mind boost at the moment, so it's still not boosted on the special defensive side as much as we saw in the previous game. So depending on how this turn ends up, it could be over this coming turn. There could be something else that comes out here. We're going to see it right now. The Earth Power is coming out. It's looking like it's going to put it into that Wood Hammer range. The special defense drop there as well. And we do see the Wood Hammer coming out here, and it's gone through, and it's gone. And the Raging Bolt is down. Drew Bliss is your Sydney Regional Champion for the Video Game Championships.
That was fantastically played by Drew Bliss. Very, very well done with that Zoroark, with that Regidrago. Such a cool team. I'm so glad to see it successful. And I'm so glad to be here to watch it be played as well as it was. Those last few turns by Drew, especially in that game 3, really able to clutch it out. You know, it's like he was very clearly able to identify what the threats were on Yu Zhang's side of the field, right? And after that game 2, was able to make enough adjustments that he was able to deal with them a lot better than he dealt with them in the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. During the game 2 specifically, the game 1 Drew did end up winning, but we did miss the start of that. However, with the game 2, there was really good adaptation there of the Raging Bolt. But this time, not allowing that at all. Drew being able to stay on top, needing to hold a lot of momentum going forward. With
walking away with that second place prize money, still walking away with that 300 championship points, still walking away calling themselves a regional finalist, and that is a title that anyone would love to wear.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Only one thing better than being a regional finalist.
As being a regional champion, I think. Oh, being a world champion is probably better as well, but you know, we're working our way up there.
Baby steps.
Drew is definitely on his way there, having secured that definite invite to the World Championships this year in the USA. But let's just have a bit of a talk about this team, this championship team. Zoroark, regional champion. How good does that sound?
Look, it was one of my caster picks, so we can't complain about that. So yeah, it's got the potential to do a lot. It just needed the right supporting team and the right game plan, mindsets, lines, and everything going into it, all the preparation required. Drew was able to put all of that together, and not only was it able to be executed to a very, very strong level that managed to catch even us as the casters off guard when the Zoroark was coming out for some of those moves, but to win the regional as well, paired with the Regidrago, being able to take out those Flutter Mage just with those very early Life Orb boosted Shadow Balls, and then just having the Regidrago in the back with the Tailwind up, just being able to run through and clean up games in as little as 3 to 4 turns. In a format where a lot of games can generally be dragged out, played pretty slow, in a very controlled environment, hyper offense quite like that is something that I don't believe is very common, especially with something like a Zoroark.
No, not at all. But I mean, it showed its merit. And something I will say is quite often on these teams with an unusual Pokemon, you won't get to see it be used that often. Quite often it's particularly niche, it's used for a very specific purpose, or you might see that Pokemon appear on a stream. And unfortunately, quite a lot of the time, they don't do that much, and it's a little bit disappointing. Zoroark did not disappoint. Zoroark did exactly what it needed to, and it worked exactly as intended. In those games, having those Regidrago or Urshifu shoot out those massive Shadow Balls into Flutter Mane, and being able to pick up that knockout, clearing the way of those Fairy types for Regidrago from the back to come in and take out the opposing Pokemon with massive Dragon energies. It was just a very, very well-crafted team, piloted very, very well, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Zoroark only needed to be alive for like that 1 or 2 turns, but as we were saying earlier with the illusion, all you need is that 1 or 2 turns to completely have the momentum gold in your favor. But what we're going to do, we're going to take a very brief break, and then we're going to be back to wrap up the regional.
Welcome back. Thank you for joining me. I'm here with Henry, here to wrap up our 2026 Sydney Regional Championships. One of the best regional championships I've seen. Henry, I don't know about you. How are you feeling after that?
Oh, that was an incredible final to watch. Not being behind the caster desk, still getting to watch that match was absolutely incredible. Seeing such a cool team manage to come out on top. We've seen some really cool teams in the past in Australia. They haven't always gotten quite there. But Drew, showing how the power of Zoroark, the power of Reggie Drago, and showing how well he knew and built his team. That was an incredible performance. Unfortunately, we aren't at the venue right now, so we don't get to have an interview with our winner, Drew. But if you keep an eye out online, I'm sure you'll be able to find some over the next coming days. But it's been an incredible weekend, and as unfortunate as it is to come to the end of a weekend like this, we got to crown a new regional champion, and not just the Pokemon Zoroark, but Drew Bliss, of course, getting that World Championships invite. It's going to be so good.
Yeah, look, I wish him all the best in his journey towards that World Championships. I hope Zoroark comes along for that journey. We will have to see what future regulations bring us. But for now, Drew just crafted an incredible Regulation F team, which he was just able to use to superb effect. It'll also be really interesting to see how that influences the teams going to future events going forward, such as the EUIC, which is coming up, I believe, next week.
Yeah, next week. A couple of the Australians are making the trip over there. I'm lucky enough to do it myself as well. But it's going to be so cool, and it's going to be really interesting to see if the results of this event influence EUIC at all. I know we're pretty out there here in Australia, but it's always cool to see some of our teams popping up. You can see just one last look at the bracket there. Look at all the names that Drew got through to get here, beating Yu Zhang as well as Yu Zhang on his way here, but Joji Kaida as well, who was a favorite coming into this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, to defeat Joji, we called it out before we had him on stream. He's a very good player, a very, very good player. To defeat him in top 8, Drew must have been absolutely stoked about that, because he must have been incredibly nervous sitting down at that table. And then obviously defeating Fan Zhang in top 16, being one of the only 4 players to be in the asymmetric top cut to try to secure a spot in top 8 instead of having it. Sometimes it feels like a disadvantage, but Drew has really demonstrated here that it doesn't matter where you're at. If you're not eliminated, you are still in with a shot, no matter where you are in the tournament.
Absolutely. And it has been an incredible tournament. We got to show off so many talented players, so many interesting teams, as well as a lot of standard teams. We saw so much Raging Bolt, we saw so much Urstaluna, but unfortunately, it is time to start wrapping up our regional event. As usual, we have a lot of thank yous and shout outs to make for people. First off, to the players. We couldn't do this without you. Showcasing the talent that you bring to the field is amazing, and hopefully the rest of the world got to enjoy watching the Oceania region do their stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Drew Bliss. Also shout out to Yuzhang Wang, our finalist. Congratulations to both of you for making it that far. Condolences to Yuzhang for not making it all the way. But like we said before, you cannot be unhappy with a finalist result in the regionals. Congratulations to our top 4, our top 8, our top 16 players, and to all of our players who achieved the results they were looking for this tournament. Very well done to everyone.
Yeah, and of course, we also have to give a shout out and a big thank you to a lot of the people behind behind the scene, Jack Buckley, who has been our tech man today. If you were around yesterday, you saw that there were a lot of hiccups early in the morning, and we wouldn't have been able to get through them without Jack. He's amazing at what he does, and we're lucky to have him here. Another big one, probably the biggest that we give pretty much every event, I think. Andy Brophy, for those of you who enjoyed our trivia questions, and even more so, I think this time, those Pokemon races. That was all Andy. Andy's done such an incredible job, especially with all our intermission work, and like even we were getting into them behind the desk, like in our breaks. We're not wandering off, going grabbing food and stuff. We're here watching. We're wondering who's going to be winning these races. It's not just the regional that we're here to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I love them.
But no, it's been amazing. And to PvP Steve, as usual, we wouldn't have these streams without him. We are still just a community stream, but being able to showcase all these players, this talent, even my fellow casters, getting to have them on the desk, Masto, Paul Amity, it's so incredible. We get this chance, and we're looking forward to it more in the future as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always keen to be part of more of these. You know, getting to cast with you guys is just, it's absolutely the highlight. As much as I love playing at these events, there's nothing more fun than being able to bring the viewers all the action and also just sit here with you guys, have a chat about the games. It's always such a good time.
It's been absolutely amazing. And yeah, like we said, we hope that you guys have all enjoyed this weekend, and tune in next week, not to us, but to the official Pokemon channel. You'll be able to watch all the more action at the European International Championships. Hopefully you might get to see a few of the Oceania players on there as well. But for now, thank you so much for coming along, and enjoy the rest of your weekend, everyone.
Thank you.